Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to the Future of Development Finance. I'm Raj Kumar, the president and editor-in-chief of DevX. This is our annual summit, third year now in a row, focused on where the world of development finance is headed. And this has become a major milestone in the calendar for development finance professionals who want to understand what they and the growing group of organizations that find themselves in this space are doing differently to address the world's challenges. This year is a particularly important moment, right? We're talking about financing the post-pandemic future. And it looks a bit different than it did in the past. We've for a long time talked about the billions to trillions agenda. We've thought about how do we take foreign assistance, multilateral development assistance, how do we take this billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar space and leverage it into trillions by pulling in the private sector and using all the tools of development finance. In some ways, we're now at a moment that I call the trillions to trillions agenda. We have trillions of dollars of liquidity sitting on the sidelines, earning negative yield. We've seen an unprecedented response from the most advanced economies in the world due to the pandemic. And yet, as COP26 is happening in Glasgow, we have trillions of dollars of need. And these needs in low and middle income countries include the transition to renewable energy, the adaptation of these countries, including thinking about sustainable infrastructure. They include healthcare as we come out of this pandemic and education, and they include preparing for the next pandemic. So there are massive trillions of dollars of need, of productive need in low and middle income countries, and the money is there in many ways. And it's really up to this community, those of you joining us from around the world who do this work every day, to think about how do we develop the new models, build the bankable projects, develop the pipelines, create the infrastructure that is going to transfer funds to where they are so desperately needed in the world today. That's why this event is so important, and that's why it's wonderful to have all of you here together again. I'm here in Washington, D.C. We normally do this in London, but we have the benefit now of so many of you joining us from every corner of the world. So thank you and welcome. I want to say a special thank you to the partners. These are each leading organizations in the development finance space who make an event like this possible. I want to first mention our global partner in Citi. We really appreciate having Citi as part of this event today. Thank you. I want to mention our innovation partners, DAI, the European Investment Bank, FinDev Canada, MSD for Mothers, and the Novartis Foundation. Thank you so much for being an innovation partner today. We're excited to hear some of what you're working on today, each of your organizations. And our underwriting partner this year is the Asian Development Bank. Again, these are all leading organizations in this field. We're honored to have them help support an event like this and help make it happen. I want to welcome my colleague, Adva Saldinger, to join the virtual stage here. Nice to see you, Adva.
Hi, Raj.
So Adva is a senior reporter at DevX. I know you all know her byline, and I'm sure you all subscribe to the newsletter she authors, which is DevX Invested, and that covers the intersection of business, finance, and the SDGs. I'm sure everyone out there who is not subscribed to this yet, Adva, is busily subscribing right now. Adva, welcome and thank you. This event is something you put on every year. You're going to be very present during the day. Tell us a bit more about what we have in store for us this year. Why it's such an exciting year to do this?
Yeah, I mean, I think your introduction just there really teed it up. It's about, how do we finance some of these critical global challenges that we see in today's world in COVID-19 vaccines and scaling up production, particularly in low and lower middle income countries, so we don't see the types of gulfs and disparities that we have seen in response to this pandemic. We're looking at climate finance. My colleague Will has a great panel looking specifically at adaptation finance, which is an area that has really struggled to get private finance to come in. So looking at, what are innovations that can come up there. We're looking at how to fund SMEs coming out of this crisis, because we all know they're these critical drivers of economic growth, and that's something that we can't, forget about in all of this, that some of that critical SDG or development work, alleviating poverty, et cetera, has been set back by this pandemic. So how do you accelerate that moving forward? And looking at, how do you mobilize private capital? So can this movement around environmental, social, and governance investing, which we've seen sort of explode in the wake of the pandemic, have implications for development finance? Can that be converted to sort of more usable capital in this space? And sort of a growing or emerging, evolving space around corporate treasury impact investing, which could be new money. which is something that I think is critical to this community. So lots of really great conversations coming up.
There's going to be so much today. It's such a rich moment, and it's a moment where we get to weave together all of these threads. So if you're in this space, but you, as usual, have your head down working on something really important, this is that moment to kind of pick it up and understand the broader landscape. And because we're virtual, we've got so many DevEx journalists from around the world participating in this, so many incredible leaders around the world who you're going to see on the virtual stage today. If you are joining us on Zoom and you want access to our Spanish or French translations for this, you can do that. There's also closed captioning, and you'll see all these features at the bottom of your screen. So feel free to take advantage of those. And I'm really looking forward to the day. I hand it back to you. And again, I welcome everyone who's joining us around the world.
Yeah. Well, I think with that, we'll get started. I'm so excited to introduce our first speaker of the day, Stephanie von Friedeberg, who's the Senior Vice President of Operations at IFC. Stephanie, thank you so much for joining us to kick off this wonderful day of conversations on development finance.
So Adva, thanks for having me. I think the day looks really exciting. I wish I could spend the entire day with you, but I'm in COP, so have to skid off to Glasgow.
Yes, and so that's where I wanted to start. You know, I think all eyes this week are on Glasgow and what's going to happen in COP, and it really will sort of pave the future for a lot of what is going to happen in development finance and may shape institutions like IFC and others moving forward. And so let's talk about climate. You know, where does IFC stand today on financing fossil fuels, including through intermediaries? How are you looking at what your role is in climate finance? Some have criticized the World Bank Group writ large as being too weak in their climate response and have called upon it to sort of step up. So where do things stand at IFC?
So Adva, I think the world has actually been hit by two twin crises, climate and COVID. And I think the COVID crisis may be the easier one to solve, and the climate crisis and a retracted problem that's going to take us many years to get right. And I'm really hopeful that in Glasgow we can make some progress towards better NDCs, stronger NDCs to get us to a point where we get to 1.5 degrees Celsius. I'm not sure we'll get there, but it's certainly what I'm hoping for. The climate has always been, a big piece of what the World Bank Group has done. But over the last couple of years, I think we've given it even more focus. And we are the largest lender of climate-related projects in emerging markets. Last year alone, the World Bank Group financed $26 billion. And over the last 5 years, $83 billion worth of climate-related projects. But I think that really wasn't good enough for us. Watching how climate is affecting the poorest people, the floods, the famines, the fires that we've seen this year, and just the real understanding that in the next decade, climate could put another 130 million people into extreme poverty, and by 2050 create 200 million immigrants out of their own countries because the climate situation has gotten so dire. So we knew we needed to do more. Our new climate change action plan, which we came out with in October, has really upped our game. We've committed to make 35% of all of our financing over the period fiscal year 21 to 25 climate related. That target we originally set for ourselves by the end of 2030 as part of our capital increase. And we've also agreed to Paris align all of our projects. So I think you're going to see us doing more and more. I think you probably know that we got out of coal in 2010 and have slowly been reducing any investments in upstream oil and gas. So by 2017, all oil and gas upstream projects we've gotten out of. And on very rare occasions, when we look at a country and we kind of go through a cascade or a waterfall and we say to ourselves, the only and last resort for creating baseload. So there's no renewable possibilities. There's no regional power pools they can share with. Will we contemplate gas? And that's really only going to be in the very, very poorest countries and as a transition fuel.
And does that also hold true for funding you're doing through intermediaries? Are you tracking how your intermediaries are using those funds? Because, direct financing is one track, but IFC does a lot of financing to financial institutions. So if they're then going and doing coal investments, et cetera, that could still have pretty negative climate impact. So how are you tracking that sort of downstream of your investment through your pipeline?
Yeah, Adva, two ways, and it's a great question. So one of the things that we're leading the MDB group that is going to define what does Paris alignment mean for all financial institutions and intermediaries through which we invest. And we should be unveiling that thinking kind of early November, right after COP. And I think that will certainly help so that we can align our FI portfolio as well as our real sector portfolio to Paris. Second, as you know, we created a new equity strategy, and we will not invest in banks that aren't willing to green themselves and put themselves on a path to reduce all coal investments over a certain period of time. And so we have made very few equity investments in financial institutions as a result. We've also begun to tailor our products. So instead of giving blanket financing to financial institutions, we started to ring fence that financing and say this particular financing is for green bonds, for example, or creating a green and climate friendly portfolio. This amount of money is for gender and increasing the amount of lending you do to SMEs and women-owned SMEs. So that really helps us, I think, move away from supporting financial institutions and investments in coal.
One other question I wanted to ask, and this is something that when we spoke last January, so nearly a year ago, you said that one of the things IFC was really going to focus on is ramping up adaptation finance. That's an area that we know, particularly in the world's poorest countries, there is a massive gap. We know that there isn't enough financing today to finance those needs or really to come close to it. So what has IFC done in this year to ramp that up? Is that part of the plan moving forward, and to what degree?
It is a piece of the plan. Adaptation financing is such a small amount of the private sector investment in climate. I think it was about $2 billion last year across the board. So companies so far haven't been thinking about adaptation, but we're really going to try to do two things. To begin to add adaptation to our individual projects. So if we're working on housing, for example, which we're doing a lot of in Africa, where we're working on both the supply and the demand side. So the supply side from construction companies that are building housing, can we build resilient housing that meets some of the adaptation required? So what kind of materials are we using? And are they safe against floods and some of those kinds of things? And then, on the other side, to have our financial institutions that are providing the mortgages for these think about green buildings and ensuring that those buildings are built using our EDGE standards, both at the housing level. And now we have a new EDGE standard that we're rolling out for commercial buildings, which will allow whole cities to plan their buildings and to try to make them greener.
Great. Well, we know that the scope of this challenge is immense, so there's no way we can sort of dive deep. I look forward to, learning more about what Paris alignment means for IFC as you release some of those standards and what that means for MDBs more broadly. But I want to turn to the other twin challenge that you mentioned, which is COVID-19, which has obviously been a focus for IFC and the globe. Over this past year. I know you've done a lot to lead some of those efforts. I guess my first question is, do you think that the IFC has done enough? And what has that response looked like?
So Adva, I think that we have done more than we have ever done in a financial crisis. But I want to take a step back and really frame what's happened. 100 million people have moved into extreme poverty. 100 million people who now live on less than $1.90 a day. And not only that, but I think that COVID has really laid bare the inequalities that have existed for some time in the world, but has really shown what those are. We've seen women disproportionately harmed. We've also seen, 60% of citizens in the developed world are fully vaccinated, only 4% in the lowest countries. So we did a couple of things, one of which I think we talked about early on, which was our COVID fast track facility. So when we looked at COVID, what we first said is we need to provide as much relief to our existing clients as possible so that we can preserve jobs and preserve companies. So we created this $8 billion fast track facility, which has really been utilized quite extensively. We've done more than $6 billion under that platform to our existing clients. And it was a great thing to have done. But just as we kind of got that off the taxi rank, I think what we started to see was more and more demand for health, global health issues. So PPE, equipment, pharmaceuticals, and ultimately vaccines. So we then put together a $4 billion, what we call our global health platform, to really try to tackle this. And we have been investing in PPE and medical equipment around the world, and also in vaccines. So we've invested in a vaccine manufacturer in China, which is making the Pfizer vaccine, one in India, and a very big one, which I'm very happy about, in South Africa through Aspen Pharmaceuticals, which is making the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And they're going to produce 300 million doses of Johnson & Johnson to make available for the continent. I still think in the medium term, we have a long way to go. We've been working on equipment distribution. So we've partnered with the likes of Philips and GE and some of our financial intermediaries to get MRI and CAT scan materials onto the continent and into some of the smaller clinics, but partnering with the equipment manufacturers to ensure that the leasing companies actually have the capacity to use and to maintain the equipment as it's brought onto the continent. And I think you're going to see us do more and more of this in different countries, specifically in Africa, where we see the need to build health resilience.
So you talked about doing more than you've ever done, but there's a lot left to do. It's a crisis that isn't over, particularly on the African continent, even as, you know, some other parts of the world strive to return to some degree of normalcy, and you see high vaccination rates elsewhere. What does IFC's strategy in COVID response look like moving forward to address those, you know, inequalities that we've seen arise? What do you ramp up? How much more spending? You talked about, you know, getting through most of that 8 billion, and I imagine you've done a fair amount of that 4 billion towards global health financing. What does that look like moving forward? How do you not pull back at a time when one might argue that even more financing than what IFC has already done is needed moving forward? And you know, one thing I wanted to ask in that context is also, how is digitization a piece of that? Because we have seen that rise as sort of a critical component to work and to health in this crisis.
So Adva, we're not going to back away. We're going to step into the crisis. Last year, our fiscal year was the strongest year in our history, $31.5 billion of financing we made available. And that was a combination of both short-term and long-term. So we've actually really ramped up our trade finance. And starting into this fiscal year, our trade finance program is already up 20% over what it was a year ago. So we're going to continue to lean in to the extent that the global health platform or the fast track facility are fully utilized. We will go back to our board and seek approval to make more of that funding available. And then as other ideas come along, so this health platforms that we're starting in Africa, to really tackle the medium term, working with Institut Pasteur to see if we can create an mRNA vaccine manufacturing facility on the continent, continuing to expand some of the economic zones where we can do pharmaceuticals and other types of necessary support functions, sterile saline solutions, needles, vials, all those kinds of things. We're going to continue to push very hard in that space. But so I would say if there was a silver lining in COVID, it was digital, but I say that with some level of hesitancy. So I think we've been able to put people online. We've seen our companies that are e-commerce related companies and fintech companies doing extremely well as a result of the COVID crisis. But I couch that in saying that there are 3.6 billion people who don't have access to the internet. So again, we're going to go back to the notion of inequality. There were 1.6 billion children out of school, Adva, and 450 million of them did not have access to the internet, which means many of them are never coming back, and most of those will be girls. So that's an entire generation lost.
Yeah, and so we have just about a minute and a half, 2 minutes left here. And there's a lot more that we can talk about on COVID as well. But I wanted to get your perspective as we, lead into this day about how development finance is changing. And, I'm sure you've watched, as I have, sort of the growth of ESG and interest in capital markets in some of these issues. And so how do you see the development finance landscape and who's a part of that changing? And how does that also then change IFC's role?
Yeah, so I actually think that IFC sits in a really unique position right now. We know as a result of the COVID crisis that there's just not enough fiscal space left. Governments cannot afford to do development on their own. And the call from every corner of the earth is the private sector needs to step in and do more. And that's really what IFC does best. But in order for us to do that, I think we do have to change a few things. So first of all, I think we're going to have to partner really differently. We're going to have to think of public-private partnerships. We're going to have to leverage things like philanthropy, which has made money available. And we're going to have to find ways to bring the private sector into development finance. And that's not an easy thing to do. I mean, we hear about all the patient capital that's parked on the outside, but it's going to take innovative platforms that have been adequately de-risked with the right blended finance to actually make that happen. And I think the other piece that's super important, which speaks really strongly to IFC 3.0, which was the strategy we started before COVID, is really building out the projects. There aren't enough bankable projects in the world today, and especially in the world's poorest countries. And so our whole IFC 3.0 strategy is really about creating those bankable projects and then using our different platforms. So our MCPP platform, our EGO fund, our Regio fund, to use capital markets instruments to attract, domestic resource mobilization.
Absolutely.
There's huge things we can do.
Yeah, and I've written quite a bit about that and about your upstream work, so people can learn more about that at DevX. And I'm sorry that our time has come to an end, but Stephanie, I wanted to thank you so much for joining us and for kicking off this day, and good luck at COP, and look forward to hearing what those discussions will hold.
Well, Adva, thank you very much. And again, have a great day. Wish I could be there. It's going to be a very exciting day for you all. So enjoy.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
The speed and the scale to which the world has developed COVID-19 vaccines has been unprecedented. The old systems were not equipped to handle this, so new systems were created, including the COVAX facility. And with these new systems, there was a need to look at financing in an innovative way to ensure vaccines reached countries in need. Yet, even with this innovation, the world has faced vast inequalities in access to COVID-19 vaccines as high-income countries stockpile these doses and fail to deliver on pledges. In response, there's been a lot of conversations around building stronger systems and the right infrastructure to ensure future access to vaccines to low and middle-income countries through means such as boosting manufacturing capacity. So a key element in building these stronger systems is financing, and it must come in the right forms, amounts, and in the presence of strong partnerships. My name is Sarah Jerving, and I'm a global health reporter with DevX. Today, we are speaking with two experts who will walk through some of the financing structures that have helped and can continue to work to help low and middle income countries in the future to have better access to vaccines. So I'm joined by Nafisa Jawani, who is Managing Director of Health Initiatives at the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, which is America's development bank. There, she provides leadership on policy and transactional matters on global health, and she spearheads DFC's Health and Prosperity Initiative, which seeks to mobilize capital to strengthen health systems and improve resiliency. She formerly worked as team lead manager in policy and partnerships at the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention. I'm also joined by Michael Anderson, who is Chief Executive Officer of MedAccess, which is a social finance company with a mission to make healthcare more affordable and accessible for people living in underserved communities. There, Michael leads on strategy, partnerships, and delivery. He formerly served as Director General at the UK Department for International Development and has served at the Prime Minister's Special Envoy on the Sustainable Development Goals and on the UN Commission for Life-Saving Commodities. Thank you so much for joining us both. So to start us off, Nafisa, in September, DFC announced it would provide $383 million in political risk insurance, which is one of the conditions for self-financing countries to obtain COVID-19 vaccines from Gavi, which is the Vaccines Alliance. Can you talk about what role this insurance plays? What are the terms around it and how countries access it? And have you had any challenges so far in rolling this out?
It's a great question. Thank you so much. And thank you for the opportunity to speak with DevX and of course to be on a panel with Michael Anderson. It's always lovely to work with him. Maybe I would start off with just a little bit of background around just the global health financing gap prior to the pandemic, and then talk a little bit about the project with Gavi. There is a $370 billion financing gap for global health prior to the pandemic. And if you think about just Africa alone, the financing gap was 66 billion. So our health systems and vaccine manufacturing in particular was weak before, and you're definitely seeing the challenges of that today. DFC remains committed to increasing access, including access to vaccines. And I think the work that people like Michael have been doing for quite some time really is an opportunity for the DFIs to say, how can we also contribute to increasing equitable access to critically needed medicines, including vaccines. So the project with Gavi really allows for us to provide political risk insurance, which is designed to mitigate the risk of doing business in emerging markets. For DFC, this is, prior to transitioning from the Overseas Private Investment Corporation, for DFC, this is our bread and butter. Our bread and butter really is debt financing and political risk insurance. Political risk insurance being one of the first tools that OPIC developed back 50 years ago. So it's an area that we really know well. With political risk insurance from DFC, Gavi is mitigating its risk exposure to 9 countries, which will allow Gavi to secure a great number of vaccines for allocation to all countries participating in the COVAX facility. So it's really just been an incredible opportunity to work with not only Gavi, but with Citibank as well.
Great, thank you. And Michael, over the past year, supply has been the key issue hindering access to COVID-19 vaccines rather than funding, but that will change in the future. So can you talk a bit about the future of financing for COVID-19 vaccines and what that might look like when the COVAX facility advanced market commitment funds are depleted?
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Nafisa, for the kind words. It's a pleasure to be here. This really is a generation-defining event for all of us. The world has faced this enormous logistical science crisis, which is linked to a big challenge on funding. And as Nafisa pointed out, there was an enormous funding gap for global health well before COVID. And so now we're getting to a position where we had an emergency response. The COVAX and AVAT, the African Vaccines Acquisition Trust, were set up as emergency vehicles to pool together funding and procurement to meet an immediate need. But going forward, we're going to have to get back to more business as usual. So that's a challenge. Looking at the medium term, there are 4 main streams of funding that we'd want to look at. One is there will be some concessional financing that will continue through pooled procurement mechanisms like Gavi and AVAT, and there will continue to be concessional financing funding for those, which will be vaccine specific. That's really important. Second, there's going to be funding for the multilateral banks. We can talk some more about that. In particular, the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank, which have provided big pots of money for this, bringing forward concessional finance. Third, there's going to be domestic resource mobilization, which is private payers, but also tax gathering in country and national budgets, which are going to be under really severe strain because of the fiscal pressures arising from the economic crisis generated by COVID. That's going to be a real challenge for some time. And then fourth, there will be a stream of donations from some bilateral donors. There's been quite a lot of controversy lately about how those donations should be priced. And what impact the donations may have on future development of manufacturing capacity and so on. We can talk a bit about that. But those I see are the four main streams. No matter how we cut it, there's going to continue to be financial pressure all around. And the World Bank, for example, bringing forward their $8 billion in IDA funding for vaccines is a promissory note that will have to be paid off in the future. It's not free money. And that put additional pressure on global health financing. So we're going to see a transition to business as usual. I think the kinds of co-financing that Gavi have done in the past, that's one path that we're likely to see more and more of. But the last thing I will say, Sarah, on this front is that exactly how much we're going to need in the way of financing for the next few years is still unclear. We still don't know about the future path of the virus. We know, according to the UNICEF recent report, that 17.1 billion doses have been contracted by September 2021, and the WHO is aiming for 70% coverage by the middle of next year. But exactly how many booster doses are going to be needed, how much coverage is going to be needed, whether there'll be new variants, all of those things are uncertainties, and we're going to have to be flexible and responsive as those new challenges emerge.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of the African Union's acquisition of vaccines for countries to purchase, the first deal that they had was with Johnson & Johnson. It was for manufacturing vaccines partially produced at the Aspen facility in South Africa. And Nafisa, DFC announced a financing package with a series of other partners for 600 million euros to support this pharmaceutical manufacturer in South Africa, Aspen Pharmaceutical. Can you talk a bit about how that financing is structured and what it's supporting?
Sure. So maybe a few things. One is that what we're seeing right now is history in the making. And you're starting to see this decentralization of vaccine manufacturing where I think prior to this pandemic, you saw a lot of manufacturing happening in the US and Europe and in India. And now you're starting to see opportunities for contract manufacturing organizations to partner with pharmaceutical and biotech companies to secure vaccine manufacturing in their own regions. And alongside with that, you'll see a shift in terms of what's required across the value chain for vaccine manufacturing. This project in Aspen really has been a pleasure to work with other DFIs. We've worked with the IFC, with Proparco and DEG. And I just recently came back from visiting Aspen PharmaCare, and it was really just incredible to see the work that's being done there and the mid to long-term strategic approach that the company is taking to ensure sustainability of not only this project, but other opportunities to decentralize vaccine manufacturing, to bring manufacturing to Africa. I think one of the challenges that we are seeing right now, and I think that the world is seeing, is that specifically on the continent of Africa, 99% of the vaccines are imported. And so here is the opportunity for us to change the story, to change the rhetoric. And so a project like Aspen, where we're working with other DFIs on a syndicate loan to provide working capital and long-term debt, is incredible for Aspen, but really it's a strategic partnership that I think that is most important in this relationship with Aspen. It's not just the financing. The financing is one piece, and to be able to secure long-term competitive rates is one piece, but to have strategic partnerships with DEG, Proparco, IFC, and DFC, I think is really the important piece here, and us thinking about sustainability of this transaction, because their success is our success. So how do we look at, aside from COVID-19 vaccines, which are critical right now, what does the mid to long term look like? And this is where I think our conversation really is right now.
And how did that partnership come together? How did you know who were the right partners for this?
Sure. Well, a few things. One, I think that several of us, right out of, the pandemic starting in March, started to think about what is the role that a DFI should be playing in this space. And many of us around March and June put out call for proposals to say we want to be able to leverage our financing tools, whether that's debt financing, political risk insurance, equity, funds to funds for DFC, and similarly for other DFIs as well. How do we leverage these tools in a way that we haven't seen before? And so with that sort of call to the private sector, we started to develop relationships with institutions, that I think for many DFIs that we haven't built before. And so working with IFC and with others who I think, like-minded way of thinking about how to tackle the pandemic, IFC was able to, coordinate the syndicate loan. We work really closely with them on this project and with others. And I think you're starting to see this collaborative effort across several DFIs. So this project is 4 DFIs. There are other projects that we're exploring right now with other DFIs, and it's like 6 or 7 institutions really coming together to say, how can we piecemeal all of our financing tools to really bolster manufacturing capacity and support what's needed, again, not just for today, which is incredibly important, but we're thinking about pandemic preparedness. So how do we ensure success today and long-term success so that we're not in this position, 10 years from now, 15 years from now?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And is DFC looking at any other manufacturers on the African continent to work with moving forward?
Absolutely. We have several, institutions that we are, speaking with right now and exploring potential opportunities. We had a lovely visit when we were in South Africa and visiting a couple of manufacturers as well. And I think that it's just a matter of figuring out, again, what is the right tool for what's needed. It could be in some instances that in this case for Aspen, what was really needed, just given the maturity of their portfolio of work at this space, that working capital is what was really needed. In other instances, it may be technical assistance and really grant funding that's required at the initial stage because of where they are, and the project may just be much more nascent. Again, I think that the DFIs are thinking about how do you, how is it that we invest in capabilities, but that we don't, sort of be in this position where I think that we saw with the flu pandemic many years ago, where you've got a lot of capacity that's created that's sitting idle. And so we really need to be intentional and thoughtful and working with partners like MedAccess, like Gavi, like WHO and Gates to say, what are the opportunities for us to, again, decentralize vaccine manufacturing, but ensure success in the mid to long term as well. That's much more of our, at least for DFC, much more of what our interest is in right now.
Okay, great. And Michael, on the same vein, if you could talk a little bit about what you think are some of the ways that innovative financing can support development of stronger vaccine manufacturing sectors on the African continent.
Well, I'd start by welcoming the work that Nafisa's led. I think it's been really important. And there are some other, we've seen some of the DFIs, multilateral step up to the challenge. To be honest, it should have happened earlier. We're coming to this rather late, but we're seeing some of the transitions that, had happened in India 20, 30 years ago with the growth of vaccine manufacturing there. I think some of the same challenges are going to be present on Africa in the coming years. I think what has really changed, the critical change, is a recognition that we need to have more resilient supply chains. The vaccine nationalism that prevented the supply of vaccines to low-income countries and middle-income countries, especially in Africa, over the last year is tragic, and we ought to be ashamed and shocked with what has happened, and we cannot allow that to happen again. We do need a system that is, as Nafisa says, resilient. So part of that story is just traditional equity and debt finance, either directly into companies or structured through project finance. That can be done either way. And our parent companies, the CDC Group, which is sort of the UK equivalent of Nafisa's organization, has done a fair amount of that over the years. But I think when we're working with vaccine manufacturing particularly, there are special challenges. Vaccine manufacturing is particularly sensitive to skills. Technology transfer is essential. Quality control is really important. Forward and backward linkages for supplies and for distribution are really important. It is a difficult business to engage in. So there's potentially some role for grant finance in terms of project preparation, market analysis, technical assistance. I think this is a place where grant finance can make a big difference because pure commercial operations are a little bit more difficult, especially at the start.
Yeah.
We need to see really strong support for know-how and show-how. The kind of work that my organization, MedAccess, does, and we can talk about this a bit more, we provide working capital and CapEx loans, but we also provide guarantees. So we can provide guarantees for loans, but what we do that is probably unusual is we provide volume guarantees for offtake. to help ensure that there is a secured and predictable set of sales in coming years. And that kind of volume guarantee helps the company to make predictions and to invest and to have a stable, diversified portfolio of sales. And that's, we think, is a really important component. We've been working with 4 different propositions across the African continent on different kinds of vaccine manufacturing. When we look at vaccine manufacturing in Africa in the coming period, we need to beware that we don't put all of our eggs in the COVID basket, because there's a real potential that a year from now, the world will be engaged in oversupplying COVID vaccines. So it's really, really important that we're building sustainable businesses that have multiple vaccines with multiple channels, and that we're looking for vaccine manufacturing that isn't just supplying for African regions, but more broadly across the continent, and potentially to global markets like those run by Gavi as well.
And can you give us a little bit more information on how those volume guarantees work and why they're so effective?
Well, so the way they work is there's a general problem with many health markets, that people who manufacture and sell products really don't have enough visibility into future demand, and they don't have enough understanding. Also, the markets are often perceived to be risky and difficult, and that leads to caution in terms of investing in intermediate goods and manufacturing capacity and future planning. So what we are able to do is we go around and we do lots of demand forecasting. We talk to all of the major purchasing entities who may be purchasing a vaccine, and we understand exactly what the parameters are in terms of what low and high demand might be, and we help build up a picture of where are the main markets, what's the demand likely to be like over the next few years. And then we also help companies to find the right kind of price, so that the affordability of vaccines means that they will be purchased in larger amounts. We then contract with the company, and we provide them with guaranteed offtake, so that if sales fall below a certain level, then we provide them with compensation. And that helps give them the confidence to invest. Now, we've done a number of these guarantees in a range of different areas. The most important vaccine one we've done recently was with a joint agreement with Gavi and GSK for the new malaria vaccine, which has just been approved by the WHO, just been recommended, and is likely to be rolled out after a Gavi decision later this year. So now that was a situation where there was not yet WHO approval for the vaccine, and there was not yet a clear decision by Gavi to fund it. So GSK faced the risk of not knowing whether it could continue with production of the antigen and keep the staff on and so on. So we stepped in and helped provide a guarantee, and we said, well, our assessment of the clinical situation, the funding situation, is this vaccine is important and it will be approved, and we will take on that risk. So our core function is helping businesses to de-risk the business of scaling up their volume and holding their prices at a reasonable level. And that's what we provide. It's entirely complementary to the kind of finance that Nafisa and others provide, because that core financing for really important things like working capital and capital investment is absolutely essential.
And Nafisa, can you kind of bounce off that and talk about how DFC is working to de-risk as well?
Sure. I was going to actually just say that as Michael was speaking, in my mind, I'm thinking this is exactly why, especially in the vaccine manufacturing space, it's critical to have all of these different components in place. And it's almost like creating the perfect recipe for a project to move forward. And it's everything from de-risking it to ensure that there are offtake agreements and volume guarantees that institutions like MedAccess and Gavi and UNICEF and others can support and provide, right? And it gives, I think, comfort to a DFI that's thinking about whether or not financing in this space makes the most sense. But it also helps us to understand what is the mid to long-term view of a CMO or CDMO that's starting off, that's either in a situation where they've got a an agreement with the pharmaceutical company, but not quite a full license for that manufacturing that vaccine, or in a situation where they're trying to attract a tech transfer. And so again, we're in a situation where, is it the right place for a DFI to provide financing quite yet? And really where DFC plays a role is usually in senior debt. And so this is an area where I think for us, it's been very critical to have partners at the table to have a discussion about what will this look like in a few years, because what we worry about, again, is this situation where we're only thinking about COVID-19 vaccines and not the other routine vaccines that are critically important. And to Michael's point about what we saw in India 20 to 30 years ago, it's not by chance that you're seeing growth in India in the pharma space that you're seeing right now. That was incredibly intentional, and hopefully we can take a roadmap and say, what are the things that we've learned from this, and then contextualize it for other parts of the world, including the African continent. But being able to work with other DFIs helps to de-risk, I think, some of these projects as well, because we're leveraging the different types of tools that each institution has. So in the case for CDC Group, it's been really great to see them leverage their equity, where for us, it's been really great for us to be able to either leverage our technical assistance grant authority or debt financing in a project that someone else may not be able to put as much forward.
Mm-hmm. Okay, got it. And Nafisa, can you also talk about, DFC recently signed a deal with Biological E Limited to expand their vaccine manufacturing facility in Hyderabad, India, and expand the company's capacity to produce COVID-19 vaccines. Can you talk about that partnership? What does it involve, and what sort of outcomes are you guys expecting?
Of course. So again, we were able to go to South Africa, and we were able then to travel over to Hyderabad and see our partners at Biological E and spend some time with the CEO, Mahima Datla, and go to the facilities, and also to sign our agreement with them. It's been an incredible partnership. And I think, again, when we're thinking about, the way in which these things work really well, it's by having partners that have a long history of proven work aside from COVID-19. And, Biological E has an incredible history. And for us, even being able to invest in a project where the CEO is a woman, and it sort of speaks to our 2X initiative around gender lens investing, was really exciting for us. But Biological E has a strong portfolio of vaccines that they're already manufacturing, and they received the license. They received the agreement from Johnson & Johnson to do fill and finish and drug bulk. Our financing is going towards expanding their capacity to do fill and finish for vaccines that are approved either by the WHO EUL or by the FDA, or stringent regulatory approval process. And so they've got this Johnson & Johnson fill and finish. They're also working on their own vaccine, which has been really exciting to see in terms of them moving forward with hopefully a WHO approval for that pretty soon. But the signing, I think, for us was momentous because we're able to go not only do this, but see the facility itself and how our financing is literally increasing capacity through their manufacturing capabilities. And, again, being able to see them fill finish process for Johnson & Johnson, and then the structural opportunities that they're sort of increasing in terms of capacity at their manufacturing plant as well. So it was just really encouraging to see, and also where they plan to be in the next, again, 5 to 10 years, which is critically important when you're thinking about long-term debt.
Okay. And Michael, what can we expect for the future of healthcare funding in a world shaped by COVID-19? Kind of what indications might we draw from upcoming major replenishments, such as the CEPI and the Global Fund?
Gosh, that crystal ball gazing is a challenge. I think one comment I'd make before going on to that, which is that the kind of work that Biological E has done in the past is a really good template for what could happen in Africa in the future. Biological E is one of the companies at a time when the world's supply of pentavalent vaccine was really low. We were down to just 2 suppliers of pentavalent. Biological E stepped in with some support from the Gates Foundation and others, and they really ramped up their production of that absolutely essential vaccine. So I think that kind of template is the sort of thing we should be looking at for Africa. Turning quickly to your question, Sarah, about the future, I think we do see a couple of big replenishments coming. CEPI, Q2 of next year, is targeting a contributions of $3.5 billion. The Global Fund in Q3 of next year will be looking for their 3-year annual cycle. They'll be targeting something, I assume, $10-12 billion. So there's some big moments where the world has to step up and fund these big global pots, which are absolutely critical. And with the additional task of pandemic preparedness on our plates, is going to be a big challenge. I do think one thing we should not overlook, which is in most countries, out-of-pocket expenditure by patients and consumers is often more than half of the total health spending. And so while we're all focused on government purchases and on these big global pots, which are absolutely essential, we also need to pay attention to how do we serve the patients and consumers who are buying things out of their pocket. So, there are two things. One of them is more money for health. We're doing that through global replenishment. So there needs to be a real determination to get that money in place. But the second part is more health for the money. A lot of the private expenditure is it's inefficient. It's often people are paying well above the odds. We need to find ways to get evidence-based, affordable medicines and products in the hands of private consumers. And that's a big challenge, I think, for organizations like Nafisa's and like mine.
Okay, great. Well, we are almost out of time. So I wanted to ask if either of you have any kind of closing thoughts, any points that you wanted to cover that we didn't have the opportunity to cover earlier in the conversation.
I'm happy to share. I mean, I've been saying this quite often, is that global health is in a position where we're finally getting attention to, critical areas that long, I think, have been ignored. And here's the opportunity for us to make an incredible impact. So the time is now. The time is now for us to invest. The time is now for us to be creative and for us to be imaginative about what this should look like and how do we make sure that we have access to affordable quality care around the world.
I would simply add that the World Health Organization estimates that nearly 2 billion people lack reliable access to the essential medicines they need to stay healthy. And we live in a world where companies are using the best of science to produce amazing products, but they're not getting into the hands of those who need them. And that is a gap that we can all address. And finance is part of the story. It's not all of it, but we can mobilize better with creative, smart, structured solutions to help those markets work better.
Okay, well, thank you both so very much. So as the conversation has told us, in these unprecedented times, innovative financing is helping us to work through some of these challenges, but there is still a lot ahead of us. So thanks to you both for sharing your insights on these important topics, and thank you to everyone who joined us today.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us for this conversation on financing health tech. This is supported by the Novartis Foundation, and today I'm joined by Pascal Morasira, the MD of Norscan East Africa. Pascal, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Rumbi. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thanks. And so, one thing that the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us in Africa is that there's a need to invest in health systems. And I know that your organization is involved in a partnership that's actually focused on investing in health tech. Can you tell us a little bit more about this partnership and why it's so important to invest in health tech specifically?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. So Norscan East Africa, as you just mentioned, is partnering with the Novartis Foundation to launch the Africa Health Tech Hub in Kigali. And we intend to host more than 30 startups from all over the continent who are working on digital healthcare services. So with a specific focus on cardiovascular health, breast cancer, virtual care, using IT or tech solutions. And we will be working with these startups to help them scale the solutions they are already developing to be able to reach more people, but also improve the quality of care across the continent. So, as we just mentioned, COVID-19 has showed us that everybody is vulnerable to poor healthcare services. And we also know that through digital solutions, we can reach as many people as possible, but also can scale great solutions quickly. So we feel that the combination of digital healthcare services and the entrepreneurial attitude or the entrepreneurial aspect of startups can have a great impact on the health systems across the continent. And that's why we decided to work with the Novartis Foundation to make this a reality.
So you mentioned that you're looking for startups. What kind of startups exactly are you looking for?
So basically, we are looking for startups that already have an MVP. So that's a minimum viable product. So they already have something that's working, that has been tested, but also the startups that are still quite at the early stage. So that have not raised, for example, more than $2 million in funding. And we want startups that can, to some extent, also be able to travel to Kigali or be able to work from the physical hub that we are setting up in Kigali. And any startup that's anywhere in Africa, and ideally, we're also looking for startups that have a mix of female founders as well. So those are kind of startups we are really looking for.
I'm glad you're also looking at gender equality in terms of that. And once we found these or startups, what's next? What's the expected impact of this project?
So, of course, we will be having a selection. So we need to select because of the resources we have. We cannot serve all the startups that could be relevant for this program like this. But the selected startups, we will provide them with access to the hub, the physical hub, which as I mentioned, we are setting up in Kigali. But we will also be providing them access to mentorship, business development services, access to funding, financing. And as a part of the benefits, Novartis Foundation is also providing some grants to some of the winning startups. But overall, we want these startups to be connected to the right partners that can help them scale their solutions to the continent or even beyond.
So from the things that you've mentioned that you'll be offering these startups, it kind of addresses all the problems that startups are actually having in Africa. So from your experience, what challenges are startups having in Africa, and how do you intend to make it easier for these particular startups in the health tech space?
So there are quite lots of challenges, like startups not only in Africa but across the continent, across the world face. But the key challenges African startups face: access to capital, access to networks, and infrastructure. So within this program, we'll be providing first the infrastructure, which is the physical hub that's located in Kigali, Rwanda. And second, we'll also be providing access to networks within Norsken, but also within the Novartis Foundation, and also other partnerships we are building now. And we will also be providing access to capital through the challenge that we just launched earlier this week, but also through demo days and access to networks of investors from all over the world.
One of the things you mentioned earlier on in our conversation was the specific health challenges that you're looking for solutions for. What health challenges are these? Once again, can you remind us? And why did you pick these ones in particular?
So there are three areas that we're looking for startups. So cardiovascular health, breast cancer, and virtual care. The main reason we picked these areas because Novartis Foundation and its partners. They already have quite expertise in this area, and they are recognized as one of the best or biggest players in the worldwide in this area. So it is important that as we get startups, we also make sure that it's not just about providing them with the infrastructure and these networks, but also actually providing them with mentorship and the right connections they need to be able to scale their solutions.
Okay. And then in terms of partners, are you looking to have more partners within this project, the Health Tech Hub? And
Oh,
how can
yes.
organizations get involved?
Oh, yes. We believe in the power of partnerships. And as I already mentioned, one of the challenges that startups face is access to networks. So any organization out there that feels that they can contribute something to this initiative, they are more than welcome. They can just reach out to us through our website, or just reaching out to us directly to Novartis, the Novartis Foundation, or to Norsken. So it's actually encouraged that anyone who is listening out there, please reach out, and we can together discuss in which areas we can create synergies and help these entrepreneurs succeed.
Okay, and we're coming to the end of our conversation, unfortunately. But in the last few minutes, can you tell us how entrepreneurs can get involved? What do they need to do if they want to be part of this Health Tech Hub?
So we have a website that they can submit the applications to, and this website we have shared it on LinkedIn. So if you go online on social media, look at the Novartis Foundation, but also Norsken Foundation, Norsken East Africa. We have these links, and through that application, it takes you 5 to 10 minutes. You can submit your application, and we receive it, and we will pre-select which startups most well positioned to succeed or to benefit from this hub, and we shall be announcing those startups early in December.
Okay. Sounds promising. So we've come to the end of our conversation. There you have it. That's how you register if you're a startup and looking for more organizations to join the Health Tech Hub. So thank you so much for joining us, Pascal, and thank you for this wonderful conversation.
Thank you, Rumbi. It was a pleasure.
Good morning, everyone, from a very dreary but real live fall day here in Washington. My name is Teresa Welsh, and I'm a senior reporter here at DevX, and I write about food systems. I also author our weekly newsletter about food systems, DevX Dish. I'm pleased to welcome you to our fireside chat conversation today, where we are going to be talking about the true cost of food. I am joined by Ruth Richardson, who's the executive director of the Global Alliance for the Future of Food, as well as Geeta Sethi, and she's the advisor and global lead for food systems at the World Bank. Welcome to you both. Thanks so much for being with us this morning.
Fantastic to be here. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa.
So we are going to dive right in because our time is short. So we're talking about the true cost of food. And Ruth, I'm going to come to you to tell us a little bit about the principle of true cost accounting, which if you follow the food system space, you're probably familiar with, but you might not be if you don't follow that space. So tell us a little bit about true cost accounting and why this is something that we need to care about when we're talking about forming the global food system.
Thanks, Teresa. So simply put, true cost accounting is a tool to see all the costs and benefits of food systems. So we have typically looked at food systems through the lens of yield and income. Those are the sorts of things we're looking for. Those are impacts of the food system, increased yield, better incomes. However, there's so many other costs and benefits that arise from this food system. We're talking about environmental impacts and benefits. We're talking about health impacts and benefits. We're talking about social cultural impacts and benefits. So if you think about soil erosion, if you think about greenhouse gas emissions, if you think about diet-related disease, if you think about displacement of indigenous peoples from palm oil plantations, these are all impacts of the food system. true cost accounting helps us see that full picture. I think of it as a huge Excel spreadsheet where we can see all these impacts and benefits. It's important to note, number one, that we're looking at both positive and negative. So we want to see positive impacts and negative impacts. So we want to be able to see both, for instance, soil erosion, which is a negative impact. And we also want to see healthy diets and, increased nutrition for families as a positive impact. So that's the first thing that I wanted to mention just in terms of how we think about true cost accounting. The second thing is that we must understand that there are ways to provide monetary value and non-monetary value. So some of these things we can put a price on, in the environmental realm, for instance, we can put a price on water pollution, but there's some things we can't put a price on, for instance, displacement of indigenous peoples. But it's important that we still see those impacts and value those impacts, which is why we call it true cost accounting or true value accounting.
Thanks so much for that, Ruth. I think the idea of one big giant spreadsheet, Excel spreadsheet, is what some people's nightmares are made of. But we are going to tell you all about in our conversation why this is something that you really should be paying attention to. Gita, I'm going to come to you next to talk a little bit about the way the World Bank thinks about the food system financing issue and why it's so important that we are paying attention to those hidden costs behind the food system.
Thanks, Teresa. I think Ruth has laid out a very, very nice backdrop and the context. In 2019, margins of the UNGA meetings, the UN General Assembly, there was a report launched by FOLU on growing better. And one of the issues that the report laid out explicitly is exactly the point you just raised, the hidden costs of the food system, which was around $12 trillion. And the market value is $10 trillion, so 20% higher in terms of hidden costs. And these hidden costs are towards people. And we know that 3 billion people today, every second person on this earth, has some form of malnutrition, either hunger, too little to eat, or wrong type of calories, right? And the second big sort of the hidden cost is towards the environment and climate, and a big reason and of course then the issues around equity and non-inclusive growth paradigms that food systems do encourage in some places. But the more important part in terms of for us at the World Bank is a food system not fit for purpose, exactly the point that Ruth made, and can still rely on this kind of financing, both public and private, means that the financing in part has to be the solution if we want the systems to change. And I think that's a very, very important kind of a big thrust for us. The second point that I just want to make along the similar lines, and we can delve more into details as we go deeper, is the point that Ruth made, that food systems are right now 25% of emissions, but business as usual are going to be the highest emission, the sector that has the highest emissions 2050 onwards. And so I think a very important part of decarbonization strategies or transition strategies for decarbonation in countries needs to have food systems lean in. Energy alone cannot deliver on the decarbonization goals and milestones. So let me stop there and pass it back to you.
Thanks so much. You both, I think, have set the scene wonderfully for this conversation, and both of you have mentioned climate. And of course, we're all aware COP negotiations are going on at this moment. So I think this is a great frame for our event today that really demonstrates why figuring out how much the food system and its reform actually costs is so key. The food systems agenda is intimately interlinked with the climate agenda, and neither can be achieved without the other. Ruth, I'd like to come back to you to talk a little bit more in depth about some of the research that your organization has conducted on true cost accounting. Give us maybe an example or two that really demonstrates the value of this principle and how, different countries, different communities can use this principle to reform their food system, to, first see what their problems really are, see what the actual cost is, and use that information, the power of that information, to drive the reform that's needed.
Thanks, Teresa. So yes, the Global Alliance has been working for almost a decade on true cost accounting, and we're very pleased to have joined the European Union and UN Environment in developing one of the most holistic and comprehensive true cost accounting tools, which is called TVAG4Food. We also have an accelerator with many of the main stakeholders and players coming together to talk about harmonization and policy development and communication. So there's a lot happening in this field. In terms of how this is actually used, we see sort of three main users. We see policymakers and decision makers. We see businesses, and we see farmers. It can be used by many, many other stakeholders, but I think those are three of the main ones. In terms of business, this is really starting to take root within business. I know World Business Council on Sustainable Development has been a huge supporter of true cost accounting. And there are companies like IOSTA and OLAM that are actually utilizing these tools to understand how to make better decision making. On the policy front, I think this is critical. Geeta joined a webinar that we did and talked a lot about how this can be a tool for governance, how to help governments understand how they navigate things like their nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. Critically important. And then there are other ways that farmers can use it. Or other organizations, not-for-profit organizations, cooperatives. Let me give you one example. There's an organization called Masipag in the Philippines, which is a decentralized farmer-led network of small growers, mostly focused on rice production, rice cultivation. We did a study called True Value, revealing the positive impacts of food systems transformation. And in that, we looked at all the positive impacts that these sorts of initiatives are having. And we found that Masipag, for instance, is a place where small farmer networks are really creating resiliency across culture, agriculture, ecosystems, and the economy. We found that local and regional networks are essential for channeling their voices into national decision-making. Through Masipag, we found that crop genetic diversity strongly contributes to everything from nutritional security to climate change adaptation. And that agroecology, or agriculture based on ecological principles, links food production at the farm level to much broader socio and ecological systems. So you can see here through the analysis that we find all these multiple impacts, and we can see that broader picture, and therefore governments, countries, businesses, organizations can make better and more informed decisions.
I think that's such an important point, is really growing this evidence base, and how that's, something you guys are really working on, is conducting this research. Because I think, you say true cost accounting, again, back to the spreadsheets, it sounds, really hard to sort of get your fingers on. It sounds complicated to, actually put into practice. And so, you're really using the data to show people what the value of this is.
Yes, absolutely. If I could just add to that, for us at the Global Alliance, evidence is so critical. And we believe that our evidence base should be very diverse. Often we look to scientific evidence, which also often means kind of Western, Northern scientific evidence, which is really critically important. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that we need to couple that on equal footing with other types of evidence, like Indigenous knowledge, farmer knowledge, community knowledge. And true cost accounting is a way to hold that up, to include that, incorporate it. So again, we see the full picture and therefore can make better decisions.
Geeta, I would love to hear from you on this evidence piece, and hear a little bit about how the World Bank is using, data evidence that organizations like Ruth's are generating about the food system to determine, your future financing levels, what you're going to fund, who you're going to fund when it comes to the food system.
Thanks a lot, Teresa. Ruth made some very, very powerful points. So I want to before I answer that question directly, I want to put a context, particularly because it's the week COP's happening. So UNFCCC just come out, and IPCC both came out with a report where it was clear that the global ambitions today are taking us to a world of 2.7 degrees, so almost twice as high as was agreed and committed to in Paris. And if I may say so very humbly, the NDCs that are really nationally determined commitments that nations define what their decarbonization pathways and are going to look like, really need to step up quite substantially, as you know. And then I think Ruth is exactly right. I mean, it almost is very amusing when people keep talking about scientific evidence, because in many places, research has not been funded enough to really be able to create the right kind of so-called scientific evidence, particularly in a lot of the developing countries. So one does have to rely on all kinds of evidence available and really broaden that. So couldn't agree more. The second point I wanted to make, again, in terms of how the World Bank works and thinks about transitions in these countries using evidences, to deliver a food system fit for purpose, the numbers are anywhere between 300 to 350 billion a year. Clearly, no one institution can deliver on this. So what does that mean? It means very clearly that the private finance that have deep pockets, the public finance, the multilateral finance, the philanthropies need to come together very differently. Food systems still are seen as high risk. Yes, we are getting more evidence, but the risk, the perception of risk remains still very high. So if you want private finance to come in a big way to really fund the transitions in the food system, for both ensuring resilience, but definitely on the mitigation side, then I think finance, the risk pricing needs to be done a little bit differently. And risk pricing needs to that's where then the philanthropy and the multilateral and government finance needs to come in. $700 billion a year or around that aspect is the public support to agriculture. And the same support is really creating unhealthy people and a bankrupt planet, right? So there is a lot of room, as long as there is a will and an urgency and a demand for very bold actions. Some of based on the evidence, as you correctly say, we have defined a few platforms where we are really working very ambitiously and assertively, really trying to package financing differently. One is low emission rice. Okay, this is a win-win. It's not taking food away. It's just putting the food with sort of the right carbon footprint. Silver pastoral systems, really looking at losses and waste by looking at disrupting refrigeration. So a very different kind of agro-logistics, particularly with the focus on the renewables coming in here. And that really creates a different shelf life. So I think that's really where our head is for the next few months, to be able to put this packaging with all the granularity out there and really make a big move on the transformation story. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Geeta. Yeah, I think it is so important to put that actual price tag on it, and that can make it seem intimidating and can be an excuse for people to say, whoa, this is too hard. We can't figure it out. It's too expensive. I mean, I think more broadly, that's the issue we're seeing with the climate negotiations as well that are ongoing right now, as people get overwhelmed by the scope of the problem and don't feel like there's anything that we can do. And so to round out our conversation, I'd like to come back to you both on sort of more of a hopeful note of what we can be doing. Ruth, obviously, again, we're in the middle of COP, and I'd love to hear about how you are, expecting, hoping, pushing for that agenda to be tied to the outcomes of the UN Food System Summit that we saw in September, and really pushing this agenda forward with tangible outcomes.
Yes, thanks, Teresa. I want to pick up on 2 points that Geeta made, just in terms of that hopeful future. Number one is that we believe that food system transformation is one of the most powerful levers to get to multiple goals, whether we're talking about hunger, climate change, pandemics, global health, you name it. It is at the center of all these issues. And so if we can harness the power of food systems to transform the world, then I think we can transform the world. One of the ways, very practically speaking, is to point to something that Geeta mentioned, is the NDCs. We really need to build food systems into the nationally determined contributions of countries. We're doing a report that will come out early 2022 with an analysis of how countries have or have not done that. And what we're finding is they mostly have not done that. So there's huge opportunity there. So that's number one. Number two is, again, something that Geeta pointed to, which is how do we align different modes of finance, public, private, philanthropic, multilateral? I think that we really need to start thinking about how we work together better, how we align our financing in order to support this. And true cost accounting can be a tool to help us find those areas of consensus, those areas of alignment, because those dollars are so critical in that, you know, when we think about cheap food that is really harming the planet and people, that cheap food is actually very expensive. So, you know, we need to change the story. We need to change the financing flows in order to shift those systems to really help us deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals and other critical global commitments that we have.
And I think people are starting to see some of those things in their daily lives, at least here in the United States. You know, we have some inflation happening and prices are going up, which, you know, also has to do with the shipping constrictions that are happening globally. And people are noticing they're paying more for food and they are not interested in it. You know, we have been trained here in the US to expect really low prices and to get things for less than what they're worth. And so I think, you know, that's an obvious challenge, right? Is showing people, you know, if we're going to fix all of these interlocking issues, we actually do need to be paying for it, which of course is not something people like to hear very often. Geeta, just a few minutes left. We're going to come to you. What are some of the urgent actions that you and the World Bank are working on, and, you know, a couple of ideas that you're really focusing on in terms of how to bring private finance into this issue as well, financing food systems reform?
Thanks, Teresa. Like Ruth, I also am very hopeful. I think there is a huge opportunity in the food system stepping up, and it's in some ways, if one follows closely with the energy transformation. It's very clear that the world is getting ready for a global energy crisis because we haven't been able to define the transition effectively. But in foods, and this is, I think, makes food systems even more relevant because in 3 or 4 big platforms, like what I laid out in low emission rice, or addressing losses and waste, or improving silvipastoral systems, and then 2 billion hectares of degraded land. There's only win-win, including on jobs, of quality of food, lower carbon emissions, that I think the food sector can lean in much more powerfully while the world is trying to figure out a more sort of the renewable, the world of non-fossil fuel in the short to the medium term. Now, some of the big platforms that we are working on and getting the different sources of financing are exactly this: rice, silvipastoral systems, and food loss and waste. If we can get some of these out there, consistent with country demand, consistent with their own national pathways, reflective in their NDCs, I think then then we can declare. I mean, then it's going to be a huge domino effect globally. So thanks for having us. Over to you.
Thanks so much to you both. I think that's a great way to end this conversation, on that call to action, bringing all of these pieces together. I, of course, will be watching what happens over the next 2 weeks with the climate negotiations, what we see that relates to the food system. Thank you both so much for joining us. And I hope that you'll continue to follow these issues with us at DevX. Thanks to our global audience for joining us for this panel today. If you'd like to subscribe to DevX Dish, you can go to our website and you will find a way to do that. We would love to have you join us. And thanks so much for being here for our conversation today.
Thank you,
a lot,
Teresa. Thanks, Gita.
I'm Catherine Cheney, a senior reporter at DevX focused on technology and innovation in global development, and I'm thrilled to be moderating this conversation on financing SMEs in the wake of COVID. So there is growing awareness of the critical role that small and medium enterprises play in the growth and stability of African economies. For example, at this year's United Nations General Assembly, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called for policies that support SMEs, given the critical role they play in making progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. But many of these SMEs on the African continent and elsewhere still face major financing challenges, and that's all made worse by the impacts of COVID-19. The SME market in low and middle income countries is mostly informal, but digitization offers an opportunity for banks to reach this market. So as we talk about the future of development finance, I think there's a sense of optimism when it comes to financing SMEs. I'm thrilled to welcome panelists who are working to tackle this challenge from a number of different angles. Joining us today, we have Adam Hadidi, co-founder and managing director of Blue Peak Private Capital. This is a fund that provides flexible financing solutions primarily in Africa, and it recently launched a new fund to provide growth capital for African SMEs, which we'll hear a little bit more about. Kwesi Donkar is the chief strategy officer for the U.S. African Development Foundation, which is an independent U.S. government agency established by Congress to invest in African grassroots organizations, entrepreneurs, and SMEs. And Sydney Ross is country manager at the specialty coffee exporter Tropic. Previously, she was the head of programs and strategy at Kifia, where she supported SMEs to access digital markets and financial services. Welcome, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. So a first question, just to give our audience a sense of what you're doing to tackle these challenges and opportunities. Can you talk about, we know that around the world, small and medium enterprises face financing challenges, particularly in low and middle income country contexts. But I wonder when it comes to financing SMEs in sub-Saharan Africa in particular, what are the unique challenges and opportunities? And maybe just give us a preview of how you're working to tackle those challenges and seize those opportunities. Maybe we'll start with you, Adam.
Sure, thanks, Catherine. I mean, from our perspective, we've been, we set up Blue Peak to do exactly this, to finance SMEs that aren't adequately able to source financing from, traditional means, which, in many cases is banks. I think there's a number of challenges. I mean, I think building relationships, finding the right companies which are fast growth, and putting in place the right capital structure for these kind of businesses, and that's why we set up Blue Peak. But linked to that, I think directing capital from more developed countries, from the US, from Europe, which development finances institutions are doing, but bringing that into the private sector as well. You've talked about technology, that's one means, but also through alternative investments. And that's something that's grown a lot in the last 10 years in Africa, but it's still, a very small base. There's still a lot of growth to come. And that will only, serve the continent well. I mean, I think over 60% of GDP in Africa is coming from SMEs, and trying to find more flexible solutions from the private sector is very important.
Just a quick follow-up question for you, because I know your investors are primarily development finance institutions. And of course, DFIs are a big focus of today's agenda. Can you talk about what does Blue Peak Private Capital bring to the table for these DFIs in terms of their goals to reach SMEs?
I think we provide an additional way to source opportunities, finding the right businesses with which to direct capital. I think the nature of development finance institution is focusing on many different sectors and segments of the economy, but directing some capital towards a specialist in certain asset classes, strategies, sectors. We're one of the increasing amount of general partners that are doing that. So it's that specialization and also focus for the long term on these specific areas.
Great, thanks for that. Kwesi, I want to turn to you. So as I mentioned earlier, you're focused on grassroots organizations, entrepreneurs, and SMEs. So when we talk about challenges and opportunities, I'd love to hear from you specifically some of the challenges you've seen due to COVID-19. We know that the impacts have been devastating across many issue areas and sectors. What has that meant for SMEs in particular, and any new opportunities in the last 19, 20 months?
USADF, thank you very much for that, Catherine, and thanks for the platform. USADF is in the business of supporting nascent and sometimes already vulnerable SMEs and businesses across Africa. And the risk that COVID posed was one that threatened to roll back significant gains that we had made. And as the COVID-19 pandemic threatened progress USAID had made in improving the lives and livelihoods across Africa, what we did specifically was to develop a COVID-19 response strategy in April 2020. And so USAID provided over $5 million to something like 450 enterprises in across 27 African countries as part of our COVID-19 response. There's something we call the USAID CARES program, Capital for African Resilience Building and Enterprise Support. And really what we did was we outlined key strategic areas for our COVID-19 intervention that will build upon sort of what we have, what we call our participatory, locally led, demand-driven approach to development. And the intervention sought to do three things, right? So the first was to respond by providing grantees immediate relief and capital assistance. So, for example, iCarbon Integrated Resources Limited, a solar powered battery charging service provider startup in Nigeria, used our funds, USAID funds, to make up for revenue shortfalls and keep its operations afloat. Second thing we did was we supported grantees in repurposing and reconfiguring their business model. So to illustrate how this worked, USAID funds allowed a shea butter cosmetic company in Benin called Natura to pivot its operations and produce close to 2,500 liters of hand sanitizer shortly after the pandemic began. And even in Ghana, a USAID grantee called Alfie Designs repurposed its fashion garment manufacturing business to produce cotton face masks and medical scrubs and hospital gowns to meet the PPE demand. And the last thing that we did was and which is something that's still ongoing, is to build grantee resilience. And an example there was grantees in Liberia who credited USAID for enhancing their managerial and operational capacities to the point to which they collectively were prepared to secure $4 million in purchase orders from the government of Liberia's food distribution and school feeding programs during COVID-19, and several other USAID grantees were similarly I think positioned to access these new markets and increase their incomes during the pandemic. So I think the point is this, right? The coronavirus is here with us, right, and it continues to pose a great threat to SMEs around the world, and particularly for women-led businesses. The traditional market systems that we know have been disrupted, and SMEs have to adapt to this new normal by developing systems that help their enterprises survive the pandemic and recover, prosper post-COVID-19, and develop resilience to withstand future shocks. So those are some of the things that we did, and sort of over the last 20 months has been sort of the focus of our work.
Thank you, Kwesi. Those are some really helpful examples, and I'm really glad you mentioned women-led businesses in particular. That's something I want to make sure we delve into a little bit further in our discussion. Just a quick follow-up question for you, though. In terms of the stage at which you all are reaching and working with companies, can you help me better understand, there are some SMEs who this $250,000 grant is critical to being able to survive this COVID uncertainty and make it through. And then there are some SMEs that, at a certain stage move on to larger financing needs. How does USADF work with other players as SMEs go along their growth trajectory?
That's a great question, and I think it goes back to something that sort of Adam started talking about, right? And maybe it'll be useful to just take a step back and talk about sort of some unique challenges that we face, right? And in terms of the SMEs across the continent and how we work, right? So you talked about it before, and Africa and Adam as well talked about SMEs, the 44 million SMEs providing jobs and economic opportunities every day for people across the continent. Unfortunately, sub-Saharan Africa is also currently the highest percentage of sort of fully and partially financially constrained SMEs worldwide, with 54% unable to obtain vital funding to start and scale their businesses, right? And for us at USADF, there are two issues that come to mind that our intervention are looking to address, right? The first issue is access, right? In its most crystallized form, imagine together, right? We have a shopkeeper from Kenya who would like to expand her business by purchasing a delivery van. Now, in order to procure that loan, she needs to have access to a bank or a financial institution. And without access to these services, she can't get the funding she needs, and her business never grows, right? And the second thing is really focused around affordability, right? Even if this Kenyan shopkeeper finds a bank that is willing to give her a loan, it's irrelevant if she can't afford the interest or the conditions that come with it, right? And these two requirements really act as a barrier for thousands of social entrepreneurs and SMEs in Africa who can finance their solutions. And for us, we at USADF think that blended finance presents an opportunity as a preferred tool and a game changer for African SMEs, right? And a lot of the work that we do sort of revolves around that and how we can use blended finance to address that. But we can talk some more about examples of what we do in that space at a later point.
Great. Yeah, absolutely. We'll get into more examples of blended finance. I want to bring Sydney into this. So Kwesi was just mentioning access and affordability. And I know you've worked with SMEs to access digital markets and financial services. So can you talk about some of the challenges first? And I'd love to hear you talk specifically about women-led businesses as well, since Kwesi brought that up. Some of the challenges, for example, not having collateral, and what are some of the opportunities that digital offers when it comes to these two key issues of access and affordability that Kwesi just outlined?
Yes, thank you, Catherine. So I feel in some ways the business where I was working was actually very fortunate during COVID, because it forced many of the micro and small enterprises whom we targeted to really focus on their digital marketing operations and actually be interested in engaging and participating with online markets. So we worked to train around 10,000 micro and small enterprises on our e-commerce platform, and provided an ecosystem of services and support that allowed them to access new customers that they previously couldn't have reached, even beyond their shop, which was closed during the lockdowns and the general fear that people had when COVID first started in this market in Ethiopia. So again, once you provide market, one thing we learned was that a lot of these enterprises didn't have any access to credit, and that was a constraint to their growth. So we were able to provide them new customers, but they didn't have the working capital they needed to keep the inventory in stock to actually meet that growing demand. And in response, we developed a digital lending platform that uses alternative forms of credit scoring algorithms to assess their credit worthiness. And based on our own research through interviews and desktop research, we estimate that the working capital gap for enterprises in Ethiopia, micro enterprises, is around $300, which is really quite small when it comes to thinking about the impact that could make on the some 80% of informal enterprises that are operating in the country. So we think about the $300 working capital gap. We worked with the one financial institution to offer these smaller lines of credit to MSMEs, but the other big issue that we learned is that financial institutions in Ethiopia specifically are not equipped to manage so many small loans. Although they have a desire to offer credit to micro enterprises as part of their corporate governance, they actually don't have the technology or the resources to do so efficiently. And that's where we came in with another technology platform that made it easier for the bank to assess those credit worthiness, but then also to manage the loan and repayment. So there are so many challenges. It's a multifaceted ecosystem that really touches not only micro enterprises, but specifically women-led. When it comes to apparel, selling vegetables, even daily lines of credit, if they're working selling vegetables in the street or small goods, they don't have access to credit. And that's one of the ways that we're trying to support and strengthen them by offering these smaller lines, which really will help strengthen them and build resilience over time.
Thanks so much. Just a follow-up question when it comes to these alternative credit scoring algorithms. So this is a space that I've covered pretty closely with my focus on tech and innovation. And just for members of our audience who might be less familiar with just how much opportunity there is here and how much activity there is here. I mean, there are seems to be a plethora of companies and actors in the development community focused on alternative credit scoring. So can you just kind of, for those less familiar, take us through what does that look like and what can it unlock for enterprises that otherwise might not have a way to show their creditworthiness?
Yes, so excellent question. I mean, a lot of the times when you think about credit, I come from a developed market in the US, we have systems in place that allow us to understand who that customer is. It's called KYC. But when it comes to an informal enterprise or a very small enterprise, they may not have that data on hand. They may not have the financial transactions that they need to prove their revenue or prove their month-on-month capital or just general spend. And so when it comes to alternative credit scoring mechanisms, we use a variety of tools to understand that micro or small or medium enterprise. So this may include directly accessing their bank account to understand their inflows and outflows. It may include an assessment of their social media platforms, WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, to understand their risk appetite, or just how likely they are to repay a loan. We may call friends and family if we're able to have access to that, to really help us build a holistic and complete profile of who this enterprise is, which gives the banks enough confidence to extend that line of credit and appropriately assess that candidate's likelihood of repayment. So there are a plethora of platforms or a plethora of mechanisms, but what we focus on in ADA specifically is social media and their bank transaction history if they have a bank account. And other markets, they use mobile money, and Peso is really popular for that. And so we're not quite there yet in Ethiopia, but we really hope that in the future we are able to leverage mobile money accounts as well.
Super helpful explanation. Thank you so much. So Sydney just talked about when it comes to how digitization offers an opportunity to reach and support SMEs. Alternative credit scoring is a very clear example. Kwesi and Adam, I wonder if you can jump in with what does that look like in your work? Where does digitization come in and unlock some new opportunities? Maybe we'll start with Adam.
Sure. I guess in our work, we come at it from the other angle. We're very much a long-term investor. And so we spend a lot of time, technology has helped, but face-to-face understanding the businesses that we invest in, because, we'll be partnering with them for 2, 3, 5 years or longer. Where we see it is actually in our companies that we're investing in our portfolio companies that we've invested in, the ability to leverage technology just opens up all sorts of different growth opportunities. Whether we've seen it in logistics, in healthcare, in education businesses, in fintech, of course, as we're talking about. What we see is this just tremendous opportunity driven by digitization into different markets, into different countries. But the piece that has been still maybe missing for particularly with what we do is SMEs in kind of a later stage of their trajectory, where the problem of financing that growth is still there. The opportunity is there, but finding the right long-term finance solution is often still not there. And this is where we see a kind of tremendous opportunity.
Yeah, interesting. So it almost sounds like where you see digitization playing a more meaningful role is actually in the day-to-day work of SMEs. But in terms of financing SMEs, it hasn't necessarily caught up. really the financing sector, and perhaps we'll get to this toward the end of our conversation in terms of where do we go from here, could do more to harness the power of digital to finance SMEs. Kwesi, what about you? How does digitization come up in your work? And kind of building on Adam, where are you not seeing digitization having the impact that it should, perhaps?
Well, I think that really, the way that the tack that I'll take with this is to, just think about it in a different way, right? In terms of how the perspective we provide in terms of how we support our grantees and recipients of our funding, because digitization really opens up so many avenues for SMEs to reach their customers in really previously unimaginable ways, right? And so for us at USADF, it's really about playing a role across this sort of shifting paradigm to ensure that they're able to meet their customers and see their customers, right? Because and sort of our point of departure is really thinking about how 40% of small businesses fail due to lack of funding and business expertise. And so how does digitization come in, right? And so the best illustration is some of the work that we do with some of our grantees. So Impact Her is in Nigeria is one of our grantees, and is working to minimize such failure by supporting 500 women-led businesses that do not have an online presence, right? And to help transition their enterprises to technology platforms with training and helping them to become more digitally savvy in this sort of post-COVID environment. And Impact Here is also transitioning these women SME marketing systems for business growth while enhancing business expertise and capacity for increased investment access. But another grantee in Kenya called Women Work Ventures is doing something a little different, right? But they are doing it from the perspective of building the capacity of these women entrepreneurs through skill developments to ensure resilience. I think that's really important, right? Because beyond our interventions, what happens, right? And they're doing this through a number of different vehicles, right? One is strengthening their access to capital. Another one is really increasing the networks of these women entrepreneurs by exposing them to revenue generating opportunities through a sort of a peer-to-peer digital community, right? And really, Women's Work Ventures is able to do this because the funding provided by USADF goes to support these women-led businesses so that they can digitize their operations, they can make data-driven decisions, and really acquire customers online through the multiple digital platforms emerging across the continent. So really, that's the sort of approach that we take as we engage with digitization.
One thought to share, and I'd be curious if any of you want to chime in on this. Earlier, when Kwesi mentioned access and affordability, that was in the context of financing solutions for SMEs. But when Adam and Kwesi as well are talking about how SMEs are actually leveraging digital and putting financing aside for a moment, how critical it is to their work and the growth that enables them to access financing. For me, I think about access and affordability in that sense. So access and affordability to technology, to the digitization that can allow these companies to grow. So I just wanted to throw that in there, that when it comes to access to electricity, connectivity, affordable devices, that allows your business to get to the place where you can then access financing. That's key too when we talk about access and affordability. And that might not be a challenge you all are necessarily tackling through your work, but perhaps through partners. Is that something you want to just touch on when we talk about access and affordability? It's to the tech itself, not just financing. Sydney, you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, I have some comments. So one thing that we learned in trying to get so many micro small enterprises online and e-commerce is that many of them don't have access to a smartphone. And that's simply because they can't afford it. There's no device financing programs in Ethiopia. The cost of data is very high. And so that became a barrier. And it's not even, that's not even addressing digital literacy, which in some cases is actually quite low. And you can't really support someone to have access to an online market if they don't understand the basic rules of a smartphone, how to open and close applications, how to go back and forward. And this is in no means a way of demeaning or saying that, people in Ethiopia are so behind on technology. It's an opportunity, and it's a way for us to really coach and support particularly women enterprises to use these new technology platforms, use their network, even use our agents who we put in the field to support them on a day-to-day basis to integrate digital into their daily lives. And And, you know, in some ways it's amazing for their business, but as a country, it's amazing to be able to offer and watch individuals engage in a digital world, because it is a way of the future, and it's a way for them to unlock so many new opportunities. Going back to the device financing, we actually introduced a new digital lending product that offers a smartphone on credit to these micro enterprises who have good transaction and good transactional history in our platform, because it's both a way to verify their sales, verify their commitment, and also it's easy repayment. We take it out of their commission, right? So it becomes this cycle that we're able to reinforce their digital engagement in a way that we also provide them incentives.
Thank you, Sydney. And I want to quickly return to the topic of blended finance, which Kwesi brought up. Quickly, Kwesi, Adam, any thoughts on whether it's access to finance for SMEs or access to the digitization that can help them grow as a business and access that financing, the role that blended finance can play? Kwesi, do you want to jump in on that?
No, I'm happy to. You know, I think that, you know, maybe a jump off point is to really talk about, you know, where we are in terms of, you know, if you think about barriers, right? And then I think I recently read a statistic that, you know, there's $200 billion of dollars worth of capital coming into some of the developing markets, right, to help with the financing gap. Now, the SDG gap is about $2.5 trillion. A way to close that gap is if the private sector comes in. But if you take sort of global markets, that alone is in excess of 200 trillion in value. So that $2.5 trillion I talked about earlier is just about 2% of it, right? But investors are not coming because of impact alone. They come because of return, right? So we have to celebrate all financing models. And this is not a question of either or, right? And so there's a world where philanthropic dollars, such as what we have at USADF, can help strategically. So I think that what we are saying is that, you know, that is what blended finance is trying to do, to change the mandate and the objective of investors and help convince investors by using, you know, philanthropic dollars to take perhaps that first loss layer, but also to say that these investors will not lose money. And by the way, say that we are creating vehicles that are investable for them, but ultimately this is part of that DNA. And that's really what we are doing at USADF, right? It's really thinking about what that would look like. And you know, just as a quick example, you know, under the U.S. government-led Power Africa initiative, we partnered with the private sector we partnered with the private sector to launch the Off-Grid Energy Challenge, right, with the aim of funding energy entrepreneurs working in renewable clean energy technologies to address Africa's energy poverty, right? And through this partnership, we awarded a Nigerian solar energy company called ICE Commercial a $50,000 grant, which was matched by a $50,000 convertible note from Allon, which is an independent impact investing nonprofit based in Nigeria. And with this financial support, you know, ICE Commercial connected 107 SMEs to clean and reliable solar energy. We think that the future of African development relies on the utilization of these types of catalytic and innovative funding structures such as these. And yeah, let me stop there for now. I know that we're running out of time.
We are, but that's a perfect segue. So you talked about the future of African development. I do want to look toward the future. Of course, today we're talking about the future of development finance. So the future of financing SMEs. Basically, I mentioned at the outset, there's a lot of awareness of the importance of supporting SMEs. There are creative things being tried by you all, as well as many of your peers. But where do we go from here? Looking toward the future. Everyone tuned into this conversation cares about this topic. This is an engaged audience. So what's a final thought or call to action in terms of where we go from here and how we ensure that coming out of COVID, there is a better, more optimistic, hopeful future for sub-Saharan African SMEs. So maybe we'll start with Adam, and then we'll bring in Kwesi and Sydney for final quick thoughts.
I think the long-term opportunity is tremendous for SMEs on the continent. I think continuing for the public sector, for development finance institutions, to mobilize capital from the private sector and working in conjunction with each other, because there's great long-term investment opportunities, and for investors from more developed markets to see that and invest in these opportunities is only going to increase, and it needs to continue in that trajectory.
Thank you, Adam. We'll bring in Kwesi next, and then maybe we'll close with Sydney.
No, I think this is great. I mean, I think it's a fantastic conversation that we're having, right? And I think that, at least from the point of departure for us is really thinking about sort of the asymmetry of supply and demand, where there's a lot of competition for deals that essentially increase the cost of capital, which is why USADF's role is significant in supporting this need, right? It also means that, at USADF, we have to be intentional about how we work, and we cannot be plain vanilla with how we support the recipients of our funds, right? So it's I say all that to say that, at USADF, we think that first, capital must be flexible, but more importantly, we also are starting to think intentionally about what it means to graduate beyond the resources of USADF, right? How do we connect our grantees to what we call ADF money after us, right? And this is an approach that guides how we support SMEs. And it's also important that we don't lose sight of our core mandate and the need for an organization like USADF.
Thanks, Kwesi. Sydney.
Yes, some last thoughts. Thank you all for the conversation. I think for me, as a player in the fintech space, it's really to focus on unique and fit for purpose financial products that cover a wide range of micro, small, and medium enterprises. How do we build trust within the community? How do we build on financing, informal financing that's worked successfully so far? And then most importantly, how can we digitize it and scale it? And I think that is a challenge that we will continue to face, but it's an amazing opportunity to create impact amongst the millions of enterprises on the continent of Africa.
Thank you, Sydney. Well, it sounds like COVID-19 has created some unprecedented challenges when it comes to financing SMEs, but also unprecedented solutions in terms of what's being tried. And so hopefully we can learn from this and work toward a better future in this space. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome back to DevEx's Summit on the Future of Development Finance. We are going to take a spotlight in this session on some of the innovations that development finance helps to actually fund. Often we have this kind of 30,000-foot conversation about high-level public policy and finance policy. Here, we're going to get really grounded, and we're going to do that with our partners at Citi. The timing of this is pretty great because Citi Social Finance just launched a week ago or so. But they obviously have a long history as a bank and a lender in this space. We're going to hear a little bit about what they're doing, and we're going to focus in on two areas that ought to be fundable, that ought to be bankable and investable in our space, and that's connectivity and rooftop solar. So follow along as we dig into this. I want to welcome our panelists to join us on screen. We've got Kyla Janetis, who is the Citi Social Finance Vice President, Anish Takar, who's with Greenlight Planet, and Chris Fabian, co-founder at Giga. And we're going to get in with all of you on what you're doing kind of on the ground level as we, at this moment in time, looking at COP, looking at the Sustainable Development Goals 10 years out, connectivity and rooftop solar are so key, and so many other issues that Citi and others are investing in the development finance spectrum. So great to be with all of you. Anish, maybe we could just start with you. Tell us about the challenge and the opportunity when it comes to connecting off-grid homes, getting them access to electricity.
Sure. So about 700 million people in the world live without electricity. And off-grid families spend, on average, about $100 a year on kerosene for light. And kerosene is quite dim, it's dangerous, it's dirty, it emits a lot of carbon. And today, rooftop solar is far more affordable. A rooftop solar home system like our Sun King solar home systems, once installed, provide abundant light for a whole house. They charge appliances, they're safe, and they provide security. And they pay for themselves in typically a year, but the biggest challenge is upfront cost. And so Greenlight makes very high quality solar home systems. We also install and finance them for end users. Because even with just 1 year of purchase financing, we can make rooftop solar home systems affordable to virtually every off-grid family everywhere.
Yeah, maybe Kyla, I can bring you into this because to me, what Anish is talking about is such a great example of why development finance exists. And some of us have probably been in homes or slept in homes that have a kerosene heater and understand viscerally what Anish is talking about. It's smoky. Obviously, it's risky. People die all the time, and these kerosene heaters fall over and cause home fires. Solar has gotten so much cheaper, so much easier. It makes so much sense, economic sense, that everybody would get access to it. Yet it has this financing problem. So tell us a bit about what Citi Social Finance, like why Why does city social finance exist now? And what is the idea, thinking of an example like Anisha's, that this kind of finance is needed?
No, thank you so much, Raj. So I'm Kyla Janitis. I'm part of City Social Finance. We recently just relaunched what was City Inclusive Finance, previously City Microfinance, after 15 years in really the development space as City Social Finance just last week. So we're unifying our efforts under this City Social Finance team to accelerate work with exactly clients like we're talking about with Greenlight Planet. It's about accelerating social impact through enabling access in business models. So access to everything from finance, as we have our basis, all the way through access to things like affordable telecom, safe, reliable energy, clean water and sanitation, or even access to markets if we're talking about smallholder farmers who maybe need access to somewhere to offload their goods. So really it's the next kind of stage in development of how we're able to support the space with just enabling access to basic infrastructure and essential goods and services.
Yeah, and these are, as you say, basic infrastructure, things that are eminently financeable. You would think there should be a finance model for somehow it doesn't meet that last mile, or somehow at the global level, the issue hasn't risen to a level of importance where there is some kind of, global backstop to the financing system for this. And maybe that's a good example for Giga. So Chris Fabian, you're the co-founder of Giga and co-lead it now. And you're touching on this issue of connecting schools. Again, it seems obvious that schools ought to be connected to the internet, but there are a lot that aren't. Tell us about what Giga is trying to do and what the opportunity here is. And you're muted, Chris. Sorry.
I knew I was going to be the one to do that. Thanks, Raj. Yeah, that's it. And then never again. There are about half of the world's population that doesn't have access to good connectivity. And specifically within that, about 1.2, 1.5 billion young people who really aren't getting the type of internet access that they need, if any at all. And so just like we heard with solar, I mean, it excludes people from the future that many of us see coming very quickly, and from being part of digital commerce, digital economies, digital healthcare, and other aspects of this digital surface that are so vital for life. And so what we're trying to do at Giga is to really figure out how to create the financing for these maybe 4 million, maybe 3 million schools that don't have connectivity now. And the way that we're trying to kind of make those entry points is by treating schools really as nodes on a connected world, as parts of a network that are just thinly connected or not connected at all right now. And if you can connect the school, you can connect the community around it, which means that suddenly the farmers, the SMEs, the entrepreneurs around the school have access to this digital surface as well. And we're really excited to be working with Citi on the roadshow for a connectivity bond to try to front load some of that, spring load some of that financing. We estimate it's going to cost around $420 billion to connect every school in the world. But as we'll talk about a little bit in this session, there's some exciting things that we're trying to do to bring that cost down and to really syndicate and synchronize money and make it accessible for the businesses that are doing the connectivity themselves.
So let's get a little bit into the financing problem here and the business model problem you're trying to unlock. So Anish, I believe your organization that you co-founded has now brought electricity to 2.7 million homes, something like that, but mostly focused in East Africa. It's an incredible achievement. So what is standing in your way from scaling from here? Is it that the development finance institutions, like many who are part of this conference today and following this discussion, are not seeing the opportunity and not wanting to invest? Is it a cost of capital issue? Is it just implementation? Or is it that your end customers don't have the money, that $100, they can't pay even on a financing model, a pay-as-you-go model? What's stopping massive, widespread expansion of what you've built?
The beauty of the business model that we operate, which is financing rooftop solar home systems for off-grid homes, is that it's a win-win for everyone. For an off-grid home that spends $8, $10, $12 a month to keep a kerosene lantern lit and to charge their phone, they can spend the same $8, $10 a month to pay off a solar asset and to use it every day. So they're paying for it out of the savings from kerosene, and they're enjoying much more light. They're enjoying device power. It's safer. It's cleaner. And after a year of making payments to pay off the asset, they own it and the expenses stop. So it becomes a free product for life. For us, it's the opportunity to bring clean, safe rooftop solar to 700 million homes. It's a multi-billion-dollar opportunity. So there's a massive business and sustainable business opportunity to reach that need. And so I think where we are today is that we've proven that this business model works. It works for off-grid homes. It's financeable. We can do it sustainably and profitably. Today, we connect 100,000 new homes a month. We have 2.7 million solar clients, and that's growing at something like 50% year over year. We do this in 5 countries. So the thing is that the 700 million off-grid population is, 90% are in something like 30 large off-grid markets across sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia. And the key is that how do we take this business model and replicate it, right? We need to build sustainable, profitable, at-scale, bankable solar financing businesses in 30 markets. And to do that, a major component is scalable sources of finance. And so we work with Citibank and other lenders to be able to access the debt necessary for us to extend purchase financing to off-grid families. So really where we see this business today is it's reached the point where the questions of, does solar work for off-grid homes? Is it affordable? Can homes pay for this when financing is extended? Those questions are largely answered. And this is about scaling up a business model that's proven and worked and has worked for 2.7 million off-grid families to date, and scaling it up to the 700 million off-grid people that live across the world.
And you're trying to reach, if I understand right, Anish, you're trying to reach 10 million more households in the next 5 years. But there's obviously a much bigger market than that, as you say. So really what we need, and that's why we have a conference like this, is to think about systemically, how do you get 10 green light planets out there? How do you foster a bigger, more competitive market where lots of people have access to these kinds of services? And I guess, Kyla, looking at you from a financing perspective, because you're looking at lots of opportunities all the time and looking at different bond issuances and equity opportunities. When you look at these, do you see that there's enough deal flow for you, and you kind of have the pick of all these great opportunities to invest in? Or is it that there aren't enough green light planets out there in the world at this point? What's stopping us from hitting the scale we need to hit so quickly?
No, it's such a great question, and I think one of the things that has been repeating that I've heard here is bankable. What does it mean to be bankable, and how do we find bankable opportunities? And it's such a very interesting choice of words of bankable. What does that mean? So I actually looked it up, and Oxford describes it as bankable being as likely to make money for somebody or being reliable. And really, for us, the most important thing when it comes to banking or getting someone more traditional funding from a debt side is really the latter. It's about being reliable. The focus is, has this business model proven that it can be self-sustaining, that we're able to reinvest in the business, that you're able to pay your financing costs? It's really not about, of course, not about any kind of exorbitant profit. It's just about meeting your needs so that we can move forward into kind of a future financeability area and also view the scale up of the business model. So Greenlight Planet they have really evidenced the type of business model that we're looking for. It's a great example of a business model that's really focused on the end client, focused on the interaction with the end client, while kind of molding themselves to fit into more a traditional funding area. It's a really tough nut to crack. It's not something we see perfectly proven kind of every day, but we are seeing more of them, especially in the light of things like fintech as they evolve. We are seeing more and more institutions be able to kind of crack that nut and turn a profit, even a modest profit, in order to support their funders and reinvest in the business themselves, while also continuing to grow and serve the clients who really it's what it's all about.
Yeah, this is really a moment for development finance, right? Because you've got the technology revolution has made things like rooftop solar cheap. You've got lots of technological innovation and connectivity. And then you also have the ability to have low cost transactions all over the world, right? You've got the ability through fintech to reach that end consumer all over and have a direct retail business that could stretch across 30 countries, and you could scale it really fast. So that opportunity is clear. It's an exciting moment. I guess, Chris, for you at Giga, you've got a slightly different challenge because that end customer isn't the schools probably. You're trying to map these millions of schools and get them connected. It's other users in the community that might ultimately be your end customer. So how are you thinking of that business model problem, and who pays for this and how you finance it?
That's a great question. I mean, I think I'd go back to this reliability issue. There's no reliable map of connectivity globally. So it's really hard to aggregate demand. It's hard to know where the needs are. And if you're trying to build a business model off of it, you have to sort of do it region by region and sub-region by sub-region. It's kind of a crazy process. And it's also really hard to bank. unbanked people. And a lot of the people who aren't connected to the internet also don't have bank accounts and can't prove that they're going to produce revenue in their businesses and so on. So these two issues are sort of supply issues of reliability as we see it. One of the things that Giga's tried to do over the last year is to create this massive map of real-time connectivity. And if you go to projectconnect.world, you can see a map of the world of the 19 countries that we're working in now and the others we're expanding to, with little dots. Each dot is a school. And the dots that are green are schools that are online. The dots that are red are schools that have no connectivity at all. And a school is representative of a community. A school is at the heart of the community. So you have a pretty good idea if there's a whole bunch of schools in one part of a country that are red, there's some big supply gap of connectivity and electricity and other services to that part. And suddenly you can see the problem, you can focus on it, and you can look at how you syndicate and bring financing in the right ways. So it's not any one person who's going to cover that type of cost or any one entity. It's a layer, it's a set of layers, and part of it's free money that you get from sort of existing pots of money. So things like universal service funds, places where taxes have been taken from companies and can be used if they're directed in the right way. Parts of it is the sort of the debt set of money, and that comes from both the IFI and DFI partners, so very low cost debt, and then commercial debt. And then of course there's equity, but who would put equity investments into startups, digital tech startups in places where you can't even see the need? So until you have that baseline of data, and I think the same thing is probably very true for solar as well, but until you have that baseline of data, it's very hard to convince people to put their money in and to put it in the right time cycles. And so that's what's, in our mind, that's what's really stopped things from happening. And I just say, Raj, the other problem is deal flow on the supply side of the SMEs and the tech companies who are going to provide that last mile connectivity. And so a lot of the rest of the work that Giga does is working with governments, with accelerators and with others to make sure that there is a pipeline of projects that can be invested in, so that once there is the money available, it can go quickly into reliable options for investment.
Yeah, so many of these challenges and opportunities tend to be kind of financial engineering problems more than technology problems. I think in the space of connectivity, if you looked at that map, a lot of places that don't have access right now, actually there is internet there. You can, in theory, connect to it. It's just not affordable or it's not reliable. So getting that business model right, unlocking the financing is so key to all of these issues. I guess, Kayla, how do you think about the question of scale? You know, you're trying to make this, when you think about city social finance and the massive global footprint you have as a bank, you know, how do you think about scaling the opportunity here in places like energy, in places like connectivity and beyond?
I mean, it really comes down to that, to cities' footprint and our capabilities. We are very focused on ESG, and it's been something that is underlined by the launch of City Social Finance last week. And the fact that we are present in 95 countries around the world, and of these 95 countries, 25 are deemed low income or lower middle income by the World Bank, and an additional 26 are deemed upper middle income. So half of cities' physical footprint is in really emerging economies or countries that have very emerging communities within their economies. So the opportunity is really just getting started. We have 2.2 billion people who lack access to essential services in many of these countries. So scalability is really, it all depends on if we're able to identify the right business models and support the right business models, which is exactly what I think we're all trying to do.
And Anish, as we think about the last couple of minutes here in this session and the people following this along who come from a lot of the development finance institutions, the multilateral development banks, private investors, impact investors, what's your message to them? I mean, if I had to guess, getting from 0 to 2.7 million households will have turned out to have been a lot harder than getting from here to the next 10 million, right? Now that you've built this model, but what do you need the rest of this development finance community to do to help you and others like you get to this scale?
I want to answer that by saying that I think the success of connecting these 2.7 million homes and the many more we'll do in the future is not one that we don't deserve all the praise for these results. It takes a community. We have today 8,000 field sales agents who go door to door and sell and install and service these clients. And there are partners that make this possible. In the same way, there's great enabling policy in the countries that we operate in, countries that acknowledge the need to provide universal energy access to every family in their countries, and they provide enabling policies that make this sector possible. At the same time, we work with development finance institutions and commercial lenders like Citibank to be able to scale up the provision of purchase financing for these homes. So I think this takes a community, and I think that each actor in our ecosystem plays an absolutely vital role. So I think that as this sector begins to mature, as we get out of the proof building phase and into the scale up phase, I think what's really essential is that when we move from 2.7 million homes to the next 700 million people that are still off the grid, from 5 markets where these solutions are and business models are running to the next 30. I think it's important that each of these actors continues to make the environment for bringing affordable, safe, financed solar as easy as possible, as affordable as possible for every off-grid home everywhere to be able to purchase.
That's a great message, and it's so timely, right? With the climate crisis where it is, this is a real tangible opportunity for DFIs to get more engaged. Chris, what's your thought for the DFIs and others following along in this conversation? What do they need to do or understand differently about connectivity?
So I think connectivity is the underlying issue that unlocks many of the SDGs. We're considering it SDG 0. If you can't connect a community, you can't do health, you can't do education in the way that you need to reach any of these goals. We've just launched this roadshow for a Giga Connectivity Bond, which is looking for catalytic capital from sovereigns, from highly rated sovereigns, to help us make this push at the beginning. So we'd love to have partners who want to come talk to us about how we build that, how we get the donors in, and of course, if anybody can help us map schools. So we've got a bunch of partners in the technology side and also the development side who are helping to get us past. We just got past the 1 million school mark this week, and getting to another 1 million hopefully in the next few months. So really on the financing and on the data science and technology side, we're always happy to collaborate, and we are really keen to have more partners as we go to scale.
Well, Kyla, congratulations on the creation, launch, the new evolution of City Social Finance. It's really exciting to hear about it today and to see some examples of what you can do. And thank you, Anish Sakar from Greenlight Planet and Chris Fabian at Giga for taking some time to be part of the session. It's been really fascinating, and really wish all of you the best as you go forward with these important initiatives.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Raj.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everyone, as we continue our coverage here on the future of development finance. I'm again Raj Kumar, President and Editor-in-Chief of DevX, and delighted to be joined by Sir Ronald Cohen. Nice to see you, Ronnie. Thank you for taking time to be with all of us today. People know you for many reasons. You had a notable career as a venture capitalist, and you've really been a leader in the impact investing space, thinking about social impact and how you measure it. You've got the book over your shoulder there called Impact that you're an author of that people should read. And you chair the Global Steering Group on impact investing, and on so many other issues you've really been pushing. So I want to just begin with what I think a lot of people in the audience here are focused on, and that is there are trillions of dollars sitting on the sidelines, some of it earning negative yields, right? And yet there's trillions of dollars of need in low and middle income countries to invest in things like health and education, sustainable infrastructure. You're really working to reimagine capitalism. And I wonder if you can connect the dots there. How is reimagining capitalism going to help drive some of that investment to where it's actually desperately needed?
Well, Raj, first of all, let me say how great a pleasure it is to share the platform with you again after several years, and to be here with the DevX community. It seems to me that if we want finance to be the lever that can really shift the world, then we need to give it a fulcrum. And the fulcrum is impact transparency. When you begin to show the impacts that companies are achieving through their sales, through their investments on people and planet, you begin to create a competition between companies to deliver greater impact as well as greater profit. And I am hopeful that impact accounting will come in the next 3 to 5 years, that it will become mandatory for companies to publish impact-weighted accounts. And that will enable us to see what percentages of sales of different countries are addressing populations in emerging countries, and to look at where the investments of companies are going. Now, in addition to that, there's a very exciting new development occurring. There is a pool today of $1.5 trillion of green, social, and sustainable bonds. And within that 1.5 trillion, 10% is going to sustainability linked bonds. What does that mean? It means that the issuer of the bond, the company issuing the bond, say Novartis, which raised 1.8 billion euros about a year ago, sees its interest rate fall if its products reach a certain number of vulnerable people. It means that Enel, the Italian electricity utility, which has issued $7 billion of sustainability-linked bonds, sees its interest rate fall if it reaches environmental targets that have been preset. And so I think, Raj, we need to focus on these types of incentives now to create competition, take advantage of competition between companies, and shift our mainstream markets to addressing the challenges in developing countries.
Yeah, that's a great point. You're trying to create a market mechanism, right, where better behavior leads to cheaper cost of capital or more investment. And I guess I wonder, there's so much demand now for these kinds of products. ESG-linked assets are a third of assets under management. But how much of it is real? I mean, given that you are very focused on the accountability side of this and measuring it, how much of what we see is actually real? And if we get to the impact-weighted measurements you want to have, if the tide comes out, will it appear that many of these funds that call themselves ESG, or these bonds even, that appear to be accurately linked to impact, won't be in the end?
Well, as companies have begun to realize that impact helps them attract customers and talent and investors, all sorts of companies are making claims now which aren't always defensible. So greenwashing is rife. Now, in the world of impact investment proper, which today I believe must be over $1 trillion pool, you have metrics, clear metrics for measuring your impact. So you can safely assume that the impact has been targeted properly and has been verified. But in ESG, that's not the case. And that's why I've put so much effort through the initiative at Harvard, the Impact Weighted Accounts Initiative, to show how an impact accounting framework can actually be implemented. And when you begin to look at the data that we provide on thousands of companies now, on their environmental impact in dollar terms, on the social cost of lack of diversity, again in dollar terms, differences in gender pay and so on, you begin to realize that impact accounting is really the tool that's going to shift us from economies that just optimize risk and return and risk, return, and impact. But we need governments to mandate consistent metrics and consistent paths to monetization. We need to create generally accepted impact principles alongside the gap principles that we have. And so I am hopeful that governments will now begin to move in that direction. We see the SEC pushing for climate transparency. We see the EU and the SEC focusing on corporate climate transparency. We see the EU focusing on the transparency of funds with regard to impact. We have to unite social and climate impacts. You can't solve one without having repercussions on the other. So you need to solve for both simultaneously. And we need to get governments to understand that it's the way for them to bring companies and investors alongside them in achieving their goals. So if we think in terms of emerging markets, this transparency would give investors and talent and consumers the ability to make decisions that impact emerging countries in the way they desire.
And so fundamentally, it sounds like what you're saying is governments, and we have governments as part of this conference following this conversation, their role primarily is to ensure that the companies in their jurisdiction must be transparent about their impact on environment, on society, on governance. And then the markets will have mechanisms to reward those companies that do well and to hurt those companies that do badly on those metrics. But fundamentally, the regulatory role here is to push for transparency. Is that right? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
And then,
governments have huge allies in investors who can help change the behavior of companies, which are, after all, the entities creating social issues and climate issues. Governments aren't creating them, companies are creating them. And so if governments bring this transparency, they bring trillions of dollars alongside them in trying to achieve their goals.
And then just to think this through for a moment, because again, we've got people following this that would probably want to get into the weeds with you on how this measurement really works. There's so many different approaches out there to measure impact. And the one that you've taken up with your colleagues at Harvard in this project is to say, well, let's actually put a dollar amount. So if we know a company has, ExxonMobil has generated X billion dollars in profit, let's take away from that, Y billion in costs that they've created for the world through carbon emissions. And that's relatively straightforward, and not easy, but relatively straightforward with carbon because you can measure the price. How are you going to do that for the more complex social issues? How will you actually, and do you have confidence you can get to really solid measures on this?
So we've done it, and you're all encouraged to go to the HBS, Harvard Business School, IWA, Impact Weighted Accounts site, and look at the 17 reports that show how this has been done. But you can also look at these data sets of thousands of companies. In the case of an issue like diversity, what we've done, and big data and computing have made this possible, is compare the demographics outside of a facility, an Apple facility, say, with the demographics within it. And then to ascribe salary levels to the missing people from different communities. They can be gender communities, ethnic communities, and so on. And that gives you a figure which is a measure of the cost to that community of not having been employed. So if you look at a company like Apple, with a $7 billion US wage bill, there's a $2 billion negative charge for lack of diversity. That actually compares quite favorably with Intel, which is much smaller and has a similar negative charge. But it compares less favorably with Costco, which has twice the number of employees of Apple, but a charge of about $1 billion. And you can see, Raj, how bringing this transparency begins to pressure companies to compete with one another. Nobody wants to be the worst company on the block, whether it's the dirtiest company or the least equal company.
Yeah, and eventually when they get that moniker of being the dirtiest company or the least equal, it does have some impact in the market, especially given how consumers and investors are behaving today. I think what a lot of people in this space worry about is these are big corporations you're talking about. These are large public companies. But when will this kind of ESG work connect more to the SDG work in the low and middle income countries? Is there some tipping point that we're waiting for that will help to make this connection more direct?
I think impact accounting enables us to connect to every single SDG. Certainly, that's what we've done at Harvard. But on the first point you made, what's going to drive this impact transparency is the fact that we already see a correlation between higher levels of pollution and lower stock market valuation. So as you were suggesting, Raj, the weight of the ESG money has tilted the scales against companies that are polluting more heavily. What that says is impact data has become stock price sensitive, and therefore regulators have to step in to ensure that every investor has access to the same information on a consistent, comparable, verified basis. That's why I say it's inevitable. It's a foregone conclusion that we're going to get to impact accounting.
So thinking ahead a little bit, I just wonder, will going to this era when companies have to, release their impact measures and stock markets are judging them on that, do you think that will have maybe an influence on public companies and their corporate responsibility programs, on their philanthropies, their foundations? Right now it's very common for major corporations to have a foundation. And that foundation maybe tries to address diversity questions or deal with constituencies that they care about. But if these things are really baked into their business results, then won't there be no need for companies to maintain their own private foundation or their own CSR initiative? What do you think is the future of those kinds of activities?
So I think they're complementary. In my book, Impact, I talk about how this notion of impact is really disrupting the models of investment, of business, of entrepreneurship, and of philanthropy, as well as government, by the way. I think philanthropy is shifting now to measuring more outcomes that are created instead of just measuring activities that you are funding. We see it in the development space. Pay for success is a very good way to have service delivery organizations focus on hitting targets in the best possible way. And so I'm hopeful that the charitable activities of companies will be analyzed in much greater detail, and that it will therefore prevent the sort of marketing-led philanthropy which is designed to enhance the relationships or the brands of a company, to activities that actually improve lives, say in the supply chain of a food company, by improving the livelihood of farmers through philanthropic donations. But the name of the game isn't to transform philanthropy, because philanthropy is just a $3 to $5 trillion pool across the world in comparison with 200 to 300 trillion in financial markets. The name of the game is to shift our decision making as investors and businesses from just risk and return to risk, return, and impact. And for that, impact needs to be measured reliably.
And that is the fundamental issue. And I thank you for bringing that to the forum today, because you're right, it cuts across so many of the players that are represented in our conference here and their work, that results will matter. And people are paying attention to those metrics. And in the end, markets are going to determine, based on those impacts, what goes up and what goes down. And that is a really important message from you, Ronnie. Thank you for the work you're doing on this and for taking the time to be with all of us here at our Future Development Finance event. Thank you.
Thank you. My great pleasure. Power to your elbows.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to this DevX Future of Development Finance panel on climate finance. My name is Will Worley. I'm the UK correspondent at DevX. I also contribute to the Newswire, DevX's daily newsletter for global development news, and to Invested, DevX's newsletter for development finance. Now, there should be some links appearing on your screens around now, where there'll be a bit more information on how to subscribe to those. So over the course of my reporting for those newsletters, particularly around COP26, a topic which keeps coming up is climate finance for adaptation, often about how there's not enough of it. Now, this is a complex area, but it's one that's not going to go away for the development community, so we do need to understand it. I'm hoping this discussion will help unpack it for everyone watching and make it a bit less daunting. So to do that, we've got some really distinguished panelists with us. Dr. Amalia Min, Climate Change Director at the CDC Group, the UK's Development Finance Institution, and she's also a Senior Advisor to the UK's COP26 presidency. Salim Fakir, Executive Director of the African Climate Foundation, a think tank and re-granter, and Claire Shakya, Director of Climate Change Research at the International Institute for Environment and Development. So thank you all very much for joining us. Now, it's been said that the issues around climate finance for adaptation are a key problem that COP26 needs to address. So I want to start by asking the panel what adaptation funding, as opposed to mitigation funding, is, and why is it such an important issue? Claire, if I could go to you with this first point, please.
So adaptation is the response to climate impacts. You're adapting to the changing climate. And mitigation is reducing the number of emissions, so reducing future climate impacts. And to date, we've seen much more finance coming in for the mitigation side. It's been around 20%, and last year, 25% of the total finance. But for those that have done least to cause climate change, they really need support to adapt to those impacts. And of course, it's the very poorest that are most vulnerable and emitting least. So it's a solidarity issue. It's there to help the very poorest begin to adapt to the impacts that have been created by others.
So, I think, as Claire said, we know that, all countries and most sectors and most communities are now vulnerable to climate change. But of course, it's the poorest people in the poorest countries that are the most vulnerable and need the most assistance to become resilient or to enable adaptation actions. And so adaptation finance is clearly an essential part of that. It's, unfortunately much further behind where we are on the mitigation agenda. And that's partly because we'd hoped that we would have tackled climate change earlier and wouldn't have got to the stage where adaptation was going to be such an urgent issue. But we also know that even if we manage to stay within 1.5 degrees, as we all hope is the case, even so, already many climate impacts are locked in. And so it's essential that resources are provided to those who are in most need. And that's resources at a government level, but also very importantly, resources at a community level, particularly as adaptation actions are so really need to be very local because the context of climate impacts are very specific to the particular location, the particular type of activity or asset. So really important that adaptation finance is not just flowing from government to government or, the multilateral level, but actually getting down to where it's really needed.
Salim, a specialist on the African context. I
Sure.
wonder if you could talk a little bit more about what that means in terms of sub-Saharan Africa.
I just want to pick up one or 2 points. I think that largely adaptation is seen as sort of a Cinderella issue. It's largely seen as a poor people's problem. Actually, it's becoming a universal problem. It's no longer a rich and poor thing. And in fact, it's a bit artificial to talk about mitigation, adaptation, and in fact also loss and damage. We should have a more integrated approach to this. And it's not reflected in the prioritization of funding, particularly the 100 billion that has been sort of promised since Copenhagen, and it's the responsibility of actually the advanced economies to be able to mobilize these resources. We're short of that. In fact, the OECD report now recently pointed out that we have probably only looked at about $80 billion of contribution. And if we wanted to look at the picture in more granular terms, 70% is going for mitigation, very small portion for adaptation. And in fact, in that geographical distribution, Asia is the largest recipient of those funds, Africa much smaller. And so the challenge for Africa is really that it's actually far more in need of these resources. And I would say a second point is that there is a need for paradigm shift. The 100 billion is going to be insufficient. And this, in fact, comes out of the Standing Committee for Finance, which is under the UNFCCC. They just produced a report which show that if we were to meet the NDC targets that are currently being submitted by countries for both mitigation and adaptation, we need far more resources, running into the trillions, 5 to 6 trillion. But rich countries are able to mobilize that. In fact, if you look at the infrastructure bill that Biden wants to pass, or what the Europeans have done in terms of the European Green Deal, they are literally able to print this money and actually mobilize it far more than poorer countries, because they own sovereign currencies. They can do it with the power of the sovereign currency. So I would say that for Africa, we have to draw on those resources, but we have to think of a much more mobilization of these resources internally within Africa. And we have to take a whole economy approach, because I don't think it's feasible to talk about relying on the climate funds that are being negotiated or being mobilized under the Paris process is going to be sufficient to deal with the challenges. You just have to look at the cost of extreme weather impacts. It's running into 300, 400 billion per annum. So we're nowhere near there. We have lots of other dimensions of adaptation and resilience that we need to solve. Thanks.
You mentioned extreme weather there, Salim. Can you give me an example? It doesn't need to be around extreme weather, but a practical example of where adaptation finance is either needed or planned or has been done well, just to give an illustration of what this money is used for.
Some of the areas that I think that is being done by actually commercial farmers at the moment, particularly in South Africa, which is really advanced, is weatherproofing agriculture. But these are commercial farmers that have high levels of profitability and ways of financing that are not available to poorer, smaller farmers. So that's one area where you have what is called cover farming to protect agricultural crops against drought and changes in temperature and variability in temperature. The second level is the city of Cape Town, for example, has done a lot of work on adaptation vulnerability along the coastal parts, and is looking to bolster sea level rise by expanding the ability for the city to ensure that sea level rise doesn't cause flooding or damage to coastal areas and property, because they would in the long run lose significant land that would be underwater, and that would be also a major shock to the city's revenue in the future. And the third area, the city of Cape Town had an almost dramatic situation a couple of years ago with ground zero water shortages. And so they've had to figure out 3 levels of intervention. One is technology, improving the infrastructure for holding water from natural sources. And the third is actually behavioral change. And the behavioral change was remarkable of what happened with combination of tariffs and public awareness. We were able to reduce consumption from a billion liters to about 500, 600 million liters in the span of 6 to 7 months. I don't think it happened anywhere else. In fact, Australia tried to do that many years ago. So these are really interesting examples. There are many others, but I could go on forever. So let me give opportunity for others to speak. Thanks.
Dr. Amin, we had a few kind of smallholder and public sector examples there. I know the CDC group focuses a lot on the private sector. I wonder perhaps if you could give me an example of how this is impacting businesses, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa and Asia.
Yes, thank you. So yes, well, we only do private sector investments, and I mean, this is becoming an increasing agenda for us. So we have a new climate strategy, and one of the 3 core building blocks is around adaptation and resilience, to ensure resilience of all the investments we make, as well as to increase more in the increase our investments in the businesses that can bring the necessary solutions, technologies or services to enable sectors to adapt. Maybe I'll just briefly give an example of each of those. So we, one of our investments in Pakistan, actually a wind farm, we engaged with the project developer, Zephyr, and the wind farm was actually on a floodplain. So through the due diligence, we assessed that, it was going to be very prone to flooding, not surprisingly. And so through that process, we engaged to look at how we could build resilience, and we focused on restoration of mangroves. So we worked to restore the mangroves, which primarily to help build resilience to the wind farm, but of course it's also brought some many other benefits actually in terms of new social benefits for local farmers, local fishermen, as well as biodiversity benefits, of course. And then also, I think, as many will be aware, mangroves are extremely powerful sequestrators of carbon as well. So, that was a really, I think, a really good example of how, we're starting to look at the role of nature-based solutions to build resilience, but also all the multiple other benefits that come along with that. Another example, more recently this year, we invested in a company, Cropin, in India, which is using very sophisticated data analysis of using artificial intelligence to actually look at, as Salim was saying, weather-related risks for farmers. And so Cropin is providing climate adaptation services or data services to 4 million farmers in India. And also now looking to expand it into Africa and Nigeria and Kenya. So, 2 examples of what we're doing and what we know we need to do a lot more of moving forward.
So I think just with those 2 speakers, I think we can really see why how relevant to the development sector the adaptation agenda is. Really broad, really complex, lots of technical expertise needed. But something I keep hearing over the course of my reporting is that, it's really difficult to actually get hold of this money, particularly in the least developed countries and other, climate vulnerable states. I wonder if, Claire, you could tell us a bit more about why that is.
Sure. So we've created a bit of a monster of a system. The multilateral climate funds have been set up with very high standards and expectations on those applying to them. A lot of it is highly intermediated. So a country like Nepal or Malawi is being approached by a range of different international organizations with an offer of, do you want this type of project? And then they apply on their behalf to these global funds or to the bilaterals. When the funding goes through multiple different intermediaries, a lot of it gets lost along the way for management fees, admin fees, setup costs, and so on. And what countries are finding is that it could take, it can take a very long time for the funding to arrive, but also when it has arrived, it's already a bit late, and the design is already not appropriate to the current context. When they're applying directly, they're finding that the expectations on them are very high in terms of proving their track record in doing these types of interventions, when in fact climate finance really should be there to help innovate and to help try out new approaches, and then to influence other types of finance to come in behind it. But in fact, they're being expected to have track record in what they're wanting to do. For some countries, we've been hearing, so some of the small island developing states in the Caribbean, who really are quite sophisticated in terms of the governance and so on, they've been telling us how it can take them 3-4 years to get a project that may only be for 2 years. Africa has been telling us the same stories, and the amount of iteration means that actually they're putting in a huge amount of their own time and their own resource. With very thin governments, that's a loss. They're no longer doing something else. So this is taking up a huge amount of the capacity of the LDCs and the SIDS, which is really undermining their capability to deliver on other areas. So it's a huge issue and really needs to be resolved. One of the things that has come out from the Climate and Development Ministerial earlier this year is that there are actually a lot of very tangible things that can be done. And we really need to move from talking about the problem to really beginning to try and put some of those solutions into place. For example, could the global funds have an expectation on them that they respond within a certain number of days, and that a grant is approved or rejected within a year, for example, rather than 3 or 4? Could the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund accreditation processes be combined, so you're only having to accredit with one organisation instead of with 2, because these accreditation processes are also incredibly time consuming. So there are some really practical ideas out there. What we're not really seeing is the energy to actually begin to make these changes. So the power imbalance between the poorest countries who can't access the finance and the climate finance providers themselves is really fundamental to addressing this. So this is something that we really want to see looked at the COP and progress made, commitments made.
Dr. Amin, you're an advisor to the presidency. I mean, do you think this summit is going to be sufficient to generate the political will needed to start to address some of these challenges?
Yes, absolutely. And this is a top priority for the COP president. And in particular, as Claire said, it's not just that finance exists, but rather that it's accessible and that it's in particular can support adaptation. I know that, particularly, governments need a lot more support to build their capacity, to help them become able to anticipate and then put in place the necessary measures across all of their institutional frameworks and approaches. And, that really requires grant funding. It's essential. I would also say, and this is where, at CDC, we're for those of us looking at private investment, we are seeing some interesting sort of business opportunities that we would love to invest in. A lot of them are either very, very small scale or very, very early stage. And so more of a sort of venture capital type of investment. And, again, that's more equivalent to grant funding, where you don't necessarily have to require a return on investment. So I think, again, in terms of what is the nature of the finance, the quality of the finance, as well as the accessibility is key. And I think that's very much something that the COP26 is going to be looking at. And very critically, the inclusivity of climate finance.
Right. Before I move on, Salim, did you want to come in on any of those points? How access to climate finance can start to be improved?
No, I wanted to pick up on 1 or 2 points. I think the one side is obviously the supply of the funds, and there's a whole bureaucracy around that, and Claire is so well clarified, the situation. The other is that in the context of where I work, the origination of a pipeline of projects is also one of the challenges we have, and project preparation. I see that even in my philanthropic work, that sometimes we offer money, we have grants to give, But we actually have to write the proposals on behalf of the grantee because they're either too busy or they don't actually meet our governance criteria and processes. So we have to actually work very hard at that. So there are some constraints also from the supply side. I would say that if you look at the profile of the funding, particularly in mitigation, and I think this would be true for adaptation, there's a big shift away from grants towards more concessional finance, which is soft loans with interest bearing. And I think that might also be a big challenge for poorer countries because they may not have the ability to service those even those concessional loans because it's denominated in a foreign currency. So some of these issues have to be resolved. I think in-country agency and capability is very crucial, but I would share the sentiment of Claire that we have to have a more fast-track mechanisms to be able to support. I want to iterate that in the interim, there's a need for these resources. In the long term, I think that there has to be more regional and national mobilization of resources. I don't think we can have a huge expectation that, given the current trends over the last 10 years or so, that these resources will be easily available and mobilized to the levels that and extent needed by the advanced economies, which is also a major source of distrust and concern going into the COP. So if we don't solve that, then we may have challenges going forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's been said in Parliament this week, actually, this week being late October, that a lack of progress on COP, adaptation finance and access to adaptation finance does have the potential to, quote, derail the COP. I mean, is that hyperbole or is that realistic?
I think that's absolutely right. I think the failure to deliver the 100 billion that's been promised, which is really a tiny amount, if you consider that the G20 propped up fossil fuel companies with 150 billion over the period of the pandemic. So they can find 150 billion to prop up the problem. They cannot find 100 billion to help sort out the challenges that the poorest countries and poorest communities are facing. It is absolutely central to the deal that was done at Paris. There were three legs to the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement fundamentally requires action on all of these three legs, and that's finance, adaptation, and mitigation. And without that, everything's going to unravel. The G20 can, the poorest, the less developed countries, emerging economies that are not considered part of the rich countries historically, are able to hold hostage the emission reductions if they're not seeing the finance flow. But I do think there is a big difference between what the emerging economies and what the larger countries can do compared to the smaller countries like the LDCs, smaller markets like the LDCs and SIDS. It's much harder for them to leverage the private sector finance. So this sort of language of, oh, well, you've got to leverage it, that applies fine to the emerging economies, to the better off and larger markets, but it's not applying to the LDCs, it's not applying to the small island developing states. And so we do have to find that public finance to support them because they cannot get the interest, the attention of the big investors because they're just too small a market. So we need to think about solutions, and we also need to move away from the idea that everything is going to be solved through projects being provided. So that the blame for the lack of funding flowing is quite often put on the poorest countries for not having the project pipeline. But actually, why should they have a project pipeline when really what they're trying to do is get finance down to the local level to local governments through their decentralized bottom-up planning process, get down through their welfare system, their social protection mechanisms, or through the support, the continuous support that's provided to enterprise and business. And so we should be moving away from this idea that we always need a project pipeline. We need projects when there's a large national investment of some sort, but for these day-to-day the ways that the government continuously works with society and supports society through periods of change, that finance should be flowing more continuously. So we really need to completely reimagine the system because it currently just is not working for for the countries that deserve that finance most.
And of course, that comes back into the point you made earlier around the capacities of governments in countries which perhaps have a less powerful bureaucracy than the higher income countries to plan for these projects. Dr. Amin, did you have anything you'd like to add to Claire's points?
Yeah, no, I agree with much of that, but I do think and governments absolutely need support, and that support needs to get down to local government level, municipals, community level. At the same time, I don't think any country, but I would say even particularly the most vulnerable, will be able to address all of these climate challenges that they're facing without the private sector. And actually, that will likely be small companies, small and medium-sized enterprises that are providing necessary services in a local context, whether that's providing services to farmers, to in a city, urban context, in a whether it's enabling managing heat stress, flooding, etc. I think the private sector has to play a role. It is very challenging, though, that there are some innovative solutions coming forward, but they're often not at a stage in which they can be considered financeable, bankable, if you like, by even DFIs such as ourselves as an impact investor and responsible investor. So we do need to build out a much stronger collaboration, address all the barriers to private finance going into these types of businesses, and these businesses being able to grow in a way that they can meet the challenges over time. And we're actually leading a collaborative with DFI peers on exactly that, the Adaptation Resilience Investors Collaborative. So, and with a particular focus in the LDCs. And so, I think really important to recognize there is an essential role for the private sector as well in the LDCs in particular.
Does anyone want to come back to that? Claire.
Yes, I mean, I think just to clarify, I wasn't in any way saying that the private sector, I mean, obviously within the poorest countries, you have huge numbers of small firms. I was talking about the trillions that sit in the capital markets of London and New York and Bangkok and so on. Sorry. I think we were on a slightly different point, but the issue I think is to recognise that it is very hard to attract real investment in, and that small enterprise in these countries do need a lot of support. So I'm delighted with the sort of support you're developing for those businesses, but quite often to begin to make the adjustments that we really need to see, it's to grow a business, it takes a bit of grant capital very often, not just equity, not just a loan. So we just have to recognise that to get some of these businesses that are going to support and provide climate services in different ways, they actually need quite a lot of hand-holding. And what we're seeing in the renewable energy sector, for example, is that there are very few African businesses emerging from in Africa, and that is because they get much less of that handholding early on than some of the international businesses that are getting grant-based support from different donors. So we just have to recognise that there's a fundamental shift that we're needing to see, and it's not enough to say that we're getting businesses growing if those are all internationally owned. We need domestic businesses being grown within Africa, within the LDCs, within the SIDS.
Salim, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think you need to split it up into two parts. There's a very important role for the public sector to intervene in the space. Now, least developed countries don't have the fiscal space for the public sector to play a big role. There are particularly economically sensitive and vulnerable parts of the economy which are driven by the private sector and the private markets. And there's probably a cost curve that needs to be overcome. And so some of this funding could be used to incentivize the private sector to start thinking about these adaptation issues as part of a broader economic resilience. So I just want to consistently argue that I don't think the 100 billion is going to solve our problem, but it is a mechanism to begin to seed innovation and to begin to look at this as a whole economy problem and try to solve it from that level. There needs to be national and regional approaches taken to this. And one must clearly split up between what is a public good, which the private sector is least likely to participate in, and what is actually a market-driven need where the private sector has to play a bigger role. And they have to, these dots have to be joined up. So I think that the COP process, I firmly believe there needs to be a reframing of adaptation, the way the mechanisms work, and they have to be more integrated into the broader economic solutions and not seen as isolation, as little projects outside of the mainstream economic plans and recovery.
Thank you so much, Salim. And thank you so much to all our panelists for joining us. We really appreciate your time. And I will certainly be taking your comments into the COP as we go out reporting from that. I'm sure this discussion is going to continue and continue. Just a reminder to our viewers, you can subscribe to the DevX Newswire and the DevX Invested newsletter at the links below. And once again, thank you all for joining us.
Hi there and welcome. Really excited, looking forward to today's conversation. We're going to be hearing today about mobilizing climate finance, which is a very relevant topic now with COP26. Very excited to have with me here today two experts in the field, Katja Silva Leander, the Director of DAI's Development Finance and Investment Practice, and Robin Young, who is also with DAI and working on a USAID Invest project. I'm very much looking forward to hearing from both of their extensive experiences today. So maybe I can just start with where you would see the role of the private sector joining and taking part, and how exactly can they get involved?
Yeah, so because there's a big need, but there's also a big financing gap. So they've estimated that there's a 1.6 trillion financing gap annually in order to reach the Paris Agreement targets. So a lot of that financing at the moment is coming from the public sector, from governments and donors. But in order to really, so far we haven't been able to reach the targets in terms of financing. In order to reach the large amounts of the trillions that we actually need to reach these targets, there's a huge need to attract private capital. And private capital is really the only way to be able to scale up the climate finance needs to a state where sufficient financing is going into both rich and developing countries to reach these targets, and also to help developing countries to adapt and cope, increase their resilience to cope with the impacts, adverse impacts of climate change.
Thank you. And Robin, maybe I can ask you to give us a little bit of your experiences in the field of how these projects work, and how private capital can be mobilized for climate finance. If you might have a couple of examples from the ground.
Sure. Well, on USAID Invest, we work around the world with different USAID missions, bureaus, and operating units. And they basically engage with Invest to mobilize private capital for a diversity of development objectives. We've seen increasingly a lot, for example, in the renewable energy sector. And so this is both to address the access to energy needs that residences and businesses have, and increasingly the economics align also for it to be in renewable energy. So depending on the markets, we've seen it in wind energy, we've seen mini grids, we've seen solar home systems, so different types of energy solutions. And as far as how we are working with them, it also depends a bit on the stage of the businesses or the projects. So for example, one of the early projects we had under Invest was in East Africa, where there were a number of companies that were already in a growth mode, both with solar home systems, so small systems for residential households for the basic electricity needs, as well as mini grids. And they were in a growth mode, raising capital. And so really to help speed that up and reduce some of the risks and information costs, USAID would come in and offset some of the costs for transaction advisory services to bring together these businesses with private capital that was interested to grow in these, or to invest in these growing markets. In other countries, for example, in Vietnam, where there's also a big push for renewables, in particular in wind, both onshore and offshore, to be able to attract, international investors with local developers as well to really help build that market. Often coming in for large projects with helping to buy down some of the information costs and ensure really high quality data, reliable on the engineering side, so that international investors will trust these investment opportunities that they're coming into. So those are two examples.
Those are great examples. Are there any areas that you think are currently underfunded where there's really an opportunity for the private sector to get in early? Are there any of these growth opportunities that you can identify right now?
Yeah, so in the energy sector, it is a sector that I think we see, both the need because of the huge emissions that are coming from that sector, but also the private sector tends to get into it more. And so there's a more limited need to help buy down the cost there. But in other sectors, for example, in climate smart agriculture, which is hugely important given the number of people that still work in agriculture in a lot of these developing countries, as well as both the impact that climate change can have on the sector, as well as the emissions that can be generated. And so we are seeing a number of funds in this sector that really need support. And this is where we see, for example, donors like USAID can come in with catalytic capital to help buy down the risk, help these fund managers establish a first loss facility, and therefore help attract additional private capital into these sectors, which really do need it.
Great, thank you. And Katja, did you want to jump in there?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that in one of the discussions for the upcoming COP26 is that so far a lot of capital has been going into mitigation activities that help reduce emissions mostly. But there's a lot more capital needed for adaptation activities, which is to help countries adapt to any climate impact that has already happened, and not as much funding is going into that. I think they've estimated about only 20% of the funding so far has gone into that, as opposed to what's going into mitigation. So I think there's going to be a big call for action to invest more in adaptation.
Right. And I mean, maybe that's a good point to ask you there. If you could sort of quickly say what it is that you're hoping that the leaders from the G20, the COP26, what are you really looking for from them as we go into this next phase of trying to get the financing together to help with climate adaptation and mitigation?
Yeah, so the first one is exactly that, to channel more funds into adaptation and raise more funding commitments towards those types of activities. The other one is, and a major one actually, is the pledge that G7 countries made a few years ago to collectively raise $100 billion per year to help developing countries reduce their emissions, and also to help them cope and adapt to climate change impact. And so far, that 100 billion per year was meant to be met by 2020, and then was going to be, the pledge is to give 100 billion per year until 2025. And so far, that 100 billion per year has not been met. I think the highest so far has been 80 billion, which took place in 2019. And so far, the estimates are that in 2020, that 100 billion wasn't met either. So COP26, that's one of the key pillars that they want to achieve, is to get that commitment from the G7 countries to make sure that the 100 billion are met, and also in addition to hope to agree on additional investment on top of the 100 billion per year, because that's not even going to be sufficient. We're needing to mobilize trillions of dollars rather than billions.
Right. Thank you, Katya. Yeah, I think that's really a very good place to leave it, because there's really this need for the private sector to get involved, but the governments need to also continue to step up and make sure that they're meeting their commitments. I want to thank you both, Rob and Katya, for speaking with me today. I learned a lot, and yeah, best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We've had some really great discussion of climate finance, and we're going to shift gears a little bit, but you'll hear some familiar themes. I know Sir Ronnie Cohen earlier was talking about sort of, are we going to, in that conversation, Raj was asking him about, will we reach a ESG, SDG tipping point of sorts? And sort of what does it take to get there? So we're really going to dive in and talk about some of the trends we're seeing in ESG, in this environmental, social, and governance investing space. There has been tremendous growth in the last couple of years in that space, though how much of it is sort of interrogated is a question mark. There could certainly be some greenwashing and other sort of questions about how ESG is being measured by individual organizations. And joining me in sort of this conversation around what we're seeing in the evolution of the ESG space, and what the potential might be there to mobilize some of that, those trillions of dollars into the SDG space will look like. And so the two people joining me for this conversation are Marcos Neto, who's the director of the Finance Sector Hub at the UN Development Program, and is leading a lot of work around this, including with a G20 working group on sustainable finance, and Tariq Fancy, who's the founder and CEO of the Rumi Initiative, which is an edtech nonprofit. But today we're sort of tapping his expertise in the finance industry. He served as BlackRock's chief investment officer for sustainable investing and led their ESG work before leaving, and has become pretty outspoken about some of the challenges of ESG investing. So thank you both so much for joining me. I'm looking forward to a great conversation. Tariq, maybe we'll start with you. Can you help sort of paint a picture of what we're seeing in the ESG space? I mean, it's tremendous growth. In July, I think Bloomberg predicted ESG assets are on track to exceed 50 trillion by 2025. In 2020, it was about $35 trillion of assets sort of purporting to be invested in ESG. What can you tell us about the trends and what might be behind those trends?
Thanks for the chance to speak here, first of all. And, in terms of the ESG space, I think there is enormous growth in it, in large part because people are looking for solutions to social problems, in particular climate change. And often in the absence of government action to drive that, they'll tend to look at, whatever else is available, right? So consumers will look at what products they buy on the shelf, what funds they invest in. Institutional investors will look, and sort of say, how can I use the tools I have at my disposal, including my investment capital or retirement savings, to not only achieve a solid return, but also, ideally, sort of achieve social goals alongside that. And I think the challenge that we've seen in this space is that there's explosive growth around it in recent years, but because there's no real regulation on what it means to be ESG, what it means to be a green fund, there's been a bit of a race to the bottom where for the most part, it tends to be marketing, right? Because the reality is that you can attract greater client dollars if your fund is an ESG fund than a non-ESG fund. You can often charge higher fees for that, right? So the average ESG fund has over 40% higher fees. And if no one is actually going to regulate what that means, you end up in a situation where, for the most part, the impetus in the industry at a systemic level is to paint whatever you had green because it, fly off the shelves. Like, it's kind of like if you have two apples at the grocery store and I'm selling an apple and Marco is selling another apple and I want people to buy mine. If I can put an organic sticker on mine and no one's going to police what that actually means, I'm going to, of course I'm going to do it. Then he's eventually going to figure out and everyone's going to do it. And the challenge ultimately, I think, is that when you look at the incentives of the system, the only way you can drive the kind of change we need is that you need government to play a critical role, not government as provider, right? I'm not saying that, imagine we need more electric vehicles. The answer is not that government goes and starts, building electric car factories. That's not realistic. But government as regulator is a very, very important role, right? It's the role where they can say, we need to regulate and put fines on pollution, right? We need to, it's sort of like a referee setting the rules of the game. At some point, if the game is being played dirty, you need the referee to come in and do their job and clean it up. And what we've seen in recent decades is that not only has that not happened, but ESG has emerged and practiced the way it is today. There's some useful data, there's some useful standards. There's a lot of great people, especially young people, who are very passionate about it, but they're being combined into narratives that try to convince us that we don't need government regulation because, businesses will do the right thing all by themselves, sort of like a good sportsmanship argument on the part of the players in the field, which I saw very clearly across the data of the largest asset manager in history is definitely not true. And secondly, you have a bunch of products and a lot of those products actually have no impact, right? Because again, no one's policing what they are. And so they just will grab shares already traded in public markets and they'll give you a slightly different basket and use it to charge more fees. That's concerning because the last thing I'll say on that really quickly is that, if there's a financing gap of $1.5 trillion, and then people say, wow, we've got 500 billion of ESG funds, so that's part of the solution. It's actually not if there's no real impact out of that, right? There's no additionality. It's just basically moving money around to charge higher fees. In the end, that 500 billion may have zero impact at all. So I do think ESG has potential, but the way it's being practiced today I'd argue, is not only not helpful, it's actually harmful because it provides a placebo where we think that we're doing something, but we're not. And every year, ESG talk goes up, ESG assets go up, and they go up alongside, emissions and inequality and all the things that they're meant in theory to actually prevent.
Well, thanks for that perspective. And I think it's an important one because you come from the space, you saw from the inside what things look like. And I think there's also a question here that maybe we'll get into a little bit later about the distinction between ESG and impact investing, which is much smaller than the ESG investing market. But Marcos, I wanted to turn to you and bring you into the conversation from where you sit at the UN, at UNDP. I know you've been working on launching products that have integrity and standards built into them that are trying to sort of appeal to this ESG space, SDG bonds, et cetera. So tell me a little bit about how you see the sort of evolution of the space where you sit, and any sort of reactions or response to what Tariq's been saying.
Thank you, Adva. Great to see you again, and thanks for the opportunity. And look, I think Tariq, it's a spot on, right? We were just listening to the comments about the $100 billion that needs to be happening out of COP26. Well, let's not forget that $100 billion is not just public finance; it's public and private finance, right? That is supposed to compose that $100 billion. At least that's what the developed countries wants to say. If that is the case, then the integrity of the private capital that combines into that $100 billion commitment from rich countries to developing countries must be 100%. And I do think that, the current description that Tariq gave it, it's very concerning. And part of the problem is, what are we trying to accomplish? And I do think that the ESG universe historically comes around of this from a kind of a passive checklist, do no harm exercise, right? Now, why does this matter for the United Nations Development Program? Because we actually have something called the Sustainable Development Goals Agenda 2030, right? Or the Paris Accord. That should be what drives that private capital investment. It is, your issue about impact, right? And it's not so much about impact investment, which is smaller. It's about the whole financial system, right? Aiming towards something, having a purpose. That purpose, I would argue, right, is the Sustainable Development Goals, is the Paris Accord. And if you want private capital to deliver on the SDGs, right, then the rules of the game have to change, right? They have to change it from the point of view of the incentives, for private capital. The role of regulation from governments. Regulation should not be just seen as, negative. There could be incentives in regulations for money to genuinely chase that impact, right? But when money is not chasing that impact, but is claiming to be chasing impact, there has to be regulation that, kind of disincentivize that washing or that marketing side of things, right? In the end of the day, what you want is all investments to have an impact. As a matter of fact, I would argue all investments have today an impact. Problem is a lot of those investments have a negative impact, and there's a lot of people pretending that the impact is positive, but not generating a lot of impact. Maybe there is a do no harm that is growing, which is already better than harm. But if we really want to achieve something, right, and that for me, obviously being the United Nations is the SDGs, you got to tighten the rules of the game, and we are very happy as UNDP to be working with the G20 to put in place, it was just endorsed by the heads of G20, a G20 sustainable finance roadmap for the last 5 years, which is starting to put it in place, if you want, an architecture of policies that need to be put in place in G20 and beyond to tighten the rules of the game. Because I agree with Tariq, we need regulation. We need the governments to come in place and determine where does this capital go, both in terms of impact and also in terms of geography. Because if only 50 countries or 60 countries in the world are in the highway of financing, right, and most of the developing world and in Africa and others are not receiving any investment, any capital, that's also a problem, right? I'm delighted to see the European Green Deal driving regulation in Europe, driving capital towards green and the SDGs with a growing degree of integrity in Europe. But if it just stays in Europe and it doesn't go to Africa, we've got a problem still, right?
So Tariq, I guess a question for you there. In terms of driving investment to lower income countries, to sort of creating opportunities for investment to go into lower income African countries and not just stay in the US, in Europe, in more highly developed markets. What do you think the prospects are for that? And what needs to happen to, are there incentives that need to come into place? And we'll come back to this conversation about regulation in just a second, because I want to hear some specific sort of recommendations from both of you on that. But on this issue of sort of driving geographical diversity of some of the world's major investors, and how do you think that can happen? Because that does seem a critical component of achieving these SDGs.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I would always say, look, one thing I'd clarify up front is that, there's government has a critical role to play, but again, it's the financial markets that are going to have to do most of the heavy lifting, right? Most of the jobs and capital are in the private sector, so there's no question that they're not exempt from it. The question is really, how do you get them to play a critical role? And as Marcos mentioned, it's really about changing the incentives of the system. If you're within a rich country, it's as simple as saying, if you want more green innovation, then you need to have a price on carbon, and you need to sort of have adjust the incentives in such a way that you get far greater movement of capital to greater causes, right? And in a sense, that's what the role government's supposed to play, right? I mean, business and markets serve society, not the other way around, right? I mean, and I'm sort of a former investment banker with an MBA and a capitalist, but it sounds like a simple thing. And I think since the 80s, we've been beholden to a bunch of narratives that underlie the economic system that seem to convince people that free markets solve all problems. And so that you have to work within the existing paradigm, and regulation is not a question. And I think to answer your question on how capital gets to more emerging countries, I think on one level you need a significant investments in new technologies. I think those are going to happen in rich countries first, which have the capacity to invest in base research, pre-commercialization. They have the incentives to, again, find pollution and other things, so that you see a capital moving in a direction that is, that is not guided by anything around ethics or good sportsmanship. It's just the return is now in another place. And by adjusting the incentives, you see a quick movement there. I think for getting it to emerging markets, I think, you need a whole bunch of tools around foreign direct investment. And I think that the receiving countries also need to then be in concert with rich countries in the sense of the incentives that they're putting in place, right? So that, again, foreign direct investment, it has to be the kind of investment that has additionality, right? I'm sure we'll get into ESG versus impact in a second, but it has to have some additionality. And I think that at the local level, again, the capital is going to chase the returns. Like the one challenge I think around the space is this idea that like ESG somehow does something, pulls you away from the single financial bottom line that is underlies the markets and all of the incentives of the system and always has and always will, right? I started my career as a vulture investor, like distressed debt, very, very sharp elbowed. Now I run an ed tech nonprofit, quite at the extremes, right? But having seen the sharpest side of finance, I can tell you right now, we would finance anything that's legal and makes money. That's not a bad thing. People aren't evil. It's just the way the market system is supposed to work, right? It's efficient precisely because within the guardrails set by the government, you have people chasing the best return. And I think that's why it's so important to get capital to emerging markets. It needs to start with rich countries setting the right kinds of incentives in their own countries. I think it's a lot easier than for developing countries to at least try to do the same, recognizing that the economics are difficult in those places. There is a role for first loss capital and subsidized approaches, right? I've worked on things like that to bring renewable power into emerging markets. The challenge, I think, is that there's a limit to how far you can get on that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and that's going to reaching into the government kitty. And I think there's limited money for that. And I think it often might be better spent on sort of base research and other things that unlock, commercializable technologies that we need.
Yeah, so let's talk about this issue of regulation. We've seen, Marcos, you alluded to this, some efforts in Europe to create some regulation around what's, considered sort of more, green investments. We have seen some sort of movements out of the SEC in the Biden administration. I think it'll be interesting to see if there's any more action there. But, some proposed rule changes to ERISA, for example, which could, make non-purely financial factors, more a part of discussion for those institutional investors. So I'm curious from both of you, what are some specific regulatory actions you think countries can take, and is there an appetite there? I mean, in many cases, it's the very institutions who would be regulated who are quite powerful in Congress in the US, for example, who might be pushing against additional regulation. So how do you sort of strike the right balance and in, politically charged environments really push forward on this regulatory front?
If I can jump in here, I think we have seen interesting progress, right? So that's not all completely, bad. If you look at the creation of a new sustainability standards board for disclosure, right? And I think tidying disclosure is becoming a bit of a mantra now. And the IFRS creation of an international sustainability standard board is welcome, right? But it's not enough. Why? Because that standard board is going to focus on enterprise value. So it's going to focus on disclosures that matters to investors, not necessarily the full impact that a company has on society, positive and negative. And you do need that holistic point of view. You do need to see how a company and all the externalities that a company presents, positive and negative, are fully accounted for, right? So welcome the IFRS, welcome the Sustainability Standard Board. It is a track that we've seen it before with the Accounting Standards Board. It worked in create transparency, so it's most welcome in that aspect. Right, but I do think that is not enough, and that the search for that impact is still something that regulation is going to have to show. And you see that in Europe. Europe was regulatory framework with IFRAC around issues of double materiality being important. It's perhaps the way to go on that aspect. I also think that disclosure in itself is not enough. Right? Let's be honest. Okay. The United Nations created many years ago the principle for responsible investment. And those principles are fantastic. There's nothing wrong with it. There are basically 2,500 assets that have subscribed $100 trillion to the PRI. Okay. And as you mentioned, Adva, there's $50 trillion on the ESG now. Well, you know what? If in the real economy, all this money were actually behaving like the principles that they behaved, we wouldn't have this conversation, right? The gap to finance the SDGs wouldn't be going up, right? It would be shrinking. So you've got a problem that a lot of what you have in the system right now is too loose, as Tariq has referred to. It's a market failure that is being attempted to be solved by the market-based mechanisms itself. And you can't solve a market failure just by market-based mechanism. You need the governments to come in that aspect. And I think the last point that I would say is that you need decision-making information, right? You need information, and you need standards that are more than the disclosure, that they allow for the decisions to be framed in a way that you are searching for that financial, which I agree, it's always going to be there, the financial return, but also fully capitalizing, fully including, right, the externalities inside that financial return. So I think that is what needs to happen in terms of decision. We as UNDP have created a series of standards for decision making, for private equity, for bonds, for enterprises, and together with the OECD for DFIs. And we are seeing the sovereign bond market using our standards, in Indonesia and in Mexico and Uzbekistan. We are pleased at the beginning of using of those standards to generate a little bit more integrity on SDG investment in that aspect.
Right. Tariq, I don't know if you want to jump in on that, but one quick comment on my part. I think one of the things that you really highlight in that, Marcos, is that one of the things we are seeing is a divide between the rhetoric and the action. Right. And I think, I think about that a lot as we're looking at COP, as we're looking at corporate commitments on net zero, for example, which, we've seen a ton of, across corporates and across the financial industry, pledges to get to net zero. But then often no concrete plan with which to get there. So I do think that and that's a place where, yes, governments, but also perhaps civil society organizations like the UN, and certainly journalists have a place to sort of create some accountability around connecting the rhetoric and the action. I think the challenge in the ESG space is that it's very opaque. There's not a lot of public reporting out there. There's not a lot of standardization of the ratings, though I know that IOSCO, the International Organization of Securities Commissions, did recommend earlier this year regulating the ESG ratings sector. So I'm also curious if you think that will be done or could have an impact. But Tariq, I'll go to you with that question and just if there is sort of additional regulation of this ESG sector, do you think that will increase the cost of delivery of sort of ESG products? And will that make an impact for, people who are low income?
My concern is that ESG done poorly is a placebo, right? Because the reality, as Marco said, transparency alone isn't enough. Right, there's been transparency around CEO pay levels for decades. It just increased. It's not like having transparency meant that it sort of rationalized a bit. You have, transparency in calorie counts in New York, right? I'm not sure that that's done that much around obesity. The reality is that if you have a market failure, transparency alone isn't enough, right? It's like if you use the sports analogy I was using, transparency allows you to see that certain players are kind of playing dirtier than others. But unless the referee is there to penalize them, then no one internalizes that externality, right? And so that's the question. It's basic externalities in economics, right? That Arthur Pigou or whatever came up with, 100 years ago. And these are externalities that you would argue that it's the government's role to protect the long-term public interest. If they're not doing that, you have a system where the incentives are extraordinarily short-term today, right? So the average CEO tenure is 5 years. Shortest has been decades. Average CEO pay is 320 times the average industry worker. That's the highest it's been in decades. If you have a system where people get paid within a few years what it used to cost, take a decade plus to do, it's not even about the individuals. I'm not casting aspersion on specific people. I'm just saying at a systemic level, you're going to find, much as we found when incentives were misaligned around the financial crisis, that they are going to take a lot of risks in the near term because they get paid a lot and kick the can down the road on long-term things, right? Because if if you're not going to feel the impacts of climate change until 10 or 20 years, and you get paid in the next few years, frankly, the incentive is to market yourself as being sustainable rather than to actually make these long-term investments that pay off. And fundamentally, the question that we have to ask is, is ESG the answer, or is, we have to reform the entire financial system? Here, like a provocative question, I wrote a paper a few months ago that seems to have gone viral called The Secret Diary of a Sustainable Investor, which anyone can find online. It's on Medium. And one of the points I make in it is that, in the post-World War II period, let's take the US as an example, there were better outcomes from capitalism in terms of, certainly economic inequality, right? There was a vibrant middle class. There was better environmental protection, and Richard Nixon founded the EPA in 1970, right? All of this happened without the acronym ESG, without the idea of having a parallel financial system of green assets with premium prices that are meant to undo what the regular financial system is doing. My concern is that the reality is that we need the entire financial system to be green. That's never going to happen with leaving it to the market to self-correct a market failure. And every year we find, like, it's 2021 now. I mean, someone won a Nobel Prize 3 years ago for arguing we need a price on carbon. He'd been saying it for decades. And the more we talk about ESG and done poorly, where it's just generally marketing, the more we actually mislead the public. This is one of the points of my paper and study we've done. They actually feel like you need less government action, right? So it's kind of like players on a field, they're playing dirty, and then they're arguing, good sportsmanship is the answer. And the more that they spend billions marketing and then, frankly, lobbying the referees not to do their job, the slower it is that we actually get referees and the kind of change we need. And I think fundamentally the question is really, what is capitalism itself is at risk if that's the best answer we have? Because, listen, I turned 43 recently, and the data shows that the majority of the people younger than me don't believe in capitalism, right? So at some point, unless we can address the climate crisis, we won't only see, challenges from all of the things we know around climate change and everything else. We're also going to see, the entire systems that the Western democracies in particular find themselves in the crosshairs of a significant pushback, because otherwise there's no way to look at climate change in the way that governments have responded today and look at it anything but short-term incentives playing out and kicking the can down the road in a way that's kind of intergenerational robbery, right? I mean, that's why Greta Thunberg, I mean, she's 18. I've never seen, mostly 18-year-olds, you hope they're quite optimistic. She's quite cynical. It's not her fault. It's her generation is seeing a complete failure to address a crisis that they know they're going to end up bearing the consequences of more than anyone else.
Yeah. So we've got about 2 minutes left, and I'm going to go to Marcos first, and then maybe we'll come back to you, Tarek, for 30 seconds at the end. But as we look at the path forward, what needs to happen? What can happen? What will sort of force the system to change? How do you push governments to play the regulatory role that they need to play? So what does the path look forward in sort of ESG regulation and in ensuring that the financial system can, adapt and support these challenges of inequality, of poverty, of climate, et cetera? So Marcus, I'll go to you first.
Well, I think if you look at climate, it has become clear for the financial system, the climate poses a risk, right? A risk for pension funds, a risk to the integrity of the financial system. So actually, this is why climate has been taken on a lot more than other parts. So I think as other issues become equal to climate in terms of financial risk, more integrity will be demanded. But the question is, you have an opportunity. The SDGs presents itself a $12 trillion a year opportunity for capitalism, right? So the question is, move away from defense and risk management to change the financial system to maximize the opportunity that is there, which it is a financial opportunity, a social and environmental. I agree with Tariq, and I think that's in the end is the dream, right? A financial system that doesn't need to be called green or impact because it delivers the purpose for society. And that purpose today in the world is represented by the Sustainable Development Goals. So let's deliver that, and end with all the acronyms and generate that in that sense.
Tarek, any last thoughts?
I mean, I agree with what Marco said. I think my goal this year was really been to spark a debate. How do we get there? I think we need to have a debate about the role of government. I think that's an overdue debate that seems to have been pushed off since the 1980s. And unless we actually have that debate in serious fashion, especially amongst the business community and especially in the US, I think it's going to be hard to get anything done because governments are going to have, there's too much money sloshing around the system. And so you really need to get business leaders to ask, what is responsible business? And if it requires the referees coming in and doing their jobs, then that's what it requires.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I look forward to sort of continuing to have this conversation with both of you and with other folks. I think it's, really interesting to see how all this is evolving and the role that it could play in development finance. So thank you both.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. I have with me here today Leslie Mastorp, the Vice President of the New Development Bank, and Christian Novak of Delphos International. And we're going to be discussing one of the most important subjects facing the multilateral development banks, how to unlock their full potential and what this might mean for their credit ratings. This is going to be a very in-depth and interesting discussion, and I'm very much looking forward to it. Thank you both for joining.
Thank you for having
me. So let's jump straight in and discuss this topic because it's it's one that's being hotly debated right now, how to utilize the balance sheets of the multilateral development banks. And one of the ideas out there is that in order to get more capital out to countries in need, that the banks should take certain steps that would reduce their credit ratings, but would allow them to mobilize capital more quickly. So maybe we'll start with Leslie can explain a little bit about this idea and how it could be used to get more capital out.
Thanks very much, Shabta. I think this is an important conversation, but it should be framed around the issue of how do we increase at this moment of deep crisis in the world, the capacity or the total volume of development finance. I think that has to be the starting point. But even further, the backdrop has to be, why do credit ratings even matter? And just to say something briefly about that, as you know, the World Bank, the IMF was formed in 1944, and it took about 10, 14 years or so for the World Bank to obtain its AAA credit rating. But since then, throughout the last 75 years, having a high credit rating have been central to the business model of multilateral development finance institutions. Why do we need a high rating? The first reason is that we were started with quite modest amounts of capital. World Bank was started with less than $10 billion in capital. It has generated over $700 billion of lending over this 7 decades or so. We need the high credit rating because it enables us to raise funds from the the debt capital markets at the cheapest possible rate, which then enable us to on-lend to developing countries, low-income countries, at rates that are much more competitive than what it would be if they would raise it themselves. So to put it simply, if Brazil, that is currently a double B minus, for them to raise money in the international capital markets, it will be significantly more expensive than the funding that we could provide them or the World Bank or Inter-American Development Bank can provide. So that has to be the starting point. The highest possible rating for the lowest possible cost of funds is central for the development finance model to work. The second key point to make is that we have just faced and still in the middle of, or hopefully towards the end of, a global pandemic. During this time, MDBs have struggled to provide the necessary increases in funding that has been required to deal with the economic recovery efforts underway. What I have argued is that we need to subject to first principles. We need to go back to the drawing boards to ask every step along the way in terms of the business model of MDBs, where is the scope to do things differently, including whether our capital adequacy metrics are the correct ones. And there, I think we have discovered, and it's not the first time this has been raised, that, for example, the credit rating agencies underestimate the financial strength of multilateral banks. We can go into the detail, but in brief, I'd say there are three areas. Number one, multilateral banks have something called callable capital. We're the only financial institutions with this form of capital. It has never been called upon, but there's a good $400 billion of eligible callable capital that could potentially be included in some form or way in the calculation. Secondly, we have something called preferred creditor treatments, which means that we rank senior to all other private lenders, and therefore the default rates are very low when it comes to non-performing loans of multilateral banks. And then thirdly, I think there's an over-concentration in the rating methodologies of concentration risk, which then impacts on what's called the RAC ratio, or the risk-adjusted capital ratio. So there's some imperfections in rating methodologies is really what I'm outlining. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Leslie. Let's go over to you, Christian. What do you think about this proposal about sort of playing a little bit with the ratings in order to be able to meet the crisis of the moment, particularly as it comes to the SDGs and the other acute financing needs that many countries are facing right now?
Thank you very much. And I fully agree with Leslie on the importance of maximizing the capital of the NDVs and GFIs by mobilizing capital into the balance sheets. And he very well highlighted the importance of credit ratings. However, there's indeed, a saving that can be achieved by having strong credit ratings for obvious reasons. I would just probably challenge, whether AAA or a lower rating than that, could come probably with an additional cost that might probably overcompensate on the cheapest cost that funding would have at a AAA rating. I'm mostly referring to, and this is based, of course, on the existing credit rating methodologies, on what it means to be AAA, and therefore the corresponding level of capital that is required, much of which actually is required to keep in liquid assets, much of which is required to be in highly rated assets that yield very low, and therefore that comes with a cost. This is a huge amount of liquidity sitting on these balance sheets, which is capital that could otherwise be used for development in other ways, even out of the existing shareholders. So the AAA rating, yes, indeed, provides for a lower cost of funding, but that comes with another cost. Like I mentioned, is that huge amount of capital that is required under the existing methodologies and the use of that liquidity that is not dedicated to development financing, as it could potentially be dedicated to. And keep in mind, the marginal cheapest cost between AAA and AA might not be as high as it could be the cost that is attached to that for the concepts that I just described. Secondly, we all are very well aware about the relevant financial gap that exists to achieving the SDGs. One would perfectly think that, yes, indeed, it's important to mobilize that capital from the balance sheet, from the NDVs and DFIs, but there's a need for accelerating that mobilization from the private capital. And my second question here is whether that mobilization can rather exist at the investee level by providing more developed financial products that can allow that mobilization to exist at the investee level. So anyways, wrapping up here, AAA may not be the best rating to target upon, and I personally recommend not to target on that. Secondly, I do encourage for utilizing more financial additionality products that can actually mobilize possibly additional capital at the investee level.
Thanks so much for that. I would just want to take some of that and then ask Leslie how he thinks about these issues in terms of, I was recently at a forum where a representative of one of the multilateral development banks said that this discussion that's going on right now From their point of view, it's a little bit worrying because it's worrying their shareholders, because there's a sense that in the event of a crisis down the line, if there's even this talk that the banks could potentially allow for some slack in their ratings, that this would worry the ratings agencies, and this would have knock-on effects. And in the long run, it would raise the cost of capital precisely at the moment where they need to be able to mobilize capital quickly. For example, if interest rates were to go up. So I think that's one of the main concerns that that are being raised. And maybe Leslie, you could talk about that a little.
Thanks, Sapta. I mean, I would argue, I'll just make sort of three brief points. The first one is that we should be looking at whether the metrics for AAA are indeed the correct ones, and look at ways of optimizing the metrics within the confines of the AAA rating. I don't think it is sensible to argue for a rating we should move down the credit spectrum for the sake of it. I think that we should look at, are there buffers? For example, let's say the leverage ratio on average, if you look at multilateral banks today, leverage ratio is around 3, meaning for every $3 that we actually of development exposure or lending out there, we have $1 in the bank. That is a very low leverage ratio, as you would agree. For commercial or private institutions, that number is in the region of 11, in some cases slightly higher. So if our leverage ratios right now are maybe 1.8 or 2 or even 2.5, then there is significant cushion or buffer which can then still be utilized. So I think the first point to make is that there is scope within the existing metrics for us to explore the additional potential capital that can be raised. That's the first point. The second point to make is that there is no science to some of these metrics. I'll give you one metric. There's something called Statute of Limitations of Operations, it's called. It was put in the World Bank statute way back in 1944. All of the banks replicated it. Even we, the New Development Bank, replicated it in 2015. What it essentially means is that all of your total exposure, loans, guarantees, everything combined, must never exceed your total subscribed capital. Subscribed capital, as you know, is both your paid-in capital or equity and reserves, plus callable capital. So in our case, it's $50 billion, and therefore our exposure it has to be a 1-to-1 ratio. For all of the banks, it's the same. The World Bank has obviously generated a lot of reserves over the income and reserves over the years. So in the case of the World Bank, as I said, they generated more than 700 billion over the past 75 years. But that particular metric was, introduced, and it was just kept. And in fact, the rating agencies do not actually look at that metric anymore, and yet it is still on the studied books. The point here to make with regards to shareholders is that the G20, who constitute the 20 most important, systemically important economies in the world, had a eminent persons group, which comprised of all the leading voices in finance. The Minister of Finance of Singapore at the time, Tharman, led that study. Former governor of India, Rajan, was on there. Ngozi, who's currently World Trade Organization Director General. Very senior voices of finance. They, in fact, concluded then already in 2017 that we have to reassess and right-size the regulatory and prudential norms of multilateral banks. In fact, Christian just made reference now to liquidity. There's a very inefficient way in which we hold large volumes of liquid assets, because in the event of us requiring, let's say markets freeze up and you have a 2008 type situation, that we should still be able, even if we cannot access the debt capital markets, we should still be able to, service our bondholders, repay any bonds that, for example, mature, do all of our disbursements. That's why we hold that capital in the event of a significant crisis. It's kind of an excessive self-insurance, if you like. If we just simply, for example, make the IMF a liquidity backstop, it will unleash large amounts of liquid assets, which can then be deployed. So none of these things are sort of been considered because things have always been like this. I'm just saying, let's go back to first principles and ask the question why and see where the scope exists. There's no a priori argument that we must go down from AAA to AA+. That is not the heart of the argument.
Understood. Christian, I wanted to go back a little bit to what you were talking about earlier about ways that you thought might be helpful to sort of mobilize more capital, and so maybe you can unpack a little bit some of the ideas that you were talking about on that front, so that the existing balance sheets are sort of a little bit more flexible and mobile and nimble to respond to the crises.
Yeah, indeed. The increased mobilization of private capital, like I mentioned, could happen at the level of the MDB or GFI in the way we just discussed, by raising debt financing, or combined with raising capital at a level of the investee, and something in the middle. And I'm going to start with the something in the middle, which is finding ways for securitizing assets that have been originated by MDBs and GFIs, particularly referring to private sector assets. But the importance there is that those securitizations are structured in a way that keep in consideration the risk appetite and return of private investors. There have been some initiatives, some have been very successful, particularly one out of Africa, but there haven't been any others that have been materially successful and have been able to develop, further the mobilization of private capital in such a way. And what I'm pointing out there is the importance to adapt the terms and conditions of those transactions for attracting the private investors into these transactions. And the same applies in the sense of raising capital, mobilizing capital in the investee level. Adapting to the needs of the private sector, of private investors, is absolutely necessary. Not only for mobilizing private capital in a more effective way, but actually on the contrary, to avoid any crowding out. So on that, what I'm referring to are more sophisticated products, sophisticated or innovative, as we like to call them, but actually just using traditional investment products that have been used for many, many years in the mainstream financial sector, like using more subordinated financing, using more structured financing, and just rolling out the sleeves and structuring transactions in accordance to the needs and requirements from the private investors.
And would you say that would lead to riskier loans, or would the risk level remain pretty constant? It would just be structured in a way that would be more efficient and flexible?
MDBs could play a role where transactions that are structured in the way that I sort of described before could mitigate the risks to the level of risk that the private investors are looking for, and even adjust the returns to their expectations as well. At the same time, those transactions could actually lead to subsequent transactions where that support from the GFIs is less necessary or even not necessary at all. Remember, this is an asset class that is not that fully known by private investors. By getting into the space with some structures that can mitigate the risk and achieve the returns, can subsequently lead to transactions where the private investors, with the knowledge of the real level of risk and not perceived level of risk, would get into similar transactions without even the need of DFIs in the future. That is where public capital through GFIs would be more effective and add the additionality that is expected.
And then maybe I'll just jump over to you, Leslie. I see you want to jump in there. Yeah, go right ahead. Does that sound appealing?
I agree wholeheartedly with what Christian has said. The game changer lies in risk mitigation, meaning that multilateral banks, we've already started doing that, but we need to scale this significantly. The biggest pools of capital are in your private institutional investor market. So what is required is for us to find the right tools, to relook at the toolbox to see how we can tap into, for example, there's been efforts to do more blended finance, where essentially we do the first loss guarantee piece. In other words, we take more of the risk, if you like, and then we're able to offload the sort of senior tranche or the senior debt tranche to institutional investors who now have where the risk return profile matches their, for example, regulatory requirements, because many institutional investors cannot go into emerging markets because of the sub-investment grade nature of assets there. So that if we play more a role in that de-risking domain, that is where the biggest opportunity lie to attract larger volumes of private sector capital.
And then maybe I'll let Christian here have the last word on the blended finance and how really this mobilization could really attract the private sector and help mitigate risks so that there is more of an appetite to move money into markets that have been seen as a little bit riskier or the adjusted returns are not so great.
I think it's just simply about the effort and the talent that is required for structuring transactions with the use of public and DFI capital towards achieving the expectation from private investors. It's as simple as that. Structuring has been existing for ages in the mainstream financial sector. Securitization have existed for ages. There are trillions of dollars that have been securitized of assets over the last 20 years since securitization started, even before that. So it's just a matter of not using innovative financing. The innovation is already out there. It just needs to be applied in the proper way. Mobilizing private capital is absolutely key, as we all know, for achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development.
Great, thank you very much. And I think that will wrap it up. Thank you to Leslie over at the New Development Bank and Christian at Delphos International. I appreciate both of your time and your thoughts on this issue.
Hello to all our audience joining us from around the world. To meet the SDG target for maternal health, the global health community must work collectively in support of locally driven solutions that ensure women receive essential, high-quality, respectful maternal health services, wherever, whenever, and however they seek care. MSD for Mothers launched the Strengthening Systems for Safer Childbirth initiative last September, with a focus to include contributions from local private health systems and health providers. Temitayo Erobobo, Global Advocacy Director, is joining us today together with the CEO of Unjani Clinics, Linda Toussaint, to speak with us about her organization's experience with innovative financing that has helped the organization to scale basic primary healthcare in South Africa. Thank you for joining us today, Linda and Tayo. I'm going to start with Linda. The success of Unjani Clinics is amazing. It's a nonprofit organization improving access to healthcare in South Africa, and it has grown exponentially from 6 pilot clinics to over 90 right now. And then your goal is to achieve 600 by 2030, if I'm correct. And with this, success story, we wanted to ask you to tell us a bit more about how are you planning to scale to get to those 600 clinics, and how private investment capital can help you achieve that.
Thank you very much, Raquel, for the opportunity, and good day to everyone. So Unjani Clinics, a non-profit company, is the organization that I run, and we were established solely to fund or raise funding for, implement, manage, and build the Unjani Clinic network of clinics here in South Africa. And nothing or none of what we've been able to achieve would have been possible had it not been for the funders and donors that have provided the capital for us to be able to open those clinics, really test the model from, as you mentioned, the 6 pilot clinics back in 2012 to where we are today, heading for 100 clinics by the end of 2021. And really, the funding that we have received, particularly from the MSD for Mothers Moms project, has helped us stop as a non-profit company and have a look at where we are and what is the opportunity to grow, and really look at what is possible, and be able to then implement that growth path that you've just mentioned. We've also looked at how we frame that differently. We've originally spoken about 1,000 clinics and have done a lot of work around whether that is possible, because it's always good to put possible or achievable targets into your plans. And we've done some work with a number of organizations to see what is the possible number. And so we've worked with 600 as opposed to the 1,000 because it's a more realistic target, but also looking at other ways in which we can achieve the ultimate target, which is really about the lives that we impact. And so does it have to be through a facility? It can be through other opportunities, such as the use of virtual consulting to reach more rural areas. So you can still impact lives, but not necessarily have to implement a facility. So we're looking at various areas. But none of what we've been able to do would have been possible had it not been for the MOMS funding, to be able to have a look at what is realistically possible, to build the nonprofit company, to be able to ready ourselves for that scale. And it's really encouraging because, you've got private sector alongside the donor organizations trying to really achieve those SDG goals. And that for me is crucial, that, and we've seen that in the COVID environment, that you cannot do anything in silos. You have to work collaboratively across organizations that are able to provide capital, be it private capital, be it donor funding, and then organizations such as ourselves that have models that are able to be implemented and rolled out, particularly in South Africa, which is our focus, but also in other parts of the world. So, that is really how we plan to do this. And it really wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for the private sector and the donors in the private sector facilitating the ability for us to be able to scale this.
Thanks so much, Linda. Actually, zooming in a bit into the health system of a country such as South Africa, could you tell us a bit more of why is so important this role of the local private sector providers as your own organization in adding both capacity and efficiency into the system?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we have about a population of 60 million people in South Africa. More than 80% of that population is reliant on our government for the provision of their healthcare. There's only about 10 million people in our country that can afford private medical insurance and can look after their own health needs because of affordability. And so Unjani Clinics, the idea and the concept was built out of two things. One, the shortage of doctors that we have in our country, and the need to task shift to professional nurses to deal with primary healthcare issues at community level. And then two, the fact that we have so many people reliant on the government facilities and they are populated. Service delivery is an issue. And so really what we want to do with this, or have done with this initiative, is be able to provide an alternative choice to the the uninsured employed population of South Africa. And that's also about 10 to 12 million people that fall into that population. And so if we're able to draw those people away from the government facilities to Unjani clinics or similar kinds of private initiatives, you then are capacity building in that the government is then left to deal with the unemployed, the destitute, those that cannot afford to cover their medical requirements, and then obviously we're putting facilities into communities, so you are health system strengthening in that way too. So it really is providing your low-income populations with an alternative choice that is affordable and is accessible to them within their communities. And so the idea was never, we do not compete with government. We offer an alternative to the government facilities, but also work with them across programmatic change and build the South African health system in that way.
Thanks. I know, and I think all our audience might also be familiar with this, Tayo, that MSD for Mothers wants to leverage precisely the local solutions and local health providers. I know, as we were saying, that you have recently launched the Strengthening Systems for Childbirth initiative just last September. And I wanted to ask you a bit of like, the motivation behind launching this new initiative.
Great. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. It's a real great pleasure to be on this panel with Linda. And so MSD for Mothers, as some may know, is a philanthropic initiative by Merck & Co., otherwise known as Merck for Mothers in the US and Canada. And our goal is to help reduce maternal mortality across the globe. And in that regard, one of the strategic focus for our initiative is how do we leverage or strengthen the capacity to respond to maternal health needs. And we believe strongly that private sector has a role to play, which is informed by not only their own capacity, but actually the health-seeking behaviors of women in a lot of lower middle income settings, where 40 to 70% of women are already accessing service through local private providers. But the strength system for Safer Childbirth initiative was really, we're motivated to launch this initiative by four things. One is the fact that we are really behind in terms of meeting the goals for the SDG 3.1. At the current rate of progress for Africa, as an example, we will not be able to hit the SDGs target until 2085, which is clearly not good enough. So there is a need to actually help accelerate the progress towards meeting that goal. The other is something that Linda was speaking to around the funding gap. The Global Financing Facility estimates that there's something like 33 billion annual deficit in terms of RMNCH funding annually, which government just don't have a capacity to meet, especially in right now where we've seen real challenges in terms of response to the pandemic, which puts an initial strain on finance and budgets. And then there's also the fact that basically when we invest traditionally or as a global health community, too often I think we've prioritized driving solutions and not looking at local community needs and responding to those needs. Linda mentioned earlier on about there are different ways of actually addressing local needs beyond building a clinic. And how do we do that in a more strategic way, whereby we can leverage the local capacity that is there deliberately to help to respond to needs of the community. So those are like the drivers behind the Strengthening Systems for Safe Childbirth initiative. It's really an effort to help really focus our efforts on building, on strengthening the local capacity that meets local needs and is informed by local needs.
Thanks so much, Tayo. My last question to you would be, what kind of response, what kind of expectations do you have from both the donor community and the development community as a whole in front of the challenges that you just explained? And kind of like what else can they do to join your efforts?
So MSD for Mothers is committing $25 million over the next 5 years to the for the Strengthened System for Safer Childbirth initiative. And what we would like others within the donor community to do is to join that initiative in making further commitments that can help us to do more to strengthen the local capacity to respond to the maternal health needs. Our focus is around Nigeria, Kenya, and India, but we are open to suggestions in terms of investments in other geographies where we can pool resources together to be able to do more for mothers.
Thank you so much, Tayo, and thank you as well, Linda, for joining us today. Thank you to our audience for listening in and for participating. Next, as you know, both the speakers were saying, is to take action. And next, you have a panel about development finance and climate change. Thank you very much for joining.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the Future of Development Finance. I'm Raj Kumar, President, Editor-in-Chief of DevX. Delighted to be back with all of you again, joining us from around the world to talk about what we think is one of the most important issues as we come out of the pandemic, and that is how do you connect the money to the sustainable development goals and the climate goals that are so important in the world today. I'm really happy to be joined by Laurie Kerr, who is the new CEO of FinDev Canada. Laurie, welcome. Nice to see you.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
And Laurie, you know, when you're new to the role, you just came in, and a lot of people were talking about the fact that you have come to this role from a climate background. You were at the World Bank, you were at the Inter-American Development Bank, and it's sort of a signal when a new CEO is appointed at a major DFI. Why do you think someone with a climate background ended up in this CEO role at FinDev Canada? What does it say about sort of the intentions of FinDev Canada going forward?
Great. Thanks so much, Raj. Again, it's really a pleasure to be here. I've long admired DevX, and I'm just thrilled to be part of the Future of Development Finance Summit. So yeah, just in terms of my background, I think it might say a lot bringing someone with a strong climate background into FinDev Canada, but I have to say that since the outset, when FinDev Canada was established in 2018, climate action was actually one of the 3 impact goals that the institution put forth for itself, in addition with developing markets, as well as gender investing. So climate has always been center to the impact priorities of FinDev Canada, and I'm just thrilled to join the organization and ramp up and amp up our ambition around climate, which we can talk about in a little bit in terms of what our ambitions are.
Yeah, let's stay on that, because obviously a lot of the low and middle income countries that you focus on are not the major contributors to greenhouse gases, but climate has a huge impact on the people of those countries. So what are you doing? Where do you see kind of the role of development finance and in the climate agenda?
Sure, absolutely. So, we all know that, development finance institutions have played a, long role in supporting investment in climate. We're an integral part of that conversation as we kind of go into COP. DFIs have been an important part of the conversation, in the years before this COP, in the weeks in the run up to the COP, and post Glasgow. We're always going to continue to be a strong voice. Post Glasgow. Maybe to get to your question, what are we doing? And maybe I'd answer that question sort of on 2 dimensions. What are we doing individually, and what are we doing collectively? So, individually, DFIs, we have long supported private investment in emerging markets, and some for many decades. If we take a look at CDC, one of our great partners, probably the oldest development finance institution around. And we take a look at FinDev Canada, which is, we're the newest kid on the block. And we take all of the other development finance institutions around the globe. It's really quite a robust community. And like I said, we've all been supporting private investment in developing countries, and increasingly over time supporting climate mitigation and, to a lesser extent, adaptation and resiliency. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But one aspect that we all share is the intent to direct even more resources towards climate action. Individually, you'll probably see that most DFIs, if not all, have put forth targets committing to allocate a larger part of their business volumes to Paris-aligned climate finance, ranging around 30-35%. Individually, you're seeing, among other types of commitments, net zero commitments, intentionality around mobilizing private capital, supporting clients with technical assistance, for example, to accelerate green growth, access to renewable energy, adaptation and resiliency, nature, biodiversity, and so forth. If you'd like, I can share a little bit about where FinDev Canada is on our own actions to combat climate.
Well, I just want to ask one quick question as a follow-up to what you were just saying. So, there's sort of 2 sides to the ledger as I see it. There's projects that are directly aligned to climate action. That's their goal. And then there's others where maybe you want to make sure you're not doing some harm as you're investing in a private initiative or infrastructure. How are you planning? I know you're very new in the role, but how are you planning to lead FinDev Canada in this direction? Will you be rejecting deals if you think they're bad for the climate, in addition to finding those 35% that are really directly, supportive of the climate agenda?
Sure, absolutely. So as I mentioned before, one of the key impact goals of FinDev Canada is around climate action. And one of the goals that we're putting forth as we come into COP, as we release our new climate change strategy, currently we're about 30% climate finance, and we're going to amp up that ambition to 35% climate finance by 2025. So we're certainly looking to increase our ambition around that agenda. We're also looking to we've built a net negative greenhouse gas portfolio already, given our investment strategy around low carbon investments, low emitting, no fossil fuel investments, as well as some forestry investments that we've made. So we've already built a net greenhouse gas emission negative portfolio, and going forward, we're committing to having continue investments aligned with the Paris Agreement. So what we do as a matter of practice is, like our peer DFIs, we include environmental, social, and governance analysis as part of our due diligence process. So as we have been and as we will going forward, we will definitely take a look at all of the ESG, all of the climate-related impacts of individual investments, as well as at the portfolio level, to ensure that we're making good on our commitments around climate. So again, I think it's a continuation of the strategy that FinDev Canada had put in place at the beginning, but we're definitely looking to follow that same trajectory with increased ambition over time.
And maybe you can give us a sense of the kinds of projects you're looking to fund, because obviously in a lot of low and middle income countries, it's infrastructure that is the big area of need and where DFIs are playing a really big role. How are you connecting the climate work with this need for infrastructure in the countries you serve?
Sure, absolutely. So it's interesting because if we look at a couple of the regions that FinDev Canada focuses on, so we prioritize investments in Latin America and the Caribbean and Sub-Saharan Africa. And if we take a look at just South America and Africa, these subregions, these continents, they've only contributed 3% each to global CO2 emissions, yet they are disproportionately impacted by climate change. So we certainly feel that we need to support these countries in increasing their climate ambition as well. Maybe to be a little bit more specific around sustainable infrastructure. We all know how important sustainable infrastructure is for social progress, for economic growth, for climate action. We also know that there are 1 billion people still without access to electricity, 2.2 billion people without access to water, 4 billion people without access to sanitation service, and I could go on with the data points. But there's huge opportunity around infrastructure. Infrastructure connects, people to jobs, it connects people to services, connects people to market, and it connects people to each other. So without a robust backbone of infrastructure and infrastructure services, we're really sort of leaving countries behind in their development aspirations. So that's certainly one area that FinDev Canada is looking to support more in around that sustainable infrastructure agenda.
You talked a little bit, Lori, about your pillars, and one of them is gender investing. How are you connecting, if at all, the focus on gender with the focus on climate? Do these things exist in different domains, or are you kind of looking at them as self-reinforcing? How does it work for you at FinDev Canada?
Yeah, a really great question. So, if we think about climate change and we think about gender inequality and women's economic empowerment, these two issues are really, the two of the most critical issues that are facing the global economy and developing markets in particular. So we don't view it as it's a climate change approach or a gender approach. We really fuse that together, and it's a kind of an all of the above approach that we look at. And so what does this mean in practice? So FinDev Canada is, we pride ourselves on being a gender lens investor. And what that means is that we bring a gender lens to everything we do. And I said, we're looking to really weave that more deeply in with the climate change agenda. So our climate change strategy that we've put forth has 3 different pillars to it. One is around the gender climate nexus and supporting gender projects that have a climate angle, and certainly bringing gender to climate investments. The second one is around enabling adaptation and resilience, and the third one is around driving net zero. So we're certainly bringing gender as a cornerstone of our approach going forward.
Now, we only have a moment left here, but I'm just curious, you're new in this role, but you're not new to the world of DFIs. Where do you think DFIs briefly fit into this broader agenda? As you say, COP is coming up. What is the call to action, if any, that you have for the broader community of DFIs?
Yeah, so I think DFIs and our multilateral partners as well, DFIs writ large, climate change is a collective problem and it requires a collective solution. And I've been really inspired with some of the collaboration platforms that I've seen around the DFI universe, where DFIs are not just acting individually, but we're acting collectively. And I think that a collective problem like climate change requires collective solutions. And so what I'm really looking forward to is maximizing the work that we do together with our peer DFIs. The solution is greater than any one of us individually can tackle. We bring individual expertise and financing and investment to the table, but we can really achieve more by acting together. So I guess the call to action, which is not a new call because we're actually living it on a day-to-day basis, is for the DFI community to really band together and do more on the financing and investment side, but also on the thought leadership side, on the case study side, on bringing the reality of the markets to the investment community.
Yeah, DFIs have a really key role to play. It's why it's a big theme at our conference here. Thank you for being a part of it, Lori Kerr, and thank you to FinDev Canada for working with us this year. Everyone's I know you're new in the role, but everyone's watching to see what happens at FinDev Canada under your leadership. Thanks for spending some time with us today, Lori.
Thank you so much, Raj. Pleasure to be here.
Hello and welcome. I am very excited to have with me here today Kevin Gallagher, who's a professor of global development policy and the director of the Global Development Policy Center at Boston University, and Jayla Pazar-Basciolo, who is the director of the Strategy, Policy, and Review Department at the IMF. Today, we're going to be talking about the IMF's recent issuance of $650 billion in special drawing rights. This was a historic amount. And we're going to be looking at different ways that these reserve assets can best be utilized. Right now, it's the COVID-19 pandemic, and there are a lot of financing needs, but there's also longer-term issues such as climate financing. So we're going to be looking at all of those. And I want to thank both of you for being here today. Thank you very much.
Great to be here.
Great. So maybe I can just start with you, Jayla, and sort of get a little bit of, in brief, sort of the size and the scope of what this SDR issuance is and what you think it means for countries who are struggling right now in the middle of the pandemic.
Thanks for that, Shabtai, and it's very good to be on this panel with you and Kevin. SDRs, special drawing rights, are international reserve assets. It was created in 1969 and serves as the unit of account of the IMF. Just a bit of background, as everyone is not necessarily familiar with it. It's not a currency nor a claim on the IMF. It's basically a potential claim on the freely usable currencies of IMF members. So member countries that receive the SDRs can hold them as part of their official reserves or use them by converting into one of the 5 currencies that are in the SDR basket: the US dollar, the euro, the Chinese renminbi, and Japanese yen, and the British pound. So as you mentioned, the SDR allocation this time around has been historic. It's unprecedented amount. In 2009, during the global financial crisis, the IMF Board of Governors approved an SDR allocation amounting to about $250 billion US of SDRs. And on August 23rd, we had $650 billion US of SDRs that became effective. And this is critical because we are at a time when we have growing divergence between advanced economies and emerging market and developing economies due to differences in vaccine access and ability to provide policy support.
And maybe I'll shoot it over to Kevin and ask you, what are some of the needs that you've been witnessing, some of the development challenges that have been emerging pre-pandemic and over the course of the pandemic, and where do you sort of see the SDRs fitting in as a solution here?
Yeah, well, the SDR issuance was probably the single greatest active multilateralism in the middle of this crisis, which is otherwise the multilateral effort has been bleak, if you will measure it relative to vaccinating the world and so forth. And so it was a major move by the IMF and its membership. Why? Well, there's lots of short-term needs immediate right now in terms of liquidity for countries to be able to deal with their external debt burdens. But then there's a host of longer things, such as the Sustainable Development Goals and our Paris climate commitments. The IMF and the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development estimated that emerging market and developing countries needed around $2.5 trillion in liquidity over the next year or two to be able to meet their foreign commitments. In the industrialized world, we printed about $17 trillion worth of liquidity through our central banks and so forth, but many emerging market and developing countries don't have access to those kinds of swaps and so forth. Their choices were to go to the International Monetary Fund for a sort of traditional program. Countries are reluctant to do that because of its conditionalities. 85 or so did go to the IMF for many of its short-term instruments, but only to about $100 billion. Otherwise, they had to go to the markets, which are relatively expensive in emerging market and developing countries, could be 8-9% for an African country. So first and foremost, these things were designed to be supplements to reserve assets. And by having special drawing rights on your balance sheet, you can either convert them to hard currency, or you can keep them there and feel better about the dollar or the euro that you have on your balance sheet, and then you'll be able to spend that to be able to meet some of your external needs. But on top of that, we have new crises. These pandemics, climate change, are external shocks that have nothing to do with the fundamentals of a country's policy frameworks, that can cause major shocks to your balance of payments and your financial system. So countries need this kind of liquidity to be able to adapt to pandemics and climate change over time. And finally, we need about 2% of GDP extra per year in between now and 2030 to get on the right track to make the transitions we need to meet our climate change and our development goals. So immediately, we need liquidity support to make sure that we don't have crazy debt burdens and can move through this crisis. So countries have the fiscal space to be able to attack the virus and mount a green recovery. But maybe we're experimenting with something here that could help us with the longer term.
Thanks for that. That's really helpful to understand some of the issues. I know the World Bank has been warning about rising debt levels, and that really is a big concern. The IMF is warning about this divergent recovery between the advanced economies and a lot of other countries, many other countries. One of the issues that emerged with the SDR allocation is that most of the SDRs went to the wealthiest countries who have the largest share quota in the IMF. And now there are different ideas that have been moving pretty quickly on how to possibly rechannel SDRs from the wealthiest countries to other countries through different mechanisms. So Jayla, maybe you can update us a little bit as to what's going on with those talks and where things are going.
Yes, sure. And it's a good time because we are just out of the annual meetings, and there was a lot of discussion on the SDRs and voluntary channeling of the SDRs, very broad support from the membership. And as mentioned, the SDR allocation, about $275 billion went to emerging market and developing economies. And this is a substantial boost to their reserves and credit worthiness. So I think that's one important aspect of that SDR allocation. We sometimes forget that even if they are held in reserves, they are very much supporting emerging market countries, in particular those that are highly indebted or fiscally constrained, by boosting their reserves. For low-income countries, they received about $21 billion. It's not a small amount. It's much bigger than the temporary liquidity support that was provided by the G20 debt service initiative. And since the allocation came into effect on August 23rd, members exchanged already about 6.5 billion SDRs for currencies. And we have been engaging very closely with the authorities in terms of transparent and prudent use of SDRs. Most have or are planning to use it on fiscal expenditures for priority spending like vaccine purchases, vaccine production capacity, urgent health needs, or more generally fiscal space to deal with this pandemic. And some are actually using the allocation to build external buffers and to repay expensive debt or lower the servicing cost of debt. I want to stress one thing before I go to the discussion on SDR channeling, and that's the SDR allocation is very useful and important mechanism at this time to build confidence and strengthen global economic and financial resilience, but it's not a silver bullet. It's really a part of a broader range of policy measures that IMF has deployed, other MDBs and bilateral donors in terms of loans, emergency facilities, and potential channeling of SDRs are actually important in that context because that's another way of supporting countries in this very difficult time when we see very big divergences between advanced economies and emerging market countries and developing economies. So we have been talking about 3 options for SDR channeling, and that's voluntary from members with strong external position to 3 different ways of channeling these SDRs. One is basically through our scaling up our Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust, the PRGT. We reformed the PRGT in the summer, in July, and there has been very strong support. It's in our IMFC communique, G20 communique, that members have really already agreed to scale up the Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust in a very substantial manner. So that's very important for the low-income countries in particular. And the second is what Kevin was also mentioning, the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, which is to help countries address longer-term structural challenges and support the recovery from the pandemic towards a much more resilient, greener, and more equal progress going forward. The third option is channeling SDRs to multilateral development banks. This is still under discussion. It's complex, and I think this will be part of our work going forward as we work on these options.
Great, thanks for explaining those options. And it's definitely worth noting that these are very complex, multilateral discussions involving numerous institutions and all sorts of countries. So it can be quite difficult, but the G20 just gave the go-ahead and its approval for the new trust. So that seems to be a step towards getting things going. And one of the ideas is that that would sort of be a longer-term issue that or a longer-term fund that would help countries not only right now dealing with the pandemic, but also other issues like climate change. And I was wondering, Kevin, maybe you can say a little bit on that, what you would like to see, because they're still designing it. So what would you like to see come about through this trust once the IMF is able to get it rolling?
Sure. Well, first, let me underscore what Chela said, that SDRs are not a panacea for this current crisis. They really need to be part of a package of things. We need SDR allocations for liquidity. We need lots of new development finance, especially concessional development finance and grants, and we need debt relief for a number of countries. And the RST and the rechanneling of special drawing rights can play a role in all 3 of those. I'm a member of something called the Task Force on Climate Development in the International Monetary Fund, and we put out a paper about what an RST could look like. It could really help countries that are climate vulnerable, not discriminating about their income level like other IMF programs do, but for climate vulnerable countries to be able to get short-term liquidity for climate shocks. So say there is a big drought in Kenya that hurts an export crop and hurts their balance of payment, or a hurricane in the Dominican Republic that wipes out their manufacturing and their ports and their hotels, that makes it difficult for services exports and hurts their balance of payments. So the countries like that can go to a window for balance of payment support in the short term. But also in the longer term, there are macro critical aspects of transitioning away from fossil fuels. So say South Africa transitions away from coal, or Indonesia does, they rely on coal exports for their balance of payments, and making that transition could have macro critical impacts for them. And so having access to a window like an RST for that kind of financing would address a big gap in the climate finance architecture. The key, however, is to make sure that these instruments are used. Over this crisis, there's been a number of innovative instruments that unfortunately haven't been attractive enough to the countries that are demanding them. There was an instrument called the short-term liquidity line that was set up because developing countries were saying, hey, look at all these swaps. We should get swaps too. What it came down to was just a short liquidity line. Countries haven't been so excited about it. The DSSI and especially the common framework are instruments that haven't gotten the demand that folks had hoped for. We really have to make sure that an RST, or a resilience and sustainability trust, doesn't have a lot of onerous conditionalities, or countries just won't go to them unless they're absolutely desperate. We need an RST to be set up and be used. It's being discussed now of having somewhere between $30 and $50 billion for starters. That's a great way to pilot such a project, but we can't lock up that kind of money in climate finance. There's too huge of a need here. But
one of the interesting things that you mentioned there is this concessionality as well as the conditionalities. And one of the interesting things about the SDRs was that they basically came without any conditions. The countries that received them, as both of you mentioned, are able to use them freely, whether as reserves or otherwise. You know, that there are issues about conditionalities. So what is the best way that you think to make this easiest on countries so that they're able to both go and get it, so that the money's used, but also so that there's not a burden on them when they go to the fund to take the money?
Sure. Well, like you said, the initial SDR allocation, each country gets the SDRs. They can do with them what they want. But we are in this rechanneling effort. Countries will be voluntarily rechanneling or on-lending those SDRs to the fund. And the idea is that they'll create a trust. So this money has to be paid back. So it's harder to just pass it on to the recipients. What our task force has argued is, like the PRGT, the Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust, that the fund be used to provide subsidized or concessional financing, so still loans to countries in need, but at a cheaper rate because of these external shocks like pandemics and climate change that are on there, and that they be modeled off of programs at the IMF like the flexible credit line, so that don't have the kinds of conditionalities, because they recognize that there are countries that aren't going to have significant problems with the fundamentals of their own macroeconomic policy framework, but that external shocks like pandemics and climate change are things beyond their control, and therefore shouldn't be held up to the same kind of conditionality of a country that's gone very profligate with their fiscal spending or something like that.
I was wondering if I could maybe sort of ask the question over to you, but phrase it with regards to the middle income countries. We know that there's this growing climate financing need, and that, as Kevin touched on earlier, middle income countries are also likely going to need fiscal support as they try to adapt to climate change. Do you think that the IMF will be able to support that? I know that the IMF is centering climate change in part of its programs, but do you think these SDRs and the trust will be able to help the middle income countries as well adapt to climate change?
So we are actually discussing this issue with our executive board, and of course they will at the end have to agree on the particulars of how exactly this trust would work. Yes, there was a very loud call for including middle income countries. So that's part of the eligibility framework that we have been working on. As I said, this will depend on the final approval of the board, but there is strong support, as you have seen in the various communiques as well, on including and making sure that the middle income countries, which are very much subject to some of these important structural transformations, the impact of climate change and so on, are also included in the RSD. On conditionality, I think it's very important to have tailored and well-structured conditionality. This has been what the IMF has been doing in the last 10 years, especially after the review of our conditionality for the RST2. I mean, don't forget that these are donor countries with strong external positions who are providing their SDRs. The SDR has to preserve, the trust has to preserve the reserve asset status of these SDRs. Many countries are bound by legal, national, domestic, other rules that have put some limitations on them, and therefore it's going to be very important that we think through the credit risk, the financial structure of the trust, so that these countries that do have strong external positions can provide SDRs to the RST and keep them as reserve under reserve asset status. And for that, I think it's going to be very important to have policy safeguards to make sure that these go to countries that are in need, including middle income countries, potentially concessional to those that are lower income. But don't forget, SDR rate is already very low compared to what countries can get in the market. So for 20 years, getting these loans are going to be much more favorable in terms of access. But of course, we are also looking at whether we could provide concessional to some members which are low income and most vulnerable. So I think it's important to think of the quote unquote conditionality as very much aligned to the strategy that these countries are putting in place, and make sure that they have ownership. So if it's climate related reforms, that would be part of the RST lending, and that would support countries, especially very strongly if they have ownership of those policies that they want to implement.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's really a good place to leave it, because it shows that there's going to be a need to both design the trust and then design the programs that for the different countries as they receive them. But it does seem like things are moving ahead, and I guess that's some good news. And I'm sure there'll be more to discuss on this issue. We discuss it a lot at DevEx. We have a newswire, we have a newsletter, Invested, that deals with these issues every week. So there'll be more to come on this. I want to thank both of you, Kevin and Jayla, for joining us. This was a really interesting discussion. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having us.
Hi, everyone. Our next segment is going to discuss this issue of corporate treasury or corporate balance sheet impact investing. And if you're wondering what that is, you've come to the right place, because that's exactly what we're going to get into. We're going to talk about what is this? What is the potential? How can it can it be a new avenue for additional capital to be brought to bear on issues of climate and poverty alleviation, etc. And joining me for this discussion is Rosita Najmi, who's the Senior Director and the Head of Social Innovation at PayPal, and who has a long career in working on impact investing, and Amit Bori, who is the CEO and co-founder of the Global Impact Investing Network. Rosita and Amit, I'm so happy to have both of you joining me for this conversation today.
Great to be here.
Great to be here. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah. So, Rosita, I want to turn to you first, and I want you to tell us a little bit about PayPal's experience, because PayPal is, new to this form of impact investing. So, tell us a little bit about how it came about for PayPal, what you've done in the last year, 18 months, and give us a little sense, an example of what is, corporate treasury impact investing.
Absolutely. And thank you for the opportunity to be part of today, as well as to have a conversation with Amit. Just for those of you who are not familiar, PayPal is a fintech, and our mission is to democratize financial services so that people and families can improve their financial health. And so small businesses and merchants of all sizes can pursue economic opportunity. We've been at the forefront of the digital payment revolution for about 20 years, and we've leveraged technology to make financial services and commerce more convenient, affordable, and secure. In terms of our experience, our commitments to date in corporate treasury impact investing has totaled around 500 million, and in 1 year, we deployed already 400 million of that. The PayPal journey with corporate treasury impact investing began in June of 2020. It started with a commitment of $535 million to support Black businesses, strengthen minority communities, and fight economic inequality in the United States. This $535 million commitment included a $500 million economic opportunity fund, and $400 million of that was what we're calling balance sheet impact investing. And the investment thesis was enabling financial access and health, as well as opportunities for generational wealth creation. And as we were wrapping up the deployment of this 400 million, we made an additional commitment of 100 million this summer as part of the United Nations Generation Equality Forum, with an investment thesis focused on SDG 5, so Sustainable Development Goal 5 on gender equality for women and girls. As I reflected on the deployment of this initial 400 million, it was not easy to move so much capital so quickly, but we did it in a year to do our part to drive transformative change in the racial divide as quickly as possible. And for those of you who are interested in a little bit of details of the breakdown across allocation and impact, we basically had 3 investment allocation categories: deposits, funds, aggregators. We had a bit over half of our total in deposits, about a little over a third in funds, and the rest in aggregators. With the help of the Bridgespan Group, we developed an impact measurement framework. And the simple version is, one axis, we looked across a spectrum of social impact focused on equity. Is this investment equity serving, equity centered? Is it an equity standout? Across the other axis, we thought about what's PayPal's value proposition beyond our financial capital, and the essence of impact investing, where we're thinking about other types of capital. So we looked across low, moderate, and high, and we thought about what's the role of our reputational capital in crowding in other funders? How can we leverage our intellectual capital and maybe combine our cash with some of our products, so that these financial institutions we were seeking to empower could maybe even enhance their product offerings to their vulnerable populations that they were serving? And finally, looking at human capital, we thought about, how do we leverage the expertise of our employees? In this case, the expertise of our treasury team on the structuring, the terms and conditions, which frankly was unfamiliar to both sides, right? We had sources and uses that were unfamiliar with each other, that were trying to match up these dollars. And so really we were able to kind of leverage beyond our financial capital. And finally, just looking ahead, there's a lot to do to manage this, the credit and operational risk. We have a lot of work in terms of building our internal capacity, refreshing our policies, and we're really excited about the opportunity of service in terms of field building, crowding in other balance sheets, thinking about how to efficiently build the pipeline, and playing our part in contributing to a global movement that could expand to non-US balance sheets.
Great. Amit, I want to turn to you, because I think that what you can sort of bring us is a little bit of a zoomed out picture. So we've heard about the PayPal experience. What are you seeing is happening a little bit more broadly? What do you think the role of corporates is in this space? How are these things changing? Are there other examples of companies who are using their balance sheets to make these types of investments? And obviously with the PayPal example, that 400 million has been focused in the US. So how can this also be brought to bear globally?
Absolutely. And I do think it's important to acknowledge that this is such a dynamic time when we think about the role of corporates and companies in the private sector as it relates to these huge social and environmental issues. We see debates in the news constantly around stakeholder capitalism and rewriting the contract of companies with society. It's a hot topic at COP right now. It's certainly a topic at forums like the World Economic Forum, the United Nations, and beyond. And what I think is so powerful about what's happening right now is that we've seen a long history of corporates trying to do more to help support communities and the environment. This has taken the shape of everything from better employment practices to how they volunteer employee time, donations of product, corporate philanthropy, procurement practices and beyond. But what I think is really important is to think about the financial assets of the corporation and how those assets can be activated for positive impact. And that's where I think we have kind of a convergence of the trajectory of corporate social responsibility that goes back several decades and of impact investing. And it's not brand new. And there have been a number of corporates who have been thinking about how to make impact investments for some time. This has often taken the shape, though, of like how they deploy philanthropic assets or a specialized like impact venture fund. And we've seen great work from companies like Starbucks and Johnson & Johnson, and Patagonia's launched a venture fund and beyond. But what I think is really critical now is actually thinking about like treasury assets, which are not, so they get, tends to grab a lot of headlines, but a lot of corporates do have these pools of capital that they use to manage their business and have reserves for acquisitions and other activities that are important to advancing their strategies. What I think is so exciting about what Rosita just outlined is how this is actually, I think we're in a moment where a lot of companies, were kind of reactive to either kind of the climate crisis, where we see a few companies actually make allocations of treasury assets for climate solutions, or for broader kind of like social issues like the Black Lives Matter movement that really surged to the forefront in 2020. But that's actually sparked a conversation in the line of inquiry where more corporates are trying to figure out what they can do with these assets. And so I think we're at the beginning of a very fascinating journey around how do we shift the way that we think about treasury assets, and how do we think about activating them for impact?
So a question for both of you then is what is the potential? How much money is out there in corporate treasuries? What proportion of that might corporations be willing to invest or thinking about invest? Why does this conversation we're having here today about this topic matter? I don't know which one of you wants to take that first, but I'll throw that first.
I'm happy to dive in because the development economist is particularly having dances of jubilation right now. So this is a unique moment. I really want to underscore what Amit said in terms of this moment. It's unique in that it's the supply side and the demand side are primed. So on the demand side, there could not be a moment where we need this capital even more for being a part of the blended finance solution, right? We're far behind chances of reaching the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. We've reversed progress in, minimum 5 or 6 years, according to many estimates, because of COVID. And so we need an enormous amount of capital. So the demand side could not be greater. But also on the supply side, we're in an era of abundant capital. Today, financial capital for the private sector is no longer a scarce resource the way it was in the past. It's actually quite abundant, quite cheap. Bain, their macro trends group, they estimate that the global financial capital has more than tripled over the past 3 decades and now stands at roughly 10 times global GDP. So we're talking about trillions of new dollars that previously were not available or even considered for being a part of development finance or being a part of blended finance solutions. So I think the why now is this is an exciting and unique moment where both the demand side and the supply side are primed. And so I think, that's what gives me the most amount of hope in terms of the opportunity of scale, and that there are a lot of companies that have a lot of cash on their balance sheet and clearly have a lot of purposes for those. First and foremost, their sustained growth and, accountability to their shareholders, but it's also a time where they can think about where they put their money, which is, a basic enterprise level decision can have multiple outcomes and can actually be a part of a company's strategy around how do they achieve their ESG outcomes, right? When you think about, what's in it for a private sector company, there are so many opportunities. First and foremost, being a solution to the crises that we're facing, of reaching the SDGs, responding to the climate crisis. But also, it's a chance for companies to think about, how do you integrate your core operations into your ESG outcomes, as opposed to relying on your corporate philanthropy or a team like mine to drive those outcomes. It's also a unique time as it relates to the talent war. We're following through the year of the resignation, and good talent is looking for opportunities to align their talent with mission and vision. And so I think it's another opportunity to think about talent. Similarly, customer activism is on the rise. Customers want to buy goods and services from value-driven companies. It also provides an opportunity of learning for treasuries and, kind of financial and asset management overall, as they're thinking about how to shift their investment policies. And as Amit mentioned, many companies are trying to find opportunities to be values driven and to act on this idea of stakeholder capitalism. So the moment is really prime in so many ways.
Amit, is there anything you want to add to that in terms of what the sort of potential or opportunity is here?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think it's this comes at a time, and certainly all of this has been kind of elevated and exacerbated by COVID, where we are looking at these huge systemic issues that the world is facing, and systemic challenges require systemic responses. So as we're talking about the future of development finance, of course, every donor agency around the world and every development finance institution around the world has some type of mandate or directive to mobilize private capital. And I think it's important that we really think about, how do we unlock the various pools of private capital, whether it's huge pension funds or kind of high net worth individuals, which is where a lot of the activity and impact investment has focused historically when it comes to the private capital, but also the role of corporates. And everything that Rosita said, I think, is spot on in terms of the corporate perspective at looking at these issues. We actually have seen a lot of interest, just as we've started to explore this in the past months, a lot of corporates are actually quite interested in exploring how they can do more, and are quite curious. I think Rosita really underscored the education need. This is very different. When I say this, impact investing is very different from how most corporates are thinking about managing their financial assets. But there's a great deal of openness to learning and to trying to figure this out. And I think we have a collective opportunity to think about how we can take as much of those corporate treasury assets and activate them for positive impact. And I do think there's a shift too also that's happening in the conversation around ESG and even around climate risk and the climate crisis, where a lot of it initially was around risk management. And increasingly it's shifting towards, how do we drive positive impact on these systemic issues? Because every corporate executive that's trying to think about sustainable financial performance is now recognizing that they have to play a role in addressing these systemic issues like the climate crisis or social instability, which we're seeing in a national context, but even internationally when it comes to supply chain vulnerability. That's certainly at the forefront of the corporate dialogue today.
Great. Well, I think you sort of teed up the next question that I have very well, which is talking about what's needed then. So we have this opportunity, but there's maybe a limited number of companies who have done this. Companies are interested in doing this. Rosita, maybe I'll turn to you first. You've been sort of doing this and trying to set up the infrastructure. In just a couple of minutes, what's needed at the corporate level? How can companies go about trying to do this?
I mean, I think my first message is, don't feel like you have to do it alone. There are many companies that have already started doing this. There are others who are interested. So my recommendation would be, let's do it together and let's figure it out together and kind of build upon the efficiencies that can come with that. Clearly, internally, there's going to be a spectrum. There's going to be some companies that are able to invest in additional headcounts that brings in those specific skills, whether it's on the impact measurement side or on the traditional investing side and the adaptations that would be needed for that. But you can do it in an incremental way, where if you don't have a large budget or a large number of headcount to dedicate to it, you can do it incrementally. But I think certainly there needs to be an investment in kind of capacity on the skills side and bandwidth. This is not a side hustle or job. It is a craft and requires certain skills. I think you also have to look at your overall policies. What are your current policies over the management of your cash and just your overall investment strategies, and how might they be adjusted? Do you want to set kind of an internal percentage of your free cash flow or your percentage of your assets under management? So I think a lot of internal conversations need to be had in terms of levels of comfort and levels of investment and how quickly you want to move. And then I think there's opportunity also in terms of doing it alone versus going in with others. A number of the investments we made as part of our 400 million, we didn't do alone. In some cases, we were first, but it was together with other sources of corporate balance sheets.
Great. And Amit, what's needed at sort of the ecosystem level? Yeah. So Rosita's talking about not doing it alone. Does there need to be some sort of platforms to help bring together organizations? Are there government policies that maybe need to be tweaked to open up the potential to do more of this, so that, regulations around how much cash on hand companies have to have, et cetera, and how they can spend it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think, I really appreciate the question, because it is about fostering an ecosystem that allows more capital to flow to high impact projects. And just building on what Rosita said, I think this point about learning is absolutely critical. And part of why we're a network, of course, is to accelerate collective learning. Because when it comes to impact, we cannot afford for capital to underperform. And we also cannot afford to wait. These are very present crises that we're all contending with when it comes to the climate crisis or inequality that have immensely high stakes. So a couple of the specific things that we think are important. First, education at every level. Whether it's the C-suite, CEOs and CFOs, to treasurers, to kind of the operating teams. But we think really helping people understand this at a strategic level all the way down to an operational and tactical level is key. This is, as Rosita mentioned, it is a craft. It is not just like a side hustle, as she said, but it is these are really critical capabilities to build. But the good news is that there's a lot of great people out there and a lot of great partners who are good at this now. And I think part of what we see as a role is helping cross-pollination. Because there's a lot to learn. Corporates can learn a lot from the traditional impact investment community and vice versa. And we already have a number of corporates active in our network, including PayPal, among others. But then I think, to your point, there's a lot of specific policies and regulations to clarify kind of the management of treasury assets and what's permissible, all the way down to specific tools that corporations can use around strategy, portfolio management, and impact measurement and management approaches as well. And so we're quite excited about the opportunity to take this on and really help pave the way for many more companies to activate their financial assets for impact.
Yeah, and I know when we've talked about this, Rosita, especially you've talked about that one of the most exciting pieces of this is that it's actually new capital. That so often we're talking about how do we sort of repurpose or direct capital from one place to another, and that's part of what makes this stand out. We have just a minute remaining, so I'll go to each of you for 30 seconds. But what do you think is sort of needed for the way forward? What types of investments do you think this will be most useful for? And how does that fit into the broader sort of development finance picture?
I'll just make one request, which is data. So in order to unlock the private capital, we have to help it be faster in terms of the due diligence process and the calculation of risk. And one way to do that is, the development financial institutions to really unlock the data that's available to enable and to give confidence in the calculations. Because private sector company, even in global ones, they just don't have that. They don't have the numbers to be able to do these calculations accurately. So it's going to slow things down. It's going to make it really expensive to do this due diligence. So I think it can unlock the dollars both at a speed level as well as a volume level if some of the development finance data is made more publicly available.
Amit, in like 20 seconds.
I'll be even faster. I think a bias towards action. The time is now, and we're looking to collaborate with anyone who's interested in helping to advance this agenda. Thank you.
Great. Well, Amit and Rosita, thank you so much. I hope that we continue to talk about these issues. And certainly for those of you who are interested, we'll have more on all of this at DevX and in the DevX Invested newsletter as things move forward and as we watch this trend unfold. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Take care.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Future of Development Finance Summit. Here at DevEx, we're just so delighted to have all of you joining us for such an important discussion. And one of the key themes of this discussion all day has been climate finance and the transition to net zero. And we've got a moment now to talk with the European Investment Bank, the EIB, to better understand what this transition is actually going to look like. How does it actually work at a global level? So much of the news around it is in high-income advanced economies. What about low and middle-income countries? So I'm very delighted to be joined by Ambroise Fayol, who's a vice president at the EIB. Ambroise, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about what this transition to a net zero world actually looks like, and what's the EIB doing about it?
Okay, so the transition to a net zero, to a neutral, basically climate neutral economy, is something that is a key element of the strategy of the European Investment Bank, and it is also a key element of the strategy that is in the EU Green Deal of the European Commission, chaired by Ursula von der Leyen. And basically, the idea is that we need to develop projects, develop products, develop commitments to make sure that we can reach the climate neutrality in 2050 in Europe. Now, that is for Europe, and it has many implications in terms of the financing we do, the things we are not going to finance anymore, the Paris alignment for projects, the Paris alignment for counterparts that we will announce in Glasgow, and a new adaptation plan that we'll also announce in Glasgow, because part of what we are doing is also to promote the climate projects outside of Europe, because the climate challenges are indeed global.
So we're going to see maybe less financing of carbon-intensive projects, more financing of sustainable, renewable projects, and then you have this adaptation plan. Maybe we can just talk about renewables for a moment. What is your strategy when it comes to thinking of renewable energy in those markets, in especially low and middle-income countries?
Okay, what we have decided to do 2 years ago is to stop financing fossil fuel projects. And what we see actually in terms of renewable energy is that it is becoming cheaper and cheaper to finance this kind of project, and this kind of energy is indeed the cheapest for the new project that we finance, in particular also in Africa. When you take the scaling solar in Senegal, the cost of solar energy is incredibly cheap. So what we want to do, and we have done 1 billion projects in renewable energy outside of the EU in 2020, is to try to develop this and to try to help the countries that are in particular in Africa to have more of these projects with some technical assistance, some capacity building, and there are a lot of initiatives, Renew Africa, EGRE, Desire, etc. There are many initiatives, and also this is something where we need to add a component of that is linked to the grid, because and also mini grid, and also the networks related to this, so that we can really try to have a big impact in terms of the needs are huge in poor countries, especially in Africa. And actually what you see is new technologies can help a lot, digital can help also a lot, and this is something that is really a key target for the European Investment Bank.
Yeah, we've heard about it already today in the conference. Solar, for example, rooftop solar, there's a clear economic argument, there's retail demand for it. Yet, how do we scale it quickly, right? So much of this is about scale. And of course, EIB, you bring a lot of scale to the table when you think about issues that are across many countries, that are global in nature. Tell us a bit more about this adaptation plan. You're announcing it at Glasgow. What is so important about your new approach to adaptation?
I mean, let me look at Africa. Africa is the continent that contributes the least to climate change, and that suffers the most from climate change. And actually, the consequences of climate change, you already see them, and you see them for some time already in Africa. It's not only in Africa, right? It's not only outside of the European Union. What you see also more and more in Europe is the consequences of climate change. The flooding that come much more often than before, the wildfire that come much more than before. It means that you have to help everywhere in the world to make sure that when you build a project, you have also a resilience part that is included You have something related, for example, to smart cities, to something that is really helping, including when you are doing that, the elements that include what we call the adaptation, which is contrary to mitigation, is not something that has an effect on the CO2 emissions, but on the consequences of what is already happening. And in Glasgow, we will announce a tripling of the volumes by 2025 that we do on adaptation, so that it comes from 5% of our climate action to 15% of our climate action. And that is combined with more technical assistance, with more capacity building to help the promoters of projects, especially outside of the EU, in an initiative that is called ADAPT, that we will also announce in Glasgow.
And that tripling, what will that turn into in terms of actual annual euro amount or portfolio size? How much are we talking about?
I mean, today we are talking about something like 3 billion euros per year. So we would do around 4.5 billion euros per year. The thing that I think is important is that it is 5% to 15% in climate action, but in a volume of activity that goes from 25% of what we do to 50%. So the basis also is going to increase, which is going to make the effort even bigger for us in terms of adaptation. And I think it is really, really welcome, because we need that.
And will this be hard to do? I mean, are there plenty of adaptation projects just waiting to be financed, or do you find that you have to build that deal flow, that you're going to have to use technical assistance to generate these opportunities?
Both, Raj, both. You have certainly projects, and actually what we are going also to propose is that for projects that are clearly mainly adaptation oriented, normally we don't finance more than 50% of a project, because we want that there is a crowding in of other finances. But in this case, we can move to 75% of financing of a project, and even 100% of a project when it is in least developed countries or small islands. And at the same time, there are certainly components of adaptation that you include in projects that you do on mitigation. Let me give you one example. In Vanuatu, we have financed, there are cyclones there, and there is also wind energy. What we have financed is that there is wind farm. We have financed projects where the wind turbines can be retractable, so they can be put down when there is a cyclone coming, and that's adaptation. So you combine both mitigation and adaptation in the same project, and I think this is what probably you are going to see in many projects.
So that's a fantastic example, and you're right. For so many people experiencing energy poverty around the world, moving them straight to renewable energy is a mitigation technique, but it's also adaptation in a way. They need access to energy to survive the changing climate. We have the COP is on right now. And of course, you have an audience here at the Future of Development Finance event that you're speaking to, of development finance institutions, of impact investors, of multilateral development banks. What does this news about your adaptation plan mean for all of them, for this broader community? What do you want to say to that group?
I mean, clearly there is more and more announcements that have come on adaptation. Adaptation is one of the key elements that the UK presidency wanted for the COP, wanted for Glasgow. So there are a lot of things that will be actually announced in Glasgow by colleagues, by many financial institutions, be them public or private. And I think this is well deserved, because we need to do more on adaptation, and we need to do more commitments, but also more delivery. That is common for adaptation also in general. We need to speed up the pace of investment, because we are in the critical decade now.
Yeah, I would think that may be the best moment to end on, because you're absolutely right. This is a question of urgency, right? We have a lot of the models in place. Organizations like yours are building out new financing approaches, but we just need to move at a much faster pace.
Exactly. And we know that it's pretty good that there have been so much, so many new commitments taken towards 2050, 2060. It's very good. But what we know also, when you listen to experts, is that you need to start big now. So my main message for Glasgow will be: yes, commitments are extremely important, but invest big and invest now.
Well, it's fantastic to have you here, Ambro Fayol from the EIB. Thank you for your partnership, for helping to support this event today, and for your good work on these issues. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jenny Ravelo, Global Health Reporter for DevEx. Thank you so much for staying with us and continuing to tune in to the future of development finance, financing a post pandemic world. If you can recall, back in January, the WHO Executive Board agreed to establish a working group to tackle the issue of WHO's unsustainable financing. WHO has been operating with highly earmarked voluntary contributions that account for over 80% of its budget, leading to an unbalanced portfolio where some technical programs are left significantly underfunded. So, health experts have really called for more sustainable, predictable, flexible financing for the organization. We're following this closely and reporting on the latest developments. So, if you haven't subscribed to DevEx Checkup, please do. But today I'm speaking with Bjorn Kummel, Deputy Head of the Global Health Division, German Federal Ministry of Health, and Chair of the WHO Working Group on Sustainable Financing, to give us insights on what progress has been made on this discussion and what we can expect in the coming months. Bjorn, welcome and thank you so much for joining us today.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
Well, the working group has met 4 times now since its creation. The last meeting was in September. I'm curious, what progress have you made in terms of finding a solution to WHO's unsustainable financing? What are the ideas that the working group is leaning toward more of to recommend to the broader World Health Assembly?
So indeed, much has happened in between the fourth meeting and now, and will still be happening until the end. So practically, our mandate goes to January. We will have to present a report to the executive board in January. So we still have some time to go, but we practically only have one substantive meeting left mid-December. So where were we in September? In September, we had a very profound meeting. We discussed the proposal from the IPPPR, which is the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response, which was commissioned by the WHO in order to tell us the lessons to be learned from this pandemic. And they had explicit proposals also with regards to the financing of WHO, namely that member states should boost up their contributions, their assessed contributions, the membership fee, up to 2/3 of the core budget of WHO. The core mandate should be financed through assessed contributions, and the remaining part, 1/3 from what the IPPR proposed, should be financed through replenishment. And we did discuss this in our fourth meeting. In between the fourth meeting and now, we had the various regional committees of WHO discussing sustainable financing. WHO has this, 3-layered structure, headquarters in Geneva, obviously 150 country offices, and in between it has the regional offices, and it counts much on the support and commitment from the regions. So there are 6 different regions, and all of them have their regional committees on a ministerial level in autumn, so in September and October, and they all discussed sustainable financing. I had the honor and pleasure to brief them on our deliberations, and there was strong support and a strong new dynamic. Practically more than 2/3 of all member states that intervened on the issue of sustainable financing were calling for a substantive increase in assessed contributions, which we never had before. So practically there's a strong positive dynamic with regards to really making change happen now, and really addressing the historic challenge of sustainable financing to WHO. And the 2 main solutions at hand currently are the increase of the assessed contributions and potentially the adaptation of a replenishment model to the WHO governance.
You talked about the assessed contributions, and there's a lot of health experts out there that's really calling for this. It's due time, everyone is saying. How likely is it that this will be adopted by the whole World Health Assembly?
Well, that is to be seen. That remains to be seen. I guess it's a learning exercise for all of us. I think when I took the chairmanship of this exercise, I didn't think that we would be where we currently are, that such a political momentum would be created, such a critical mass. So let's see where we end. There's still a long way to go. Not everybody is convinced yet, but many, I would say the majority of member states who are participating vocally in the deliberations have expressed their support to an AC increase. So we will see in the end. I think you're right. The experts tell us one thing: increase the ACs. And it's not only some experts, it's practically all experts. So there's a concrete consensus among experts, also high-level experts. So the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness, the IOC, which is a specific panel that recommends actions for the emergency program. We have the Independent Expert Advisory Committee, which is, again, a body which provides expertise independent to WHO on finances. And the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board has just been issued last week. And they all say the one thing: there's one magic bullet to sustainable financing of WHO, and that is increase the membership fee. We are all proud that WHO is a member state driven organization, but the reality is it's not member state owned. As you mentioned at the start, only roughly 15% of all finances are contributed through the membership fee. 85%, even growing potentially in the future, are coming in through individual donors. And many say that WHO is driven to a large extent by those individual donors and not by the member states. And this is exactly what we need to address. There's a major, misalignment between governance and willingness to pay for it.
You mentioned there's huge support now for that proposal, but not everyone is yet on board. So who is supportive and who is not at the moment?
Well, I tend to say it in a positive way. So who is supportive? So there is a strong support from the African region. I think all 47 member states are very much behind this AC increase, and they have moved. At the start, they weren't. They were also skeptical, but they are very much in favor. The member states from the Southeast Asian region have expressed a strong support for an AC increase and also for exploring the replenishment model. In what I heard from the EMRO region, so the Arab country, or also the Arab countries, they all expressed strong support to finding a solution, including an AC increase. Just last week, the Western Pacific region held its regional committee, and there again, I think 17 member states took the floor, most of them ministers, and I think 15 explicitly said they were in favor of a substantive AC increase. In the European region, the same. So I think there's a growing momentum, and I think that in the end, I'm always saying, if in the last 30 years, we've tried to address this, and we haven't found a long-term solution to the challenge of sustainable financing. If in the wake of this greatest global crisis that I at least have experienced, and I hope never to experience something like this again, and I'm sure there's a broad consensus on this, if in the wake of this crisis, we are unable to fix this historic challenge, we will not get a second chance in the WHO. And I'm saying also to all member states, if we are not finding a consensus, and if we are not saying we are moving forward into one specific direction, then that's also a decision we are taking, namely that we are sticking to the status quo, which is, and I think everybody agrees, unacceptable. And this is, I think, a strong agreement among member states. And even worse, the world does not wait for the boldness of 194 WHO member states. Indeed, already while we are negotiating potentially an AC increase, or while the working group that I have the pleasure to chair is still discussing this, other organizations are further growing, and there are also ideas of creating new, powerful organizations, such as the US and Norwegian proposal for a new fund to be created at the World Bank for pandemic preparedness and response, coming from the IPPR proposals. And I'm saying, well, this all just makes sense if it is built around a strong and a stronger WHO, a really strengthened one, which we believe is necessary.
You mentioned about the US, and I wonder where they are in the assessed contributions debate. Are they on board on it as well, or still?
I think it's clear that the US, like others, as the US, I think everybody knows, is the largest contributor to assessed contributions. The US currently provides, I think, 22% of the entire assessed contribution. So it's fair to say that obviously the US needs to be on board, and the US needs to reflect. It will be in absolute terms the largest part. I can only say that so far I understand that everybody is constructively engaging and really tries to put their power together in order to move this train forward. And I'm sure we will find a solution, and we will find a solution in consensus here. I think that we all have an interest in a strong WHO. In the end, I think we're coming to more or less the test of this. The strengthening of the WHO has been high on the agenda for long. But there is no strengthening of the WHO unless we fund WHO better than we've been doing this in the past through an increase of assessed contributions. So in the end, the test will be, are member states really in favor of a strong WHO? Because if they are, then there is no other option than to increase the assessed contributions. Well, obviously linked to other reforms that need to come on governance, transparency, and accountability, and the replenishment. I think they need come hand in hand, but we shouldn't say first further increases on accountability, transparency, and governance, and then we are only then able to increase assessed contributions. We've heard that for too long, and I think it's a tactic to postpone the decision that we need to take in consensus after this pandemic.
I just want to ask about this because around the time you're having the fourth meeting of the working group, a report alleging, sexual abuse by some WHO staff during the last Ebola outbreak came out. I wonder how that affected the discussions of the working group on financing WHO.
Well, it didn't directly affect the working group itself. I remember quite well that I had to more or less postpone or break my working group and say, let's now move over to the briefing that was held by the Secretariat when the report was announced. And because I felt the need to allow everybody to follow it because it's so high on the agenda. I think there are also links. Because the way we are funding WHO obviously doesn't allow WHO to to have the right finances in place to take the appropriate action, to set up the policies that are needed, to take preventive steps, and to send the right people to the right locations. It's not only about obviously preventing sexual abuse, harassment, etc., but also about security. WHO is severely lacking funding that is not bound to specific technical areas. The one area that is chronically underfunded and that practically or almost no donor provides funding to is the so-called enabling function. And the enabling function is legal, is the accountability function, is the investigator, and is the ethics office that takes care of the policies to prevent sexual harassment and abuse. So these functions are chronically underfunded because donors, they are not sexy for donors apparently. Donors don't fund them on a voluntary basis, and they heavily depend on assessed contributions. However, assessed contributions are dried out. They haven't grown over the past. And this, I think, so there is a link also to the ongoing work of the working group that I have the pleasure to chair.
I think we have just 1 minute. Just the last thing. What should we expect in the coming months, Bjorn, on the work of the working group?
Well, I have the pleasure to be in Geneva for the next 3 days. The bureau, so I will meet my vice chairs, the 5 vice chairs. We will be drafting a zero draft of the report. We have already I have asked all member states to send in their proposals for bold recommendations. I've been working on them already today. To a large extent, they are very constructive and positive. Obviously, they are all constructive and positive, but many of them, the vast majority, calls for a substantive AC increase and the replenishment, among other things. We will write the draft zero, and then we will come to the member states. We will discuss this with the entire membership of the working group mid-December, and then we will see where we stand. My hope is that we really learn the lessons from this pandemic, and that includes to really sustainably finance WHO through, well, a bold increase in assessed contributions.
Well, thank you so much, Bjorn, for sharing all of these insights, and I look forward to speaking with you again as you, finalize these things at the WHO.
With pleasure. Anytime again. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Well, it's hard to believe it. We come to the end of this fantastic day. What a lineup. What a tour de force. I've just been thrilled to watch my DevEx colleagues in all these excellent sessions that kind of cover the broad landscape around the future of development finance. I know Adva Saldinger, my colleague and senior reporter here, is with us. Nice to see you, Adva. How did you feel about the day?
Oh, I thought it was great. It was a great opportunity for me to learn from my colleagues who brought their unique expertise to so many of these sessions, from climate to food. I had not heard about true cost accounting and food systems before, so that was new to me. And I felt like that was a theme. Do we need new accounting systems for food systems, for the general financial system, as you talked to Sir Ronald Cohen about this sort of idea of impact accounting and creating a set of impact accounting principles so that risk, return, and impact are being measured for companies, and really just some interesting themes, including sort of this need to look at governance and the role of governments in finance, in setting the right policy environments, and also really in looking at this, where does rhetoric match reality? I think in the climate finance discussion, in the ESG discussion, for sure. So I think that there's some interesting themes and definitely a lot of fodder for us to continue to cover here at DevEx.
Definitely. Yeah, I felt like we got into all the many Lego blocks that are out there, and now we just need to build it into something amazing. There's so many great approaches, so many models, so many individual success stories we highlighted today. But the theme throughout was we got to move faster. We've got to build this. COP is happening now. DevEx is going to be covering that. We invite all of you to follow our coverage. We've got colleagues there in Glasgow as we speak. But so much of this just has to happen now. It's the scaling issue. It's the infrastructure issue. Things like metrics and accounting standards. It's not that there's no action there. There's lots of action. The question is, how do you make it more ubiquitous? And how do you connect all these dots so that we see that virtuous cycle build at the same time we're facing the vicious cycles of a growing climate emergency and a pandemic that is still raging in much of the world. So for me, a really fantastic day, a lot to learn. And it was great to see you and all of our colleagues, on the front lines of these stories. I do want to, once again, just thank the partners who made this day happen with their financial support, with their ideas and content and their expertise. I want to thank our global partner, Citi. Congratulate them on the new framing of their work in this space and social impact. Our innovation partners, DAI, the European Investment Bank, FinDev Canada, MSD for Mothers, and the Novartis Foundation. And then our underwriting partner this year is the Asian Development Bank, a fantastic group of partners to have today. Thank you all for being a part of this. And thanks to our speakers, an amazing group all over the world, lots of different time zones were involved today. Thank you for staying up or getting up early to be a part of this, and to our incredible audience that has been following this across platforms all day long. It's really been an amazing day.
Absolutely.
Well, listen, if you're following the discussions today and you haven't yet subscribed to DevEx Invested, the newsletter Adva writes, you've got to subscribe to it. I don't think there's anyone left following along who doesn't, Adva, but you should if you don't. And we just really appreciate all of our members and supporters around the world who follow this coverage, and stay tuned for much more as DevEx continues to stay on these stories.
Thanks, Raj.
Thank you, Yvonne. Thanks, everyone.